30 seconds until minions spawn.
It has been a struggle. Our producers are absolutely amazing. I cannot stress this enough. I mean, bending over backwards and a half to ensure that we are able to stream this broadcast for you guys, to show off. We got Ginger Turmeric, obviously, as you can see on the blue side. We got Immortals AoE on the red side to kick off this first best of three that we've got here, Beatdown. And of course, in case you couldn't tell, Beatdown will be my color for the day. How are you feeling after that long delay?
I'm just glad it's over. I'm just glad we're here in game. We had to unfortunately skip the draft. A lot of stuff going on at the moment here. Long story short, IMT, they know they have a strong level 1. Hecarim sucks in the early levels, so they decided to go for a Doomsday. Good call. Good call.
It's a good call. And it's a lot of damage that goes back and forth, but it doesn't look like it's going to result in a first kill just yet. Less than 2 minutes in the game, though, and Immortals already kind of showing off some of the prowess that they've got right here on the Rift. I do know that when it comes to the predictions that we saw on the Academy stream, if you had tuned in to that, I think there were 1 or 2 votes for Ginger Turmeric, so it's not 100% expected that Immortals is going to come out ahead on this one, but they're definitely the favored team in this matchup today.
You could say that. I think Immortals AoE is definitely one of the better teams we have. They placed really well in the previous qualifier. They've been doing quite well so far here in qualifier number 2. Makes a lot of sense here, especially with all the strong players they have on the team. But let's hold that thought. I think Shochi, yep.
Yeah, Shochi's going to get jumped in on here. Of course, Hecarim, definitely one that you can engage on early on. Not quite as much damage as he would have hoped for there. Of course, Shochi did have to burn the flash, but the Ghost was also used on the opposite side for City Witty.
Right, being able to pressure Shochi earlier on when the Victor is weak is a really good call. It's hard to find these angles, especially when you are playing the Hecarim, just because, again, he's not very strong in these early levels. Just looking to get in level 6, looking to get that ult. So it's big from City Witty to be able to get that. And you can see it, too. Winston is pressuring this horse quite a bit with the early power, but Winston might be in trouble.
This one's dangerous. Duo King ends up taking quite a bit of damage right here by Meech. Has to flash away over the wall. That means it's a disconnect for the fight. Definitely kind of a scary situation for Winston, seeing 3 members or 2 additional members move up on that fight. It doesn't look like IMT wants this one to end right here. Ginger Turmeric probably does, though. The Polymorph going to land onto City Witty. It looks like the Ignite as well coming out of Trevor onto that jungle. It's going to burn out and the recall comes through. That should finally be the end of the fight beatdown.
Still, so much is done. You force Duo King's flash out, and look at this pressure they're keeping under them. They could technically go for the dive, but the HP is real low. This is super risky.
Really is. The zap's going to come out, the flag and drag. Winston has to flash away and get the heck out of there. It's going to be a kill for a kill, though. Will be Trevor who goes down in the long run. Meech picking up. Oh, no, Trevor picked up the first blood on that. So it's a trade for the support in favor of Ginger Turmeric getting a pickup for Lagrange.
Yeah, realistically, that favors Ginger Turmeric, I think. One, Lagrange gets to stay in lane and actually continue kind of catching up in the CS that he was losing while that whole bottom lane fiasco was going on. And a kill on Jinx versus a kill on Lulu. I don't think I have to tell you which one is better. So this is actually a pretty solid plays early on, or a really solid outcome for Ginger Turmeric at the moment here. It's IMT. It makes sense, though. This is what you want when you were playing Jarvan. You want to be active. In the early minutes of the game, you want to try to set up plays, set up dives, and I'm expecting we're going to see Winston do exactly that, especially being a jungler who very often is no stranger to that level 2 cheese gank, a jungler who plays for his laners very, very well.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And honestly, seeing City Witty appear in the mid lane there, Ginger Turmeric making the right calls on a lot of these plays, right? Yes, the Ghost comes out, but that's totally okay, because if you can get Shochi's flash down, which was the case here, then they at least have that responding pressure towards the mid lane. And on the bottom side, you mentioned it, right? If you're going to give a kill over to somebody and you're looking at either a Lulu or a Jinx, you're going Jinx all day, every day. The nice thing is that Meech did not end up going down in that fight. It was Trevor who lost his life thanks to that final tower shot being in range.
Right, now too, you can see it. Lagrange's going to come back to lane with the tier 2 boots, has the move speed, has the range, the attack speed, and look at Meech, only comes back with the Ruby Crystal and the Longsword. So, and even in terms of when you think about stats, Ginger Turmeric's bottom lane is in quite a good place here. I imagine we're going to see Winston come back after he finishes those top camps. He's going to reset, his bottom camps will be up soon. Could easily make a play on this bottom side, the bottom lane, especially with Dragon being up for the taking and City Witty not really in a position to take it. I feel like that's the play here for IMT.
We can see the question mark pings coming out, of course, from IMT saying, hey, we're not exactly certain where City Witty is. Likely that he is trying to come down towards the bottom side of this map. He is going to poke his head there, though. There's no ward in place by IMT in that Tri-Brush side below the first dragon, which is going to be an Infernal Drake, by the way. 1 for 1, still things in favor of IMT AoE, thanks to a pretty big disparity. Not massive, right? But it is definitely in favor of Meech in terms of the CS.
True. Of course, the kill does help in that regard here, but either way, now we have Winston showing up on this bottom side of the map. He cleared the board, but hold on, Enemy Girl.
Uh-oh, gets caught out in the middle of this one. Not going to be able to get out. Has to use the ultimate, but it's City Witty who was able to burn the ghost before that fight started. Oh, a flash over the wall is not going to save Anime Girl thanks to the ultimate coming out of existence.
Really nice. You get the flash, you get the kill, and yet again, City Witty is the one who ends up making a pretty positive play on the map here. And this is before level 6. I like this. Not trying to prioritize the dragon. You know there's no way you're going to be able to get that first one. And once you see City Witty start to move around here and get that level 6, he's going to be able to set up a lot of dives too. And especially, I like the steel cap purchase from City Witty. There's going to be a lot of value coming through on this just because of how many AD champions, how many auto attackers are there on the side of IMT AoE. And it's going to take a long time for Shochi to do any damage that's going to reasonably make one regret that choice. And it's going to be tough too, because by then, City Witty will be very, very tanky.
Oh yeah, and you can also anticipate some roam from DNA as well. You've constantly got the pressure. You got that early lead thanks to City Witty showing up and having that flash down, right? So DNA has been able to hold his own. Shochi's flash is now back up and available, and it is Shochi who's closer to being able to accessing that teleport. But with the pressure that we've seen in this lane coming out of DNA and City Witty, it feels pretty good if you are Ginger Turmeric. Of course, a lot of the damage is currently favoring IMT AoE, and as I say that, Lagrange gets a couple of nice shots, and I do think that there was a slight second division there onto Winston, just a moment, but he did show up from that fog of war.
Yeah, twice they saw him, so now you're gonna see it. The Duo King and Lagrange are gonna pay their respects and just leave the lane. I like it too from Meech and Trevor. They tried to set that play up as well. They had a feeling there were backs going on in the bush. They ends up stopping them, but the play finds no value. Now though, that moment we're talking about, the junglers have hit level 6. Winston and City Witty both have access to those ultimate abilities, those big team fighting ultimates that I'm expecting to see make use of very, very soon. We saw it off screen. IMT AoE also get the first dragon, which makes a lot of sense with the pressure they have from Winston. And at this point, if you're City Witty, yeah, this is exactly it. Now DNA is the one getting pushed, is able to leave lane, and you have this Hecarim. You can just continue to pressure Enemy Girl.
That's exactly what I was talking about. DNA had the recall. Sure, you can allow Shochi to push back in, just barely catching up in creep score and barely being able to push this lane back down. So no wasted time there for DNA. While it wasn't as fruitful as they might have hoped, it still ended up working out well in their favor. If Winston had not been there in time, it would have been devastating. Meech, so taking a lot of damage, dealing that in response to Duo King, missing a couple of those Qs. It looks like the Wild Rose is going to come out on to Meech, but Shochi is in the back wing. So much damage coming out of that mid lane. They're going to be able to pick up Duo King. Out comes the Unstoppable Force as well. It looks like the Chaos Storm on top of him. Meech is so dang low, but does end up going down there to Meech. Shochi very close to being able to pick up one, but my goodness, Ginger Turmeric turning that one around in their favor.
And it's so impressive too. Shochi is the one who gets the angle because DNA is out of lane. He gets an opportunity to shove, roam bottom, but it doesn't end up working. You see the value of that Onslaught of Shadows, and you see the value of a Jinx when she is excited. Lagrange is now 2-0-1. Yeah, he's down 20 CS, but realistically, the kills end up evening things up, especially if that Rocket ends up picking up yet another kill. Oh my god!
Beautiful.
You're kidding me.
All right. We love to see, honestly, I don't know about you, I love to see the global ultimates hit. And particularly, right, when you've got Lagrange who's able to throw that out, sometimes you can't even look at what's happening, and all you get is that get excited, and you're like, yep, I got it. I nailed it, right? At least if it wasn't that picked up the kill, it was enough to provide a kill here for my team. So Ginger Turmeric has turned the gold around in favor of themselves, even though Immortals have picked up that first dragon of the game. We're almost 11 minutes into this one, and definitely numbers across the board are towards Ginger Turmeric, but we've seen how quickly these games can turn around, and it being only about 11 minutes into this game means that, you can't spell a victory from just this far.
Of course not. And it's true. It's a good point. IMT AOE are, funny enough, one of those teams where they're in a lot of situations, it seems like, where they manage to, or where they're falling behind, where they are just not in a position where it just looks like when we're watching the game, like, oh, surely there's no way that they can win this one. But
Yeah.
they just end up coming out on top anyway. It's going to be a clutch team fight. I mean, you have such strong players on this roster, and more often than not, you see their ability to be able to team fight very well in the late game at these crucial moments where you don't think they're going to be able to do so. And that's how they've won actually their games, some of their games in recent memory, funny enough.
Definitely one of those teams that you can't really disregard at any point in the game, right? Unless you're at the very end, unless you're absolutely ending the game, you got to expect that they have some sort of comeback ability, that or at least just a bit more fight in them as a team. City Witty now prepping for this one. The sweeper does come out from Trevor. It's looking once again the onslaught of shadows to come out, and so much damage onto Trevor, who has to use that ult on themselves. It's not going to work out, though, and so much now coming out of Meech. It's going to be at least one picked up there. The flash forward from Shochi. The Chaos Storm comes out once again. Duo King is going to be the target here. The flag and drag going to pick up the double kill onto that one. DNA taking a lot of damage here from Meech. That bomb is not going to land onto the ADC as targeted here from that mid laner. The second one will hit Winston, but it's still not quite enough to pick up a kill in response.
And it's a very nice turn coming through from IMA's jungler. The fact that Winston knows, reads the play, is already on his way to the bottom side of the map, allows him to turn it and get the 2-for-1. And that's including the fact that DNA committed the chrono shift to make sure it wasn't a 3-for-1. So this is IMT answering back, finding their way back into this one. And oh my god, Existence. This dude's not letting him breathe.
Oh, the ultimate comes out from Anime Girl, and it looked like it missed. It looked like actually the dash forward there is what stopped the damage from coming through. That was incredibly done.
It was. And you can see it now with this, because of the play they just made and the early pressure that they've had. You can already see IMT being able to Dragon Stack just fine here. They're picking up their second one. We know it's a Cloud Drake, which will end up working actually pretty nice for them, especially when you consider champs like Zeri, Victor, who already have a good amount of movement speed in their kit. So just like that, IMT are starting to close the lead just a bit, but Ginger Turmeric still holding strong at the moment.
And yeah, that shielding that move speed, for those of you who haven't really seen much of Zeri, obviously with her passive, that is a big part of the reason that Lulu is one of the staples that is selected with her, right? Because you get the move speed on that shielding. And so the two of them together being able to throw picks out, being able to increase the movement speed as well on top of it, if necessary, is fantastic for her passive in Living Battery. And then, of course, when she damages any enemy shields, she's able to absorb that and shield herself on top of it. So it ends up working out really well with some of the composition here that Ginger Turmeric has locked in. It looks like Winston going for this one.
Wow.
Wild Growth going to pop up on to that player. Of course, it is going to be as well the ultimate coming out of DNA. The chrono shift, but how far does that get you when you have to use everything?
Yeah, I think the thing that's you're happy about if you're Ginger Turmeric is the fact that there's nothing really to fight for at the moment here. Some very key team fight ultimates blown, but again, there's no Dragon, there's no Herald at the moment. They could try and move for that second Rift Herald here, and you do have to consider that the Cataclysm is also not available for Winston, so maybe Ginger Turmeric, oh wait, hold on.
That is a massive root. Super Mega Death Rocket's going to come out. Trevor flashes away just in time before that one actually gets popped. City Witty not quite able to invest himself into that fight as well. Close.
Yeah, I was clenching too for that one. The Ron Award, Meech almost gets, or rather, Trevor does end up getting punished for it, and I love this. City Witty is here. Winston is like, all right, let's run it back.
Winston now looking for an opportunity to flag and drag. No Cataclysm, as you mentioned. City Witty going to dive forward. Winston is able to follow that up immediately, though. As I said, the flag and drag. Out comes the onslaught of shadows, and Winston gets hit by that final shot from Legrand, who's going to be able to pick up the one. City Witty so very low, but can anyone actually do anything about it? Not if Meech Meech ends up running right into the trap. It will be Meech who's able to pick up on his death. Lagrange, but gets taken down by DNA in response.
What is something, but this time the turn isn't there for IMT AOE. They end up peeling very well for Lagrange, who got a lot of damage out in that fight. And even though he falls, in the end, he does set up for a lot of the kills that went through. And of course, the reset. Or rather, not the reset, but the kill that DNA was able to get in exchange for his own life. So overall, this time, it's just back and forth here for both of these teams. And Ginger Turmeric are the ones who come out on top this time. Now, you have the rotation for the Rift Herald coming through, but City Witty being so late on the recall tells me that there's really no way Ginger Turmeric should be able to get it.
That was a close one. Existence tried on that. The rest of the team, though, available for AoE, just IMT AoE, just in case they really decided they wanted to go onto Existence, in case he kind of overstayed his welcome far beyond what he did here. That won't be the case, of course. So it's back to the mid lane as there is pressure on both the bottom side and has been pressure towards the top side here for Ginger Turmeric. That means Immortals needs to find their up where they can get it. Looks like Trevor ended up using the Wild Growth on himself there. I'm not quite sure what the reason for that one is, considering he's at 100% health, but that is a big ultimate that's down. Luckily, not a super long cooldown.
Right, and again, we're in that situation where there isn't anything to fight for at the moment here, so you use it just to make sure you don't give away any gold. That's all well and good. You're fine with that. Now, the only thing really that IMT are cool at this point. They're down about 1,000 gold, but they have that Dragon Soul that they're playing towards here, which, because the next Dragon is going to be coming up pretty soon, I think another 2 minutes roughly on that, means that if they're able to pick up that third one, they put themselves in that position where, okay, now Ginger Turmeric have to make a decision 5 minutes after that. Do we let them take Baron when it's up, or do we let go of that Dragon Soul? And again, even though Cloud doesn't have as much tangible or noticeable buffs compared to other souls, really looks good on IMT's composition.
Certainly does. And honestly, you know what? That's one of the easiest ways to stay in the game, right? You're losing fights, but if you're able to take some victories, some W's in terms of these objectives, we can see just straight across only a 1k gold lead that Ginger Turmeric has, and that's with the 2 towers that they have over IMT AoE at the moment. Feels pretty good. It looks like the teleport coming through from Shochi to try to continue to defend this area. We also have the dragon coming up relatively soon. Ginger Turmeric certainly setting themselves up for something here.
Yeah, this one is going to be a little tough. IMT wanted to get here first. They are going to be able to pressure force them out, because you have to respect the fact that Lagrange doesn't have flash. Winston can cataclysm him very easily here, and now it's perfect. You drop the Rift Herald, you can see the pressure coming through. That turret is absolutely going to go down, and Anime Girl, just in time, is going to be there to go ahead and start the Drake. That should be soul point for IMT.
See if they actually commit to this one. It is the flag and drag over the wall by Winston. Shochi flashing away from
City
this one.
looking.
They're looking and they're finding the one. The Wild Growth on the Shochi, but it's not going to last very long. The Dragon does get taken down in favor of IMT AoE. They're going to try to continue the fight. The Cataclysm onto Lagrange. A beautiful target, but a wonderful resurrection on top of that as well. Zillion coming in clutch. Existence now will be the target. Trevor is sold out by these 3 members. Anime Girl jumps over the wall with a beautiful dash. Going to be able to pick up the double kill right there for Meech. Make it a triple kill, actually. And IMT AoE, hey, you can't count them out, just like you said, Beatdown.
And this is the play here, and a lot of it is because Shochi, despite being jumped on, but 2 or 3 members of Ginger Turmeric, actually takes down City Witty with him, with his full combo there. And because of that, 1, you don't have to worry about losing the smite fight. 2, you manage to secure that soul, and after all the key cooldowns are used by Ginger Turmeric, IMT still have plenty of gas in the tank. Now, Meech, there's Zeri, is 4 and 2. And you can see the Hullbreaker coming through with the Eclipse for Anime Girl, which means now he's going to be a problem in the side lane. And Shochi is really starting to come online as well. We talked about late game Victor, how strong he is going to be, and how much of a strong player Shochi is for this team as a whole. And it's tough because Ginger Turmeric, their comp is all about diving in, and they need pretty much all of their cooldowns for a successful fight to go in, because it's all about facilitating Lagrange. And if this Jinx ends up getting focused, taken down, it's very hard for Ginger Turmeric to be able to come out on top in these fights.
And in these full 5v5s, it's definitely Winston's place to say, okay, hey, I can flag and drag, I can cataclysm in. Of course, Winston ends up getting locked down, takes a lot of damage on that little attempt at an initiation there. So a good response by Ginger Turmeric. But you're absolutely right there, Beatdown. I mean, even just looking at the fact that Meech went back, this was like over a minute ago, right? Already has that Titanic finished up right now. So there's so much damage, additional damage coming out of this player. And Anime Girl, at least having been able to stay alive for the last long while, going down towards the early parts of the game right now. The fact that Immortals AoE is currently at Soul Point. This is something that Ginger Turmeric tried to stop with that third dragon spawning. They were not able to, and now they cannot allow something like that to happen again. They need to, they can't allow IMT AoE to be able to pick up that fourth dragon, because at that point, they're spelling their own demise.
And now all IMT has to do is continue pressuring this mid and top side of the map here. You can see it. They have Shochi clearing top, threatening the top tier 1, and they're going to control vision on this side of the map up until that dragon spawns. They don't actually have to force the Baron play right now unless they get a pick. They just have to make sure Ginger Turmeric don't have a ghost of a chance of picking it up. What that means is when the dragon comes up, they can just, or when it's close to coming up rather, they can just easily walk their way down, set themselves up, because the team fight looks so strong for IMT AoE, and Ginger Turmeric, their only option now is trying to force a play.
Looks like Resistance is trying to do that. Has the bottom lane pressured, as we talked about. IMT recognized that if they can win a fight right here, can potentially lead to another dragon for themselves. The explosive cask is going to come out, though. Existence soaking up a lot of damage. Winston tries to go back in. DNA does take a shot on that one, but it's going to be locked down onto Winston.
Big fear.
Out the
Big damage.
as Welcome City Witty. Beautiful Cataclysm, but it's into his
here.
own
Oh my
demise
God,
here.
the
So much
damage.
damage coming out of Meech and Shochi. Meech separating this fight out. Well done. This is the damage I was talking about that is definitely in the hands of IMT.
Oh, and it's just insane. It looked like Ginger Turmeric had the fight locked down, but it's ADC life, baby. Shochi shows up on the victor, says, sorry, buddy, your life privileges have expired, and that means now, because of the play, you get to go for the Baron, and you get to go for the Dragon in a minute's time. AMT have just blown the game wide open off that one fight.
Huge for them. And you know, that's actually where they have been excelling throughout this entire game, right? It is around these opportunities where Ginger Turmeric is setting themselves up for something, right? Whether it's to push IMT AoE away from Dragon number 3, whether it's to prevent them from being able to set up for that Dragon Soul on top of it. And while these constantly start out looking like they're in Ginger Turmeric's favor, you cannot discount the fact that really they're waiting for the opportunity for somebody to go in to provide a little bit of coverage for Meech. And Shochi was capable of doing that even after Winston, who is their massive, or the big part of the front line, really, for Immortals on this one. Yeah, you never want to see the, you never want to put yourself in an opportunity where it ends up being the victor that is the front line for Meech.
Hey, I mean, hey, best defense is a good offense, right? If all that damage is coming through from Shochi, it's all the peel you need for Meech, apparently. And that's proven to be very effective, at least in that last fight. And now you're at Shochi, has the Shadow Flame, which is really valuable by this game. 8 stacks on the Medjay. The damage is there. And now you have to go for a miracle steal if you're City Witty with that onslaught of shadows here. But there's no opportunity.
No chance there. We saw the ghost was popped. We saw the speed boost applied by DNA. It just was not enough. And with all the damage that Immortals AoE has here, I mean, that dragon was burned down so dang quickly, right? That is absolutely, you're right about that, a miracle play beatdown.
It was, and now IMT with that soul means Ginger Turmeric, they have to make something happen now. You already see the objective bounties are up and ready to be collected. They're far down. They're down so much gold behind IMT, and at this point, IMT can just continue to pressure multiple lanes here with their remaining Baron buff and Existence. Well, he's just trying to be a nuisance.
Oh my gosh, the damage coming out of Meech though onto City Witty and Duo King there on to Trevor. My goodness, Lagrange coming in clutch. Resistance though has been caught out on the backside. Trevor has to escape from this fight. Winston can re-engage the Cataclysm onto 2. Lagrange is able to pick up the 1 kill, and the Chrono Shift comes out onto Lagrange, who's instantly going to be taken down one more time. Meech able to follow this one up. So much speed on the side of IMT AoE, and it's going to be a triple kill right there for Meech. Keep applying the stacks onto this Zeri.
And you can see, we talked about how important these ultimates are on the side of Ginger Turmeric, and well, when you use them all, and you can't even pick off the 80 carry or somebody like Shochi, you're not going to come out on top of these fights. You need to blow these characters up. It wasn't even Meech, actually. It was Trevor who used the Wild Growth on himself. Just the Lulu and her ultimate, and you still weren't able to take her down. And at this point, you're going to lose 2 inhibitors. Another bad fight like this for Ginger Turmeric, and they're just going to go ahead and lose game 1.
That's definitely how it's looking here. And now, I mean, Immortals AoE, hey, they get to regroup. They've still got time on this buff. They now have the enemy's jungle that they get to clear out a little bit. There's nothing else on the map that they can potentially grab, but that's totally fine. Go back, spend all of the gold that they've just accumulated, and run it down whichever direction they really choose to, because at this point now, IMT AoE is writing the script for this game.
You could say that again. Ginger Turmeric are certainly in the passenger seat. The game is now happening to them, unless they're able to take control somehow. This will be, well, that'll be the conclusion here. And Lagrange, okay, playing with fire just a little bit. You were not allowed to walk there as an AD carry, and now it's just Winston doing a little reconnaissance, trying to set up a little bit of vision. And because of how dark the map is, he's just by himself. They have to respect him anyway. They have to be like, oh my God, Winston's walking at us. Who knows who's behind him?
Especially when Lagrange is separated off, City Witty had to navigate downwards, because as you were saying, that's not a great place to be, especially if you don't have the rest of the team behind you sitting in that mid lane, because that's where you can anticipate IMT is probably going to focus on. They end up switching it towards the top side because of that reconnaissance that was able to be done there by Winston. The teleport now coming through, and there's an attempted pinch here on Shoji. So much damage on a duo. King is going to be able to pick up the kill. The Wild Growth applying on the backside. Winston throwing out the Cataclysm as well. It's going to be the lockdown onto Trevor, but it doesn't matter because the target is existence, and Winston is able to continue this fight over the wall. The flag and drag to continue that one out. Flashes to even go further on this. One more flag and drag. Winston, totally willing to sacrifice himself here, is actually going to go gold just in time, and it's a beautiful ace that is picked up here by IMT AoE, and they will, on that note, end game number 1 and set themselves up for match point going into game number 2 against Ginger Turmeric.
Ginger Turmeric tried, Jolly. They had to make something happen, but unfortunately, they just didn't have enough gas in the tank. Back and forth, shaky early game coming through, I think, from both sides. But after that second, third dragon fight there for IMT AoE, it feels like they never lost control of the game. And it's because of one really clutch Lulu ultimates trying to keep the carries alive. And part of it is no one's keeping an eye on Shochi, who he is such a big damage dealer. And even before, I think he had on that one clutch fight in the mid lane where he just teleported from the flank, came in and was essentially a pseudo frontliner like we were talking about on the cast. He had just the Ludens and the needlessly large rod, and it was enough to just rip people to shreds.
And that was definitely the name of the game here for IMT AoE from the very beginning, right? Just try to get to the late game stage, try to get to the team fighting stage as quickly as possible, and make room for Shochi and Meech. And that's what happened every single one of those fights. And it really took Ginger Turmeric off guard, right? That was a situation where I don't think they were expecting those fights to turn around as quickly as they did. So many times it looked like it would have gone in their favor. It looked like they could have potentially finally gotten the objective that they were looking for, and they never were able to. So we are going to, for this game number 2, because we had, a little issue on the back end. We are casting these as live, of course, but we are going to skip over the draft one more time. So we apologize, guys. You're not going to be able to see exactly how these selections were locked in, but we want to get these games down as quickly as possible so we can move on, because there is another series after this one. For all we know, we've got 2 games left in this particular series for the day.
Right. So it's we are like you said, we do have a lot of we did have some things to worry about in terms of setting ourselves up for these games. So it's fine. I mean, we still get to watch the gameplay, get an idea of how things ended up shaking out here for both of these teams. I gotta say, IMTA they're looking pretty good here. My prediction, I'm just saying, is looking pretty nice, Jolly. I don't know about you.
I went the same way. I think there were 2 members, like I said, that if you saw, it was shown on the analyst desk, at least for the Academy stream that was going on time, started at around 2:45, I think, Pacific time, something like that. That there were 2 members. I think maybe Smacks was one of them, actually, who felt like Ginger Turmeric was going to be a team that could stand up against Immortals. And Kenobi, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was Smacks and Kenobi who now might kind of be eating their words, but it depends on how this game number 2 goes, because I did like the composition that was locked in for Ginger Turmeric, right? We had some amazing plays come through. Lagrange actually did a great job on that Jinx, and only until the very end of the game went negative in his KDA. But still, it's the execution of things, right? And we're talking about these fights around these objectives that are such a big deal, and every single one of those were in favor of IMT AoE, even if the beginning of the fight didn't look like it.
Right, yeah, there was a lot of good early angles there from City Witty for Ginger Turmeric, and it looked nice. But part of where things started to go wrong was, one, you saw the answer play that Winston had. He actually had a couple of those where he had an idea of the play, and even though he ended up showing up after, the fact that he knew the play was coming in advance and was able to participate in the fights and turn them around, I think was a big proponent of getting Meech back into the game here, despite the early kills going over to Lagrange. So that kind of foresight, it's really important as a jungler to be able to, in this early game where you have these junglers ganking constantly, being able to read the play is extremely valuable here. We usually, more often than not, see that from junglers like Fnatic on 100 Next. He does this a lot. Just having that understanding of what the enemy jungler wants to do and trying to neutralize it is so powerful.
It was really well done. There were some situations where I was like, "Ooh, Winston!" I was biting my nails a little bit, right? It looked like Winston had gone way too far in, but all they were waiting for was the moment for Shochi to show up into the fight, Meech to actually get into the position to do enough damage in that fight. And with those two members on top of, as you talked about, Beatdown, the incredible wild growths that were coming out of that Lulu, whether they were proxy wild growths, whether they were in the middle of the fight to support whoever was about to go down to help out Winston, who had cataclysmed way far on the backside, or was taking some of these tower shots for the rest of the team. It all ended up working out. And that's why we talked about at the very, very early parts of this, right? Even though it felt like IMT AOE wasn't quite on the top of their game, it felt like they were making a few mistakes. It's not a team that you can discount when it comes to recoverability and just being able to turn around games. This is one of the top teams to watch for that kind of play.
It is, Jolly. Anyways, I'm getting word that we have to throw things over to a quick break, just like maybe a minute or two, so we can set up for the next game. Again, there won't be any draft, but don't go anywhere, guys. We're starting game 2 of IMT versus Ginger Turmeric very soon.
Thanks for sticking with us. That was a very quick break. That was literally 1 minute break.
I did say it would be quick.
Yeah, you did. You got the right notes on that one. And we are going to be just heading straight into the game. Like I said, sorry guys, we are not going to be watching draft on this one because we were kind of set behind. We don't want to make the players wait, right, until we can figure out our end of things. But at the same time, we do want to be able to show off what these players have to offer. And it is now Ginger Turmeric with their backs against the wall because it is game number 1 that was just picked up here, of course, as we saw by IMT AOE. And it has a best of 3. You only need to win 2 of those games to come out ahead in the series. Ginger Turmeric has decided to start on the red side this time, Beatdown.
Right, so with the side swap, you probably see some things mixed up in the draft there for them here. Maybe they want to prioritize a different lane, give counter pick top for existence, and
let's take a look because we didn't get to see. We were able to watch the draft for the first game, right? Just on the back end so that we could kind of maintain things. This one, we didn't get to see. We do have our timers, though. We got our timers here so we get to see when the Dragon and then when the Baron will be up. Again, we've got the most amazing production here. Even with all of the issues that they faced, they still made sure that this show would happen for you guys who want to watch at home. So we love the heck out of them. All right, and we hope that you guys can, show production some love as well there in the chat. But You know, all right, I'm liking... first off, I'm seeing no side swap.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say too. My thought process was giving like counter pick to existence over or something along those lines. And it's interesting too, because last time, even though I did get to watch a little bit of Champ Select last time, where Ginger Turmeric did ban blue on the first rotation. They weren't willing to pick it themselves. They didn't want to let it go. But this time around, they wanted to focus on something else. Maybe they ended up banning the Jarvan instead, just taking that one away from Winston. Either way, giving existence to Trundle top, which we don't see very often, is definitely an interesting answer, especially because Trundle is... We talk a lot about Xin Zhao and how he is as a duelist. Well, Trundle's the best duelist at the moment here, too. So I've never seen it into the Glen, but I'm interested to see how that 1v1 is going to go. Also, Jolly.
Yeah.
Do you know what I am interested in the most in this game? Guess.
What? The Udyr?
It's DNA.
Oh, it's DNA's brand. Oh, okay. As I was writing down the brand. Yeah, I mean, you know what? Yeah. I can imagine that this was a counter pick, right? But I mean, we'll have to see how it plays out and if the pressure is still put on the early game by City Witty, right? Because that was definitely the goal of the last game. As Duo King gets jumped on here, it's actually going to be the route onto Trevor Lagrange. Hyper-focusing that one. Meech barely missing the Cupid is going to be able to pick up the first blood. Will Trevor be able to survive on this one? The Zap is going to take care of that. And it's a trade by these two ADCs, but IMT AoE take the first blood.
There it is. A little bit of extra gold going over to Meech, but both AD carries, actually everybody on the bottom side of the map, have blown summoners. This is a solo queue dream for a lot of players. You see the spam pings coming through, bot no summons. Y'all know how it goes. Now, speaking of junglers, we have City Witty, who is on this, going for this invade here onto the red side, but probably did not realize Winston is starting on the other side of the map. Probably not interested in diving top. So there's either going to be, he's probably just going to go ahead and continue farming his top side camps here. But I'm surprised. I mean, City Witty's playing the Xin. A lot of early game gank potential here. You got to imagine he's going to be looking for something very soon.
Especially just knowing how we saw City Witty play in the last game and how we've seen City Witty play in the overall here for Ginger Turmeric in the open qualifiers, as well as that game one for the closed qualifiers here. I mean, these are both teams who you know, definitely focus early on.
Hi.
Definitely focus. Hello. Yeah, y'all can see how close I get to my screen when I'm casting.
You gotta see everything. It's important.
Yeah, it's true. It's true, right? I have to move my head around this way now. But it is a situation where, you know, Winston likes to play that style too. We kind of saw that. It looked like Winston navigating down towards the bottom side of the map to potentially look for some sort of gank, for some sort of engage or initiation. And when you have no summoners down towards the bottom side after a starting fight like that, where the two ADCs pick something up and then just kind of go their separate ways, that should be the expectations for one of these, or if not both of these junglers, to try to take advantage of that bottom lane, even though they might want to prioritize mid lane just based on the matchup that they have and where they want to get some early pressure. It's worthwhile to take advantage of some of those sums being down in the bot.
Right, and we'll likely see that one come through. That's the thing too, especially with Udyr. You know, you are basically kind of the stat stick, so you're going to be able to have that very easy gank set up there with the bear stun. And I'm also interested to see if Winston's going to be able to find that angle. We're already going to see a skirmish come through, because before we came back to us, I did see both junglers actually walking towards that bottom side river. Potentially, I think City Witty wants to go for maybe a double crab or something, even though first scuttle is kind of worthless nowadays. So with that being in mind, we might actually just see a full 3v3, depending on how important that scuttle is to both teams.
Yeah, you know, I do. While it is just a caster minion, right? Like the value of it, I think the vision is the most of the value for the scuttle, right? And I don't think that can really be argued, of just being able to have that free ward in the middle, especially with a contentious matchup here between Lagrange and Meech, as we saw in the last game, and also just in this game, of being able to split aside and say, hey, you know what? I've got the support. Hey, I've got the support. And both of those recognizing, hey, we might not be able to get out of here, but as long as we can try to get the first blood. Winston is going to attempt to go in onto this one, does not find the positioning though, manages to at least get out of the way of that W from Duo King, but it's a lot of damage on to Meech. And if you're Ginger Turmeric in the bottom lane here, you're feeling really good, even without the presence of City Witty.
Right, just because of how you're getting on the better end of these HP trades, so it means that as long as you can avoid Winston's initial play, you're in a great position here. So the thing, too, is that Winston still had this advantage is Temple. The thing with junglers like the Udyr, you farm very quickly on your first couple of clear champs like him, Olaf, things like that. You have this opportunity to do a lot more on the map. Hold on a second.
There's a lot of damage coming through. Of course, it's going to be Anime Girl who's able to pick that one up. The W coming in clutch, and the Ghost as well being utilized there at the end to try to avoid things by existence. Man, I don't know if I've seen that matchup either, actually, Beatdown. I haven't seen, Trundle top that often, and particularly into the Gwen. But I was going to say in the early parts of the game, I would assume things go over to that Gwen, but Gwen is definitely one of those players that once you get a couple of items, I mean, you're stacking yourself up for late game, so it's similar style for the two of them.
Okay, here's the interesting thing, and I just remembered why you're an incredible duelist on Olaf. It's because your Q, the Chomp, steals AD. That doesn't apply to Gwen, so I think that explains why Anime Girl ends up doing just fine on that top trade. Yeah, you know what I mean? And the thing that's most interesting about it, Anime Girl reads the flash when he throws out the snip. Existence was in front of him. He threw the snip behind him, and that's what got him the kill. I just want to talk about that because that was actually really just good plays. People hype up Anime Girl for good reason. The dude is a nut, and we're seeing an example of it right there. And on a champion like Gwen, you find these early leads. Gwen is a 1v9 champion. She's one of the strongest champs in the game at the moment, and depending on who you ask, they'll just go ahead and tell you the strongest. And now, might get another kill.
I was wondering why Winston was waiting so long. There was no vision to be had there of City Witty, who did end up recalling. Anime Girl is going to take a few critical shots there from the tower. Winston's probably going to go down.
Stands.
No, actually stays alive thanks to that turtle. And it ends up being one more kill in favor of Immortals AoE.
Yeah, turtle stance, shield from Lulu. That was never going to be a problem. And you take advantage of the fact that Existence doesn't have the flash. Now he has to TP back in. He's not even level 6 yet, but should get it off of this wave. You're already getting so much extra gold onto this Gwen, who I just talked about. It's going to be a late game monstrosity, and all Ginger Turmeric have to show for it is going to be Drake #1. Dragon stacking, definitely a valid win condition for them, but it's going to be hard because when we talk about these later parts of the game, when you have to, who's going to face check on Ginger Turmeric's composition? It's going to end up being Existence, but more often than not, we're seeing top laners go the split push build, go for the hull breaker. Is that what Existence is going to do? Because if so, it's going to be a lot harder for him to kind of be the front line his team needs along with City Witty.
Especially if Winston just keeps bullying these lanes constantly. It's been kind of the case both for Anime Girl and for Winston, right? They're ahead. They're feeling fine. Oh my gosh, that is going to be a nice W right there by Duo King. Winston has to show his face right there to prevent Trevor and Meech from getting jumped on. That means that City Witty is able to participate in this fight. Winston might end up going down, has to flash away from this one. Meech has to dash on top of it, getting a couple of Qs off. City Witty taking a lot of damage here. They are turning the fight. They have split City Witty off towards the top side, but it's not going to be enough. The flash forward by Duo King misses the W there. The zap's going to hit onto Trevor, and it's a lot of damage that comes through, but no kills across the board. In the meantime, maybe there will be one in the mid lane, or maybe not.
Wow, so much is happening here. So many ultimates committed, summoner spells bot and mid, and you can see it too. DNA had to flash, had to use the exhaust, and he still almost loses. No pyroclasm means Shochi is in a pretty good position to be able to finish that kill off if he's not careful. The only thing to worry about now is that Existence is out of lane. You can see it looks like he's going for the Scuttle Crab. Might be able to make a play mid lane. And this is more what I was hoping for to see from this champion. You being part of the team fight, you have that Pillar of Ice, which is so good for trying to isolate people, trying to make plays and set up pick. Yeah, nice. And try to set up these plays for the team, because again, it's going to be between him and City Witty.
Yeah, it definitely is. That's how it felt with the last game, right? And including really both of those players recognizing, hey, occasionally I have to be the sacrificial lamb here, especially if it means that Trevor is going to stay alive, to be able to use that wild growth on somebody who needs it more so, or even being able to pop that onto themselves there. It will be that Rift Herald picked up. City Witty has control of that one. The gold lead, of course, still in favor of Immortals AoE, even though for a lot of these lanes, we're looking at Ginger Turmeric having the creep lead. So that first blood impacting it, the couple of additional kills that they've got, as well as, I mean, really no plates across the board, actually. That's in favor of Ginger Turmeric.
Right. Some of these top plates have gone down, but ultimately, it's as you say, it is mostly because of the plays that were coming through in favor of IMT AOE. And when you think about later on in the game how impactful their team fight's going to be, I mean, it feels a lot like last game. They're going to be able to team fight just fine, especially if people like Winston and like Shochi are able to land their CC. It's a little tougher this time when you consider the Shochi having to really get in there with that Fate Sealed and Winston just being a melee champion with a lot of speed, but we're going to see why it's perfectly fine.
Ooh, nice initiation right there. It's a lot of damage coming out of Shochi, who flashes into that one, has to ultimate out. Ends up being a 1-for-1 in that exchange.
Still getting kills for your laner is good, and it's tough because you're putting DNA very far behind at this point, and he's going to lose out on a good amount of gold and XP. You go the exhaust because you want to survive in lane, but when you end up falling anyway, you are more susceptible to losses like the ones that we're seeing right now. Because of that, because City Witty gets the pick on Winston, he knows there isn't an answer for this Herald play that's coming bot, so they're going to drop that, get that first turret bonus gold, which is a lot of gold for Ginger Turmeric, and they're finally going to get themselves a bit of a decent lead started.
These are all of the objectives that IMT AOE was able to take in that game number 1, where things really started to sway towards the halfway point of the game. Looks like Meech had that Wild Growth thrown on them. Shochi trying to participate in this one. Winston takes quite a bit, gets locked down. Shochi maybe taking a little bit too much damage here against 3 separate members. And the rest of IMT AOE is just not able to get there in time enough for it to be worthwhile. Trevor is going to get locked down here. Might have to die for the team. That is the case. Can that excitement help out Legrain? They're not going to take a risk on this.
IMT overstaying just a little bit, trading a little too aggressively without a turret, puts them in that position where it's easy to get walked down, even with Shochi showing up to the play. So you end up getting more gold onto Legrain, the rest of the team as a whole. And you can see it with this graph. Legrain is actually ahead right now. The only one who's really close is Shochi, who's down about 50 here. And this is kind of what we were expecting from Ginger Turmeric, especially when you pick this champion here. This was a team where going into last week, we saw them go for some interesting drafts, banning things like 580 carries because of the champ pool issues that they were experiencing. And this time, though, talking to Argentum Sky, finding out that they've been working on this. Speaking, hold on, they're about to work on DNA.
Shochi can't follow that one up anymore, even with the help of Winston trying to get it in there as quickly as possible. Some nice vision as well that Ginger Turmeric has right there. Gonna throw up the B just to say, hey, Winston, I know where you're at. I know what's going on here. The sweeper to come out and follow that one up with the vision on that word being placed. And it's a lot of plate gold going over to Ginger Turmeric. They have gained the gold advantage in general. The closest IMT AOE is to getting one of these towers is probably towards that top side. And it's going to be Ginger Turmeric, who, uncontested, they are going to find themselves the second dragon of the game.
So a lot of this gold lead is the fact that Legrain is ahead of Meech. And that matters because even though Anime Girl is doing fine top, even though Shochi's doing okay mid, you can see it reflected in the gold graph. Meech is going to be a big damage dealer. He was a big carry threat in that last game, so him being as behind as he is now does pose a potential risk there for Ginger Turmeric, or rather for IMT themselves. And also, this is good because Ginger Turmeric, even though it's a bit slow, have been stacking towards this Dragon Soul. They've gotten the first 2, and with this Mountain Soul coming in, this is going to be a big win condition for them to play for.
Winston trying to get in there as quickly as possible as the rest of the team for IMT AOE is in the wings. It looks like the needlework coming out here from Anime Girl. It's a lot of damage. The big pop-up onto existence. That means Shochi's going to be able to use the ultimate, but ends up going down there in response. Legrain with a couple fantastic autos. At least trades things in a 1-for-1 manner.
That is something. When you think about how many people showed up to this play, all 5 members of IMT AOE, and you go for the 1-for-1. I call that a win, especially because City Witty wants more.
Looking for more. Meech still doing a lot of damage in response. There are 2 members of Ginger Turmeric in the wings. But IMT AOE know that they are not going to win out in that match. So you're absolutely right, Beatdown. I mean, when you're looking at a 3v5, the best possible thing you can come out with in that kind of instance is going to be something like a 1-for-1. And that is exactly what Ginger Turmeric pulled. And they recognize where IMT AOE is probably focusing their next fights. Now, Meech has to face that pillar flashing forward and away. It does look like he was able to get out of those jaws.
Meech, you can't dash forward against the Trundle. That is very illegal. and it did end up costing his ultimate and his flash. I love Ginger Turmeric punishing these missteps from IMT.
That's going to be another one by Winston. Lagrange picks that up with the zap, but it's thanks to Duo King landing some incredible W's onto this one. Duo King now trying to continue this out. Of course, Anime Girl has a W of his own here. And the plates have fallen about 30 seconds ago, but Ginger Turmeric looking for yet another tower for themselves here. The second of the game and 2 over IMT AoE.
And still a big boost of gold in their pockets, especially into Lagrange, who's really starting to come up there. Up 30 CS, up 2 kills. Don't forget the extra turret plates and the first turret bonus gold. That came on the bottom side of the map. Ginger Turmeric are in a really good position here to potentially come out on top, take us to the game 3 that we were hoping for, Jolly. And this is the thing, though. You said it last game, and it's still true this game. You can't count IMT AoE out just yet. This is where they thrive, finding these unwinnable situations and turning them around.
They do have themselves set up with a late game team composition as well. You have, other scalers, of course, on the side of Ginger Turmeric. You've got the Brand coming in. You've got the Jinx, of course, who they are trying. Well, not even trying. They are very successful here for Ginger Turmeric in terms of feeding kills. Over sitting at 3-0-1 right now. Almost 20 CS up over Meech at the moment. And this is definitely one of those situations where Meech and Shochi both had a massive advantage in creep score in that game number 1. And that was part of the reason they were doing so well in the later parts of the game, is it was kind of impossible for DNA and Lagrange to get into a position to kind of recover on that, right? We were looking at well over 200 for both of those players on IMT AoE. And I mean, really like 50 to 100 down for Ginger Turmeric. So the things that they were kind of lacking in that game number 1, they have recovered upon. They've exchanged their focus from some of these fights and some of these ganks early on into the objectives, and it's working out very well for them. But you're right, we can't count out IMT AoE, but the longer this game goes on, it is starting to turn more and more in favor of Ginger Turmeric, because basically all of these objectives, all of these leads are starting to be handed over to them.
This is the big thing. The big thing that's going to decide this is this dragon coming up in about a minute's time. It's a Mountain Soul. That very well would be the nail in the coffin there for IMT in this game too. So they have to fight for this one. They have no pressure mid, of course. They're going to lose this turret because of the power Lagrange and Dual King have at the moment here. But the thing is, if IMT are able to slow things down, able to pick up this dragon, that is their way back into this game. You do end up getting pressured quite a bit here. Your only real hope is that Anime Girl actually walked his way down to this play in the bottom lane. He might have walked by a ward. I think Ginger Turmeric are aware. Existence will have TP up very soon as well, so the window is very small for IMT to do something while Existence is away.
They're looking for it here, and now though, Shochi and Anime Girl on the bottom side. The W comes out, as does the needlework. It looks like that Crescent is there for City Winnie, who instantly ends up going down. Winston should take a lot of damage here. DNA's going to pick that one up. Anime Girl, the next target. The TP coming through. Shoji will likely go down here. The flash away by Shoji, but the flash in response by Duo King means a double kill is going to be picked up right there. And Ginger Turmeric, they lost one member, but they come out very far ahead in taking down 4 of IMT AoE.
It doesn't get any better than this, Jolly. They're going to get 2 more turrets, the tier 2 and the tier 3 here in the mid lane. But they're probably going to leave the inhibitor turret. It's only 18 minutes in the game, but they get soul point, and they put IMT AoE further in the hole. All it's going to require is Existence to go ahead and take this dragon, be able to secure things just well and good. This gold lead's gone up to about 5,000 gold in favor of Ginger Turmeric, and they are just continuing to snowball this game.
They are. I said it, the longer this goes on, the more and more it seems to go in favor of them. The things that Immortals AoE did really well in the last round, we're seeing the same thing coming out of Ginger Turmeric here in this game number 2 in this best of 3, and definitely feels like it is setting us up for a game 3 between these two players. 5,000 gold differential at 18.5 minutes. It's not insane, right? We've seen much crazier numbers than that, but when you're looking at the gold going over to Lagrange and DNA over there, that's definitely where you want to place your items for Ginger Turmeric. And they also have had a pretty big advantage of vision and just kind of placement overall in Summoner's Rift so far this matchup. So again, if you're rooting for them, if you're a fan of Ginger Turmeric, you got to be feeling good as we get into what is closer to 20 minutes in this game. there, beat down. Did I lose you?
I'm here. Yeah, it was a mute bug. You know how it goes. Anyways,
I do.
Ginger Turmeric, great position right now. How they have that soul point. We're less than 4 minutes away from the soul. They could actually potentially make a play on the Baron if they really wanted to here, because they're so strong. They could take any fight they want to. It's especially impressive that DNA has gotten himself back into this game because of how much pressure he faced early on. Now, he's ahead in CS. He's a little behind when it comes to kills, but this brand is pretty much on line here. And unless IMT are able to pick off DNA, pick off somebody else, we're surely in trouble.
Closer and closer to what feels like the end here. DNA is the target, but does so much damage. It manages to pick up the double kill with the ultimate. My God! IMT AoE now has Trevor, who is trying to be part of that fight, has a flash over the wall after using the ultimate on himself here. Second by second, Ginger Turmeric are gaining more and more control of this game.
That's the Baron. Shochi in a very, very, very questionable 1v1 scenario is going to have to use the Fate Seal to get out. But ultimately, what can he do as his team falls across the map? What can he do as this team is going to lose the Baron Nashor? Now, all Shochi can hope to do is try and make this play. But, I mean, he doesn't want that.
Definitely don't. Existence very low, but you got to consider the pressure that Ginger Turmeric is going to be applying to the rest of the map. How much do you want to invest as IMT AoE into just ensuring that maybe you can possibly pick up Existence? They're going to finally bail on that idea and focus on this bottom turret, but that just goes to show you 5 towers to 1 and how much pressure Ginger Turmeric has been able to absorb for themselves here in, honestly, what it feels like just the last 5 minutes. Like, before that, it was kind of back and forth a little bit. Sure, it was more in favor of the blue side, but since we've seen some of these fights play out, it kind of just feels like IMT AoE, they don't really know what to do now to deal with Ginger Turmeric so very quickly, just gaining massive advantages one after the other.
Part of it is because everything they've tried to do for the last 10 minutes or so has just fallen to pieces. That double kill for DNA might as well have been the nail in the coffin, but here we go.
This one plays out for them. It's the pop-up by Anime Girl, who's able to pick up the one onto the backside. Winston finds one, and it is the shutdown in response onto Anime Girl. A lot of damage now coming out of Meech, but can they burn through Existence, who is such a massive front line here? Meech trying to do his best. Trevor also looking for an in here to maybe get some slowdown with that Q, but Trevor is very vulnerable. Shochi jumps in, throws out a lot of damage himself. Fate sealed almost up and available, and IMT AoE turn a fight in their favor, 3 for 1.
It's so hard now because DNA is online. Look how hard, look at Meech's HP. Nothing hit him except I think 1 or 2 brand spells, and because of that, oh, hold on. Whoa!
It's a lot of damage. The ultimate as well coming out from Senna. Shochi is going to be able to pick up the one. Will Winston go down here? Existence looking for something. It has the speed on top of it. The frozen domain not even having been thrown out quite yet. Maybe looking for an opportunity for the pillar, but hey, you know what? You know who can win against a Trundle in terms of speed? Somebody like an Udyr here. We'll see if that can actually come into fruition. That's where the chase is going to end.
I think that was really good, though, of Existence. You delay Winston's recall, and you delay actually the whole team because they're trying to make sure that he doesn't end up dying. This next dragon is so important, and because of that play, because Winston gets the empowered, or Existence, excuse me, has that empowered recall, you have Lagreen and Duo King easily able to push out mid. You have the entire team of Ginger Turmeric able to get back out on the map, even clear out some of this bot side jungle, and set themselves up for this Dragon Soul. It's 2 seconds. Winston is only in the mid lane. You gotta imagine this is a burst angle.
Anime Girl does use the teleport. Existence tries to throw down the pillar to get a slow onto that. Winston's gonna get rooted temporarily. Can it be taken? It is going to be IMT AoE that steals that one. City Witty trying to escape from this with the Crescent. Shochi has decided to go for a fight against Existence. Anime Girl gets locked down. That's a lot of damage coming through. The ultimate from Lagraine barely misses. Anime Girl will likely be taken down by Duo King. Meech manages to find one in response, though actually picking up a triple kill. DNA is the last target here. It's a double kill, at least for Duo King, who can now potentially clean this one up because he has found himself a triple kill on the other hand, and Shochi has to just run for his life as the last standing member of Immortals.
And again, DNA can't do anything about him on the side of IMT, and as long as he's alive, that Pyroclasm, I want to know the damage numbers at the end of this game for this mid later, because this champion is ridiculous, and now they spotted him out. He gets 1. I don't think he's getting 2.
I don't know if he's getting two. He does have quick attack speed. He does manage to miss that shot, and it's going to be the ignite that might tick down enough damage.
He has the
Barely
ultimate.
Stays alive. Yep, it's gonna go out, and it's barely gonna miss. That was worth the shot for sure from Duo King.
Definitely, but ultimately still ends up being pretty nice, allowing IMT. One, they get the objective bounty, so they delay them out in the soul. This is astronomical. Huge game saving for this team. They also managed to pick up a good amount of gold and shutdowns in their favor. You can see it now. The gold difference is so big. You can see the gold lead, how high it was and how far it has fallen because of pretty much all of what we saw just happen here. But these fights in the future are still going to be difficult. You have a lot of gap close. You have a good amount of CC to work with here. You need Shochi to bypass the front line. If he can trade his life for DNA, especially before that ultimate comes through, that's worth it. 10 times out of 10, you take that trade any day because DNA is a problem. 2 items. Yep. He is now almost level 16. He is going to get rank 3 on the Pyroclasm ultimate. The damage is just going to be sickening. He's the target.
It really is. He should be the target. Trevor, though, is going to be the target here for Ginger Turmeric. There's no getting out of that one. It's just going to be another stat for Lagrange to pad those. The recall does come through here, of course, for Shochi, but it's starting to feel a little bit more lost for Ginger Turmeric. Or for IMT AoE, I feel like I've said that so many times through this game, but at the end of the day, when it comes to these objectives, when it comes to actual pressure on the base, that has fully been in the hands of Ginger Turmeric, who have now taken down the first inhibitor. They're still sitting at 2 towers over that of Immortals, so while Immortals have found some successful fights, they haven't really been able to turn it into the things that Ginger Turmeric has been gaining from the very start.
No, and this mid inhibitor going down makes it that much harder because this mid wave's already pushed in so very far, and Baron's coming up very soon. We're looking 20 seconds time. So even though the recalls are being delayed, actually, which I like, because you're going to give Anime Girl time with this turret, you got to be careful not to chase too far, because if they collapse on you, Ginger Turmeric, they're going to win the game off that alone.
Ooh, Shochi, that was a dangerous position. Almost got nailed with the zap there, and the rest of the team absolutely available to pounce out of that bush. So, that was a close one. Immortals might have spelled their own demise if they had taken a step or two farther forward, or if Shochi was not able to dash back out of that one. But it is still quite a few summoners down on the side of Immortals AoE, and still the speed is in favor right now of Ginger Turmeric in being able to initiate these fights where they want.
Now, IMT saving grace is that top side of the map here is dark for Ginger Turmeric. The thing is, though, what are they going to do about that? They need to make a play onto this Baron or start moving that vision further onto this bottom side of the map. They have some already, some pink wards there, but I think that should be their main focus if they aren't going to start this Baron right now, because 1 minute till the soul. Shochi may have stolen the last Drake and denied it, but if this one goes through, none of that will have mattered. So now, IMT have to make it happen.
It's one of those now or never situations for sure.
Yeah.
They have gained the gold lead, which is just crazy to me, considering how far ahead Ginger Turmeric have been. I mean, I said, it was almost 10 minutes ago. I think it was at 18 and a half. I was like, 5K, right? That's not that insane. That's not a super crazy number that we have seen just kind of spell the end of the game. That is for sure, but you really don't anticipate it to be turned, and also for the favor still, at least in ending the game, to be on the blue side still for Ginger Turmeric. So we're getting closer and closer to that 30-minute mark, and this is where we're going to start seeing way longer gray screens and way more focus around these objectives than we already have, especially considering there's 10 seconds until this soul is available for Ginger Turmeric.
Right now, like this, as long as Shochi gets to walk away from this, everything is fine, but he's losing a lot of health. Wait, Shochi?
Re-engages onto this one. That's not the best call, but oh my god, he did so much damage there. Is he going to be able to stay alive? It looks like it by re-engaging on that one, getting an auto or two off onto the minions there, but at what cost, right? Existence, sure, will end up going down. That means that's one member now that does not have the Baron buff on them, but Ginger Turmeric was able to pick that one up for the rest of the team.
Because that Baron did end up going through, Ginger Turmeric in a good position. Okay, as long as the dragon goes through. I was really nervous there. You do get to start stacking mountains, but this is still good. A great call from Ginger Turmeric. Your top laner is being pressured by Shochi, throwing everything at the kitchen sink, at this Trundle, and you know Dragon has to be dealt with. This is the soul point scenario I was talking about back in game 1. So, Ginger Turmeric take the Baron. They get themselves in a really good position where, again, like you said, spawn time is getting very long. If Ginger Turmeric win one more fight, we're going to see ourselves in game 3.
You kind of got to look at the other side too, though. If IMT AoE win themselves a big fight, as we're talking about those timers, those respawn timers extending more and more, they could find themselves a potential end to the game, especially with Shochi putting pressure here on this top side, following up Animate Girls showing earlier on. Shochi might get locked down here, is able to back out of that, but Winston does get locked in, takes a lot of damage here, but Existence is taking almost nothing from this team. Winston now, a lot of damage onto him. The multiple flash forward, that was beautifully done, but will they be able to stay alive? Trevor, the last one with that flash, has to get the heck out of there, and the ultimate is already down for Trevor, previously used on Winston to keep him alive in this fight. Now it's just up to the Glitter Lances from Trevor to be on point to apply the slow here to Existence and Duo King. Winston tries to go back in for half a moment. It works out in that he doesn't die, but how does it work out for the team? Not at all in the end.
No, it isn't, and the kills, they needed to survive instead of going for the turn. But what does that mean? Even though Winston gets to recall, Existence can TP in if he wants to after this back, and they can look to push the end of the game here. No Shochi, no Trevor, means you have the numbers advantage you're looking for.
You got the Baron minions as well. That's going to be the first tower to go down here. Anime Girl will be the target. The second tower soon to fall, and not enough damage being applied by these members from IMT AoE. Anime Girl has to go into stasis to try to stay alive on this one, and it does work for just a moment here, but will end up going down, and once again adding some numbers to the stats for Ginger Turmeric, and beat down. It does look like we are going into a game number 3 between these two teams.
And a great game from Ginger Turmeric, an interesting pick with the brand, and I'm sure, man, brand goes crazy, man. That's all I'm going to say. It was so impactful in a lot of these fights just because of just the damage that he's putting out, especially when you go double burn with the Leandries and Demonic Embrace, means that, well, all he has to do is land an ability or two on you. Just 1 or 2 spells. That's all it takes. Just a little bit. And suddenly all your health bar is gone. And it made it in the mid-game so difficult for Meech to actually do something with the fact that he was slowly catching up to Lagrange into this game. Very slowly, mind you. And because of that, you just find yourself in such a difficult position where for the last, I think, 10 minutes or so, maybe 15, IMT AoE were always one fight away from losing the game. And even though they managed to fight valiantly and make these plays, slow the game down, keep themselves going, that is a lot to ask for, even for them.
It is, and Existence provided so dang much in stalling the game out as long as possible, and not just being the Trundle, right? Because that is a champion as the game goes on. You're going to get more and more survivability, right? You're pulling stats from the opposition no matter what they are trying to run, and I do like the Gwen as a selection there, but that doesn't help when you get to the team fight stage and you've got Meech as jacked up as he is. But his positioning and his response times were almost immaculate, right? And that's especially considering that City Witty was kind of out of position on a lot of those fights, had to use the Crescent Guard just to try to escape, and then ended up losing his life at the beginning of some of these big team fights that kind of happened in the middle of that game. But Existence, I mean, really came into clutch on this game, or in this play really for this team. And that means that it is going to a tiebreaker in game number 3. Ginger Turmeric is not going to allow themselves to be swept that easily. And that also means that IMT AoE are going to have the side selection for the day. And it does look like they have decided to go with the blue side to get that priority pick.
Right. And that's going to be definitely... That's going to be an interesting one to see. Now, we actually have the side swap coming through, and maybe we're going to see them try and prioritize the Gwen or take it away once more, because it was tough, even though they did end up having it for themselves here, that they ended up losing things out in those later parts of the game. And honestly, a lot of it was because when we talk about draft and how their draft went, they were really lacking when it comes to frontline and hard engage. Unir is good and strong in the early game, but when you go a support like Lulu, you don't have a front line. And the question is always the same. Who face checks? And that's something they got to think about going into the next game.
Well, we are going to take a very quick break before heading into game number 3 between Ginger Turmeric and IMT AoE. So don't go anywhere. This one's going to be quick. We will be right back. And we are back. All right, okay. So we don't have the draft for you guys, right, like as it happens, but we do at least have, before we hop into the game, a screenshot of how the draft went down as we are going into game. And like I said earlier, Beatdown, you've got IMT AoE now on the blue side, Ginger Turmeric on the red side for the first time so far in this series.
Right, and after a very interesting game too, where we saw the brand come out, I think for the first time, and man, I don't know if I ever casted a brand at this level of play, which it was definitely interesting. DNA was able to get a lot of value out of that pick, obviously, despite a very rocky early game, and it just became impossible because it became impossible for IMT because Ginger Turmeric kept finding play after play after play, and it was kind of like what happened in game one, but the opposite, where it was IMT in game one finding play after play after play.
That's definitely, I mean, I kept just saying this feels like game one, but flipped, right?
Yes.
And they were on the same sides. So if we're looking at the picks, IMTA, it looks like have locked in the Gwen, Xin Zhao, Ari, Jin, and Karma here. And that is, of course, in the order that, I see them locked in.
Oh, that's
this
good.
This is before they've switched around. And then as we can see, for Ginger Turmeric, it's starting from the top lane. Trundle, Udyr in the jungle, Orion in the mid, and then Varus and Senna in that bottom lane. And Duo King, I mean, I gotta say, Duo King impressed the heck out of me in terms of that Senna play. Even with Legrame not quite getting as much pressure and prowess as they got, Duo King was there from minute 1 to the last second of the game, being able to pick up kills and also provide some utility for the rest of the team to catch up.
So the thing I am concerned with IMT's composition is the fact that existence was a big problem later on into the game. And then when you have this draft, I mean, it was always going to be the case that when you have the Gwen, anime girl, his whole job is to match existence in the side lane. If he's top, you're top. If it's bot, you're bot. If he's at his fountain turret, well, I'm sorry, buddy. I have some news for you, anime girl. The point is, you have to. No one else is going to be able to deal with this Trundle, especially once he gets to the later parts of the game here. But you have a lot of early game power that was well to work with here. I mean, Ari, one of the strongest mid laners at the moment. Those nerfs on 12.5 haven't hit yet. So she's just, when it comes to early game, when it comes to being able to push waves, set up plays, she's one of the best mid laners who can do it at the moment here. So Shochi's going to be able to have a lot of impact. Winston on Xin is going to be able to have a lot of impact as well. And even this bot lane is actually one of the more impressive ones here. We see a lot of people go for Ezreal Karma, but I think a slept on bot lane is Jin Karma because of how much range and how threatening you can be in these 2v2 skirmishes. Mm-hmm. So this whole game, I'm seeing that IMT have a lot of ways to play out and win out in the early game. But if they do fall behind, they're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. I mean, they've got Gwen, right, who has comeback ability. Gwen is definitely one of those champions that if she falls behind, she just needs a couple of items, right? Just time to regain herself. And it does sound like we are going to be headed straight into this game, so you guys don't get to hear us talk about how it might play out. We're just going to explain to you how it is playing out.
Alrighty, we're seeing the champions in the right order this time around. And this is going to be a big deal. We're in this game 3 situation here. Both of these teams, of course, where IMT looking to not get reverse swept. And I like this. Try to get control over this bottom brush. This is going to be really good, too, because Winston, no matter where he starts, he doesn't actually need a leash. So when you have this information, you can either go and move up and make a play on the river, or you can just sit. Oh, yeah, I like this.
Yep. I think they like this one, too. The blue ping did come out down there. We'll see if they actually end up making a move. They've got a limited amount of time to do this if they do want to try to catch out Legrane here.
Even if you don't even have to kill him. You get a summoner spell.
Yeah, anything.
Yeah, you get anything out of this guy. You are happy campers if you are IMT. So they're waiting for that right chance for it to come through. And I like that DNA is in the area too, thinking like, okay, you know what? I haven't seen enemy mid yet. I don't know what's going on here.
It looks like they want to, but it also kind of looks like they don't want to. Winston's gonna finally reveal himself at the end. And I guess that depends on how deep IMT AoE are looking to make this invade. And if it is for the blue buff, it looks like that is absolutely the case. Trying to set Ginger Turmeric off in the long run, not trying to get out these summoner spells or pick up a kill. Just steal from the jungle itself.
Wow, this one is tough. City Witty not going to go for the wolves, not going to go for the level 2. It's just going to be this attempt to try and burst down the blue buff. This is a tough position because a lot of minions are being lost. Shochi lost some XP and gold because of it. Time is being lost for both of these teams here. What are we doing?
Oof. Winston looking for the engage. I mean, this is level 1, right? Everybody has a single ability at this point. You've got the pots being popped across the board, whether it's the corrupting potion.
Oh my God.
There are biscuits available for quite a lot of these players here. DNA is coming down saying, what the heck is going on? Are you guys still actually fighting here? And I mean, IMT AoE, they set Ginger Turmeric back, but they also set themselves back in that play.
Yeah, it was definitely some mutually assured destruction there, and I would argue, honestly, that City Witty is in a better position, as well as Ginger Turmeric overall. The only thing you're happy about is that Lagrange and Dual King are on the lesser end of these trades. You can see, again, the range and poke from this bottom lane is very strong. The thing that's worrisome, though, as I talked about it last game, City Witty is playing the Udyr. Udyr is that kind of champion where you farm very quickly, and you'll still, more often than not in a normal situation, have time to farm and gank before any other jungler can either find an opportunity or go for the bull clear here. So I think stealing that buff had to be necessary there for it to be worthwhile. And now you can already see level 3 City Witty. He can start to look. He can invade if he wants to.
Right. The thing that Winston was trying to do at the very, very beginning is now an opportunity here for City Witty. Trevor's going to get locked down. That piercing arrow coming through as well from Lagrange. I mean, Lagrange has provided a lot of damage with that piercing arrow, but you also have to consider how much mana it takes to throw it out. And the number of times it was thrown out in that attempt to invade by IMT AoE means that he's very low and only has a couple more opportunities to try to use that to secure something.
Yeah, although at the moment, City Witty is spending a lot of time not farming since he cleared his bottom side. It looks like he wants to go for that double crab because of the prio top. It means Existence can put in a lot of deep wards. But I mean, ultimately, you're kind of doing nothing with that tempo lead you had for yourself here, because now that he invades, he's just going to not be able to do very much of anything.
He doesn't even try on that one. I mean, you got full health. Winston's at least low. Like, yeah, he just disappeared out of that one. Existence getting a lot of pressure here. This is the same matchup, of course, that we just saw in game number 2 between Anime Girl and Existence. And we saw how helpful this Trundle was. I mean, early on, even to the later parts of the game, even with an early death on that Trundle. I am pretty surprised that City Witty didn't even try to go for that, maybe that steal away from Winston, right? If, you know, I know that you're looking at a lot less damage, right? And a lot more susceptibility at that point. But still, the bully factor is available, and instead now Winston's going to try to take advantage of going into the enemy's jungle. Probably won't be able to find much of anything. Maybe the kill onto DNA, though.
No mana. I feel like that's just, yeah, they're dead.
Flash forward. That's going to be the slash by Winston, and it's a flash as well by Shochi, so you do get a flash for a flash, but it's the kill that's important.
Yeah, it's a big deal, too. Shochi's playing the Ahri, so not having the flash isn't as big a deal as he's approaching level 6 and will have access to the Spirit Rush. So you'll be able to avoid one play as long as you don't use it aggressively, and that is a big deal. Because of the timing, too, there isn't anything for City Witty to be able to steal on that side of the map, and now instead, Winston is here to play.
A little bit of damage down onto that side, but Ginger Turmeric was not quite far enough forward to get really caught out in that instance. So kind of just, I mean, you know, not that these plays are lackluster. They're definitely, both of these teams are going for something huge here, but they both have to be very careful, right? This is the match point. This is the opportunity potentially for Ginger Turmeric to find a reverse sweep onto IMT AoE, or IMT AoE to get reverse swept, and that's never something that you want to do, especially this early on in these close qualifiers here. So there's a lot of attempts, right? But there is still a lot of trepidation from everybody on the field.
I like it. Winston, even though he's behind a good amount of farm, he's been able to have a decent amount of impact across the map here, while City Witty hasn't been able to find much. But soon, Winston, you are going to need to go back to farming. You are a level behind, and a good bit of farm too. I think he's just answering to make sure City Witty isn't actually able to find any sort of angle here. He's going to just go ahead and pop the blast cone. His mid laner is there with him. And I don't think Dragon is in the cards right now for IMT, but this pressure is going to be pretty impactful for the laners of AoE. It's just the thing is, what are they going to do with it? Oh, Trevor.
Oh, that was a close one. Trevor's positioning has been quite good. I have to commend both of these supports with how well they have done, both to provide their own damage in this game as they have been going the Enchantresses, or also, well, not quite with Duo King, but but also to, just try to proxy some of the damage and the aggression away from their ADCs. It is going to be Ginger Turmeric who get the first move onto this Infernal Drake, but clearly Trevor does not want that to happen. It's going to be the flash forward by City Witty. That was an interesting flash. Definitely sending at least Trevor away from the fight and having to burn a flash of his own.
Right, because of that, you did have a lot of pressure and priority over that dragon. I'm surprised Ginger Turmeric didn't end up going to finish it, probably because of the time it took. Regardless, now you just end up in the situation where not a whole lot has happened. You have Winston, who is still actually not as far behind in gold as before. He has a lot of camps to farm too. So as long as he's just going to go back to his jungle, start clearing some of these camps, get more XP, he'll hit that level 6 mark, have access to the Crescent Guard, and will be just that much better to make plays for. And they could even go and make a play for this dragon if they really wanted to here. You can see it. Shochi's looking for these angles. The vision game is so good. He hasn't been able to find an opening.
We've got Dark Seals as well, picked up now by both of these mid laners. So both of them, of course, going to be looking to stack those up as quickly as possible and not sacrifice any of those stacks on top of it. Boots being the first pickup here for Shochi. No big surprise, especially having burned that flash early on to be able to pick up the kill. City Witty getting jumped on here by Winston. We'll see if Existence and Anime Girl can do much to affect this, but they've got a fight of their own going on. Winston certainly winning this one out in terms of the damage. And you're right, City Witty unfortunately autoing the ward. A beautiful Trundle Pillar is going to at least prevent City Witty from getting hit right there. No follow-up needlework on this either from Anime Girl, and with 1 health, basically City Witty makes it out alive.
Still, that pressure is good for IMT. You can start this Rift Herald, and you're going to see Winston move right onto it. And that gives you more options. You have to snowball this early game if you're IMT, even though you have Gwen and how 1v9 of a champion she can be. Your front line is not as good as Ginger Turmeric. So when you think about the range that they're going to have later on, especially with Lagrange being able to threaten these fights simply with the ultimate there, or those damage from the piercing arrows, means that they are going to be in a tough position here.
Anime Girl very, very low, able to dash away from that one, but Existence has a flash for himself. Will that be enough to pick up the kill? It ends up being a trade back and forth between Anime Girl and Existence. Too many shots.
Oh, and
the tower.
And off screen, we see Winston's actually forced off of the Rift Herald here by DNA and Dual King. So it does mean, because of the fact that probably because Existence was running down Enemy Girl, that does mean you, as soon as Trundle starts looking towards you, you're in trouble here. So that means now DNA is holding on to this Herald, can drop it for some plates if he so chooses, or can hold it until City Witty comes in for a play, getting the most value they can out of it.
Back in the lane, the ping's coming out here on the bottom side, asking, hey, where did our laners go? They were trying to help out on the upper side of the map. And yeah, I saw, the teleport that came through from Existence there. I was thinking, based on the pings, I was assuming, all right, Existence maybe going to try to go down and steal that that Rift Herald away. That was not the case. It was communicated so well, though, by Ginger Turmeric of saying, okay, yes, I'm going to TP in, but I'm going to put the pressure onto Anime Girl here. The rest of you can force DNA off, or can force, the rest of Immortals off of this play right here, in Winston ends up working out in their favor. The gold slightly in their favor still, but that first dragon has yet to be picked up, and with it being an Infernal Drake, we know that both of these teams recognize how impactful that could be in the early parts of this game. Shochi now does have that ultimate, is going to be able to utilize that on the but oh my goodness, the damage to come out in response by Dual King and Lagrange is just too dang much. It is still a 4v2, make that a 3v4 as City Witty manages to come into this one. Meech able to pick up the 1 kill, followed up by a W, a deadly flourish to secure the second one, and City Witty now is looking down the dangerous barrel of a gun. Trevor might pick up the third one, but overall, IMT AoE win that fight decisively.
Yeah, but the problem is now DNA can continue to put pressure on this top turret and can drop the Rift Herald, as you've already seen happen. So that's going to be so many plates gone and so much gold back into Ginger Turmeric's problem. So IMT, off of that play, they will be able to also go ahead and get this dragon. It is late, but it does mean they can play for that Dragon Soul if they want to. And this will be a play from...
Ooh, the binding on top of it. You get the charm to follow that up. DNA is able to flash away, but is it enough? No, it's not. Shochi picking up that kill. And hey, DNA might have gotten some pressure on that mid tower, but was it worth it?
Man, it is nice now. Hold on, Existence. I think he's good.
This is low. City Witty is right here. Anime Girl takes a tower shot.
Oh, blue smite.
You can see the Predator popped.
What happened?
No
there?
flash available, of course, for Anime Girl. Ended up using the Ghost pretty early on in that. City Witty flashing himself and not being able to pick up the kill.
Yeah, it's a big deal. You blow that summoner out. Now we have a TP also from DNA just to make sure this play doesn't come through. The thing is, can he do anything about it without the shockwave?
Nice charm right there is going to hit onto Lagrange. A lot of damage onto Shochi, but Duo King ends up going down as well. And both of those kills went over to Meech.
Talked about it. Meech and Trevor in this bottom lane with this 2v2. Being able to have a lot of impact here. Yeah, Trevor wasn't there at the time, but ultimately you can see now how much of an impact they've been able to have in this Meech, this Jhin, who's 3-0 at the moment. This is a big deal for IMT, who I was talking about needs to try and win things out in this early game. Because as time goes on, these plays are going to be very difficult for you to run because of the fact that you're still very much lacking in frontline.
They need as much pressure as they can get. They need as much damage as they can get. And with the roaming that we've been seeing out of Shochi, that's definitely what they're going for, right? Continuing on this early pressure, continuing to feed either Shochi or Meech. And that's what worked well in game number 1, if you recall. IMT AoE on the red side for those first 2 games, and it was Shochi and Meech who ended up being really the catalyst for every success that was coming through for that team. The recognition by Winston, Anime Girl, and Trevor. All right, we are all the sacrificial lambs if we can at least just get the damage to come through from Shochi and Meech. And with the crowd control that is accessible right now from IMT AoE, it puts them in even a better situation. So yes, the front line is lacking, but their crowd control might be enough if they're able to layer it properly to really kind of avoid a situation of Ginger Turmeric just not having any ability to focus who they want to.
The situation could change once we get into more team fight situations here. Speaking of, oh no. Oh, wait, that's a solo?
Under the tower. That should be a big pickup. No way. Shochi was able to avoid the shockwave. So well done, even with 2 members of Ginger Turmeric moving down. Sure, the tower goes down, but Existence is now going to be the target. Winston is there in the wings, and oh my goodness, Shochi, the MVP of the day. What an incredible play.
Oh, beautiful. Ends up contributing to 2 kills despite being threatened by a dive, as you said. Big rock for the team of IMT AoE, and he manages to show us just why here. And you can see it, IMT very slowly starting to inch their way forward in terms of gold lead here. As they're just continuing to apply the pressure all across the map here. And the more time Existence is off the map, the better. He's losing out in gold, and XP is going to be slower to that point where Trundle feels unkillable and impossible to duel by anybody else in the game. Oh, and I like this from Winston.
Nice little invade. I mean, a lot of pressure already placed forth here. On the bottom side, they're going to see if they can follow it up onto DNA, who's already sitting at 0-3-0, already definitely struggling, does not have the boots pick up quite yet on this Orion. And we can see the Everfrost has now been completed here by Shochi. 9 stacks on the Dark Seal, and then looking at the other side, that's definitely something that you got to focus on. That Dark Seal sitting at Dark Seal sitting at 0 because DNA has had nothing but a rough time here in this mid lane.
You got a 1v1?
Existence, Anime Girl, out come the 3 needleworks. It's a lot of damage. Existence has to recognize that you're going to keep taking more after that, thanks to the snip. Anime Girl backing out of that one pretty quickly, though. There is no vision available for Anime Girl. If they step too far forward, DNA will have the advantage on this, and the shockwave is still available, but Winston is in the wings.
Yeah, I love that. The pings were coming through. The rest of IMTA OE recognized that, hey, DNA might be on their way up. You got to watch out. And they ended up answering the play. So again, nothing to really show for it here. Existence, because he used that subjugate and still wasn't able to get the kill, he no longer has as much pressure, and they just walk away. The thing is, though, IMT seemingly not as interested in dragon stacking as we may have initially thought, Because even though you do pressure City, Witty, and Existence away, they can just easily walk down towards this dragon if they so... it's harder for them to just walk all the way down for this dragon. But Ginger Turmeric actually not interested in contesting for any vision so far. Just because they're now 2k gold behind, they don't feel confident into walking in because they don't have eyes on everyone on IMT. So that means it's easy second dragon.
It definitely feels like Ginger Turmeric has been forced into reactive play, right? IMT, AoE, they're being the proactive ones. Ginger Turmeric kind of has to say, all right, where has the map, which lanes have been pressured in? What do we need to respond to? And what can we try to prevent instead of making some proactive plays of their own? And that sets IMA up very, very nicely with the composition that they currently have in the works. That also means that where they had fallen behind pretty drastically in CS, that is still the case for Winston, of course, but a lot of these members have been able to catch up for IMT AoE, and that should extend that gold even more so.
Certainly in a position to do so. Now you see Shochi, of course, has the blue buff, has the Spirit Rush, is feeling very confident. Once you dodge the Chain of Corruptions, you think to yourself, you start walking up. Winston is in the area, Trevor is in the area.
Oh, City Witty, though. It's going to be Duo King as the target here. The Crescent comes out from Winston. A lot of damage onto City Witty. It's the Ignite as well, and Shochi's going to be able to pick that one up. Continue this fight. So much damage from DNA. The Shockwave is barely avoided. That absolutely would have been the death of Shochi. Well played.
And on the other side, you see Existence actually wins out the 1v1 against Anime Girl. This is what I'm talking about. This is the nightmare Trundle can be. Thing is, though, are they going to be able to actually pressure him? Sochi is low, has no ultimate, so this is a little dangerous.
Shochi trying to look for an in right here, but it's Meech on the backside that you got to worry for. Meech going to be able to pick that one up. The curtain call to follow things up. LaGrange takes so much damage. DNA now for the last shot. It's not even necessary. Duo King trying to find something. Does manage to get the root onto both Shochi and Meech here, but it's not going to be enough because you're walking towards the enemy's base, and Meech is still at full health, feeling good.
That's right. No one can even touch him as the rest of the team is doing such a good job here, especially Shochi, who's having a monstrous game on this Ahri, is contributing in all these team fights and is able to hold Existence long enough for the rest of the team to show up here. And it's IMT continuously snowballing here. They get their cake and they eat it too, Jolly, because look at this. They get to get the dragon on top of everything else. So they're still stacking towards that potential win con, and they still have the Rift Tower.
Anime Girl has got to try to get away from this one. DNA is going to be the target that you want to go for. No Shockwave to come out here. It is the Ignite. Anime Girl gets taken down by Existence a little bit too far forward. Shochi, in the meantime, looking for that last shot on to City Witty, and it does come through. Even more pressure towards the top side of the map, thanks to this amazing mid laner on the side of IMT AoE.
You can see the confidence, especially because you know City Witty, besides the Sunfire, he doesn't have any MR built. Steel Caps has the Warden's Mail. He's looking to deal with the rest of the map here, but you can see how much of an impact it allowed Shochi to have. More gold for this mid laner, more turrets, which means more global gold for IMT, and again, you're denying all this gold and XP from members of Ginger Turmeric. You're just continuing to run away with this game. That I think they weren't able to get that Rift Tail. It looked like they were trying. Yeah. But regardless, you're still able to take so much gold. And now because you know Existence and probably DNA are on the bottom side of the map, you can trade that objective bounty for a tier 2 all day long. You're happy about that.
Yeah, it does look like Shochi still has the pressure on this top lane, though. And 3K, not massive at this point of the game, but that's going to be a nice Chains of Corruption there on to Anime Girl, who's able to W out of this one. But there's 4 members chasing him down. How far away can you get when DNA is in the wings? They're taking a lot of damage on that. The flash is going to come out. Anime Girl just trying to mess with these members until the rest of the team can focus on the objective that they are going for, which, of course, is going to be this Baron. Anime Girl's not going to be able to pick up the buff on it. Will Ginger Turmeric be able to get there in time? Trevor out for the proxy.
And City is here. They get the information, but what does that mean? You can continue taking the base. Your Baron take is actually very, very slowly here, so they could lose a lot inside of their base for this one on the side of IMT. They might need to back away because Ginger Turmeric could be threatening a backdoor.
Oh my goodness, it's so low. It's so hard to say no to that, but we do have the channel coming back through for Trevor to try to prevent this one from getting taken down. It's yet another tower that goes down in the base of IMT AoE. They have the Baron buff now as they have one out on that fight, sending DNA a running. but the pressure that Ginger Turmeric were able to put down is substantial.
Oh, Anime Girls pop the goes. They dodge the root. They can actually keep running this one down. That could be a double here for IMT.
Chochi just barely missing on that charm. Duo King's not going to be able to get out of this one alive. The final shot of the needlework going to pick up that kill. And while it was a lot of pressure, a lot of pickups by Ginger Turmeric, it's still a 3K differential in favor of IMT AoE.
This is tough now, but you're in a position, especially with that ward that's in the base. If you're not careful, if you find yourself in a similar situation, Existence could easily TP and just end the game. So even though IMT come out on top, even though they managed to get the Baron and even more extra gold in their pockets, there is that looming threat now of the back door from Ginger Turmeric, and you gotta imagine that's what they're looking for here to close this game out.
Almost have the teleport available for DNA, a little bit longer, but Existence will have his up and available soon. And that means that IMT AoE, like you're saying, beats down. You know what? They got some pressure. They got the Baron buff. They got some good responses here, but you've always got to keep one eye on your base. You need to know whether that teleport is still up and available for the enemy team or whether they have popped it or looking for that back door, because when it comes to just one tower and the Nexus, that is not a lot to sustain your base's health. And you have to have either a teleport of your own available to respond to that, or the recall ability. Luckily with the Baron buff, that provides a shorter recall timing. But still, I mean, a Baron for almost all of your base, that's a rough one to decide between.
It's a big thing here, but if they take him off the map, I mean, then you're okay with it, I guess.
The charm does come through. Winston is there and available. Looks like Trevor and Meech also looking for an in on this fight. Yes, the whole squad. Shochi picks up the kill, and that is one of the teleports off the board. Now just DNA, and 40 seconds before Existence is back in this game.
I love that. And what are they going to lose for it? Maybe this tier 2 turret, but it's like you say, Existence off the map means there's less of a threat of him going for this backdoor play. And because IMT used that Baron buff to get priority in so many lanes, it means that they're able to go for these plays, understanding the threat that Existence poses in their base. And not only that, what we didn't even mention from a minute ago is that Soul Point is already there for IMT. They're close to yet another Dragon Soul that they're going to be playing for. And this, again, is very valuable for the team composition that they have for them. And the fact that they're in such a strong position, we're talking 5K up, they're in a good position to be able to win this game here. The only thing, the way Ginger Turmeric have their way back into this game, it's going to actually be team fighting. You have ball delivery services such as Existence, such as City Witty, and that's the thing you're going to have to play for. We haven't seen a big shockwave from DNA in this game, and it's looking like that might be what saves it for Ginger Turmeric.
A lot of these ultimates, you know, maybe not coming in as much as you would like.
Yeah.
I mean, even including, you know, when we're looking at the curtain call, I think I've seen one time. It was a great one, right? It's not even necessary, though. So it's not so much that it's being misplayed or anything like that, because we've seen DNA try so many times, but every single time it's been on to Shoji. Now, Anime Girl and Winston looking for the pickup here under Existence. 2 TPs coming through. That's the ultimate from Duo King that comes down so much damage onto Winston after using the Crescent DNA, providing a lot of that. Trevor and Meech, will they be able to join the fight in time? There's the curtain call I was talking about. One more shot onto DNA is going to do it, or just the one on to Existence as well. Let the rest of the team clean up the kill, and Trevor is going to be able to pick that one up on DNA. Once again, long gray screens on the side of Ginger Turmeric.
And again, it's oh my god, Shochi, let him breathe.
Goodness, Lagrange gets taken down. Duo King is there. Can Shochi get out of this one? That is a very quick, holy cow! That is a lot of damage. Duo King's like, okay, yeah, you know what? I'll throw a W your way. Looks like you got out this time.
He's like, I'm not that guy, pal. That's the decision you got to make for yourself here. And, oh,
City Witty might be. City Witty's that guy, I think.
Just buying
stasis
time.
there by Shoji. Oh no, tried to flash over the wall. That's always rough to see. Shoji now facing that gray screen for a decent amount of time.
Yeah, that's okay. Like, ultimately, I think this is still really good for IMT. The fact that, again, they find all these angles. They understand exactly when they're going to be able to take Existence off the map and lose little for it in the process. I mean, the thing is, even though Shochi died, he essentially went 1-for-1 while his team got the play in the bottom lane. And they're about to do it again.
Flash over the wall by Duo King. Meech is the one that gets rooted and ends up flashing back. Trevor takes way too much right there. It's going to be Legrain who picks up that kill thanks to the chasing corruption.
Anime Girl!
So much coming from Anime Girl, though. One more shot of the needlework would have done it, but he didn't have it available. Duo King able to push away that
Meech?
member and actually pick up the kill. Meech not able to get the one onto Legrain. So many low members of Ginger Turmeric, but if you're IMT AoE, you gotta back away from that fight.
This is a 4 versus 5 too that they ended up going for, and that was going to be the best opportunity for a wipe here for the side of Ginger Turmeric, but they weren't able to get enough pressure. Winston gets to walk away. Shochi is back on the map, and we're still 24 seconds away from what could be the final dragon. Because of these recalls coming through, they get control of vision. Anime Girl's going to be able to TP when he comes back on the map, and there's priority in every lane. So Ginger Turmeric didn't win that fight as hard as they needed to, and now they got to risk it all for this Dragon Soul if they want any hope of trying to come back. DNA will have the ultimate, that Shockwave, good to go, and it's worth noting, Existence should soon have that Subjugate. Oh, that's big.
No! Shoji losing 10 more stacks on that Magi's Existence, going in for the pressure on to Trevor should be enough. Now it's up to these three members to pick up the dragon. They are able to do that for IMT AoE, but the speed is on for Ginger Turmeric, and they're focusing on getting themselves into a pinch. Anime Girl has Existence and Duo King isolated here on the one side. That allows Winston, Trevor, and Meech a little bit of buffer space to escape here. Trevor gets hit by that pillar, though, and City Witty has got the speed available here. Duo King,
they're gonna get
for some
out.
of his own. It looks like
They're
they are going to get out. No way. Anime Girl somehow able
They're
to
turning
proxy
it.
that fight, and out comes the curtain call. It's going to be a lot of damage, not necessarily where they needed as Duo King takes the forefront of that, but my goodness, I thought that was it for IMT AoE.
Dolly, IMT get away with the Christ of the century. The fact that they lose their mid laner, and you know Ginger Turmeric are saying, oh my god, 5v4, go, 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 go. They can't steal the dragon. They can't find a single kill after that. And what does that mean? Everybody's off the map. They run it to the top lane, and it's going to be Baron time. Shochi is back on the map, has TP, will be able to recall if Existence gets a little too mixy in the base, but ultimately IMT, they just can't stop winning.
Ginger Turmeric, they're not going to be able to get there in time. They don't have an ability really to throw over the edge, and it's going to be the pickup of the Baron once again by IMT AoE.
Yep.
This time, they didn't have to sacrifice half their base to do it.
All right, in Existence, as soon as that goes through, he's like, well, I gotta go. They're gonna be on me in 4 seconds time, and that's the recall. Ginger Turmeric lose out yet again here. And this is the Game 3 scenario. IMT has been on everything in their favor all game long, and Ginger Turmeric, try as they might, don't have a way back into this game. We still keep talking about the team fight tools they have. They just have not been able to use them.
It's starting to look slimmer and slimmer for an opportunity as well. You've got the Dragon Soul now picked up. You've got the Baron buff that has just been applied. They've got over 2 minutes remaining onto that one, and the pressure is in the mid lane. While they might not have as much as they would like in the top and the bottom, they're still feeling very comfortable in infiltrating this base right here, and they've got the range to do so, especially given the fact that Ginger Turmeric is very split on this one. Anime Girl moving up to rejoin the fight. City Witty having to take the long way around to get to the opposite side where Existence is at here for this vision cone. That's going to be the push that they go with. Not much you can do when there's 4 members under that tower. Not quite the range accessible. The curtain call comes out. Legrain is the target. Ends up taking 2 of those shots. Duo King will be the next one. Almost loses all of his life from the final shot on the curtain call. That's 1 turret down. Very little damage applied to the front side of IMT AoE. That's going to be yet another objective that is picked up here by IMT. They get their first of the game for the inhibitors. That's the ultimate that has to be used here by Winston to try to get out. Anime Girl and Meech come through the long way. City Witty is the target here. The ultimate from Duo King. The flash away from Legrain. Will it be enough? Meech tries to go back in with the Gale Force, but that's not going to quite do it. Shochi is just too dang low to really follow up on this fight, but it still will be 1 more inhibitor in the pocket for IMT AoE.
Nice play, IMT. They move mid, they go top, take both inhibitors, and now, even though they look like they find the angle, it's turned around on them once again.
Ooh.
Ginger Turmeric, they're getting just battered by the range IMT have, and they're just looking for the angle back in. Anime Girl's about to have TP. I don't think they actually they could just look to get the 3rd inhibitor, and they could just look to end it.
Absolutely, that's going to be the lockdown as well. onto the backside. You're absolutely right, Beatdown. Some of this range, it's like, man, where did that even come from, right? And that's what you get when you have Meech, Trevor, Shoji on the champions that they have picked, and then Anime Girl and Winston, while you might think, oh, they're not quite the front line that you need, they are able to absorb the damage, and the damage output coming from these damage dealers on IMT AoE is more than enough to sustain this composition. Now just looking for an access point to end the fight. Anime Girl not even having to use that teleport, so does have the opportunity to recall and then get back into the fight if things come down to it. But IMT AoE do not want to stall this out as long as possible. Trevor should go down here. It's going to be a bird right there. DNA picking up the kill. So much damage onto Existence. Meech gets the hop on Winston with the Crescent. Gets taken down. DNA will be the next target. Anime Girl taking a lot here, but Shoji is alive and well and dealing the damages. Shoji goes for the backside. Out comes the curtain call on top of it. City Witty's likely not going to be able to get out of this one alive. It could potentially be the Penta, but Shoji's going to pick up the one. Stole the Penta. It was a quadra in the end for Meech, but it is the end of the game, and no reverse sweep for IMT AoE. They take it in game number 3 against Ginger Turmeric.
That's the IMT AoE we know, Jolly. Ginger Turmeric showed us a valiant effort in this third game, but as soon as things got rolling for IMT, it was just non-stop action from them. Shochi especially can no longer be allowed to have this Ari pick. This dude was doing things that were not okay. And you even consider the fact that IMT spent a little too much time on what I would consider a non-beneficial play in that level 1 when they tried to invade, pressure City Witty off the blue buff. But even with that in mind, a lot of value in this early game from Winston, a lot of ganks, setting up from Shochi especially, and allowing him to snowball. And you could just see how smart they were able to play the map, basically smothering every little win condition Ginger Turmeric had left for them until there was none.
And the early roam, too, from Shochi, right? Not just those incredible plays. Winston, yes. I mean, sacrificing, it was like half the creep score, I think, of what we were seeing from City Witty basically that entire game, but it didn't matter because his job was being done. He was providing pressure for everybody in the lanes, and then it came to the point where we were at the midway through that game where it's like, well, you got the proactive play entirely from IMT AoE. You have strictly reactive play coming out of Ginger Turmeric, and they are not a team that wants to play from behind or from a reactive position. So that script being written by IMT AoE really set them up for the later game. Ginger Turmeric still did an amazing job in turning some of those fights, finding as many opportunities, as many chinks in the armor as they possibly could to try to regain the lead. And they looked so dang close multiple times, but Shochi and Meech were just able to output so much damage from such a huge range. And then on top of it, Trevor providing what he could, whether it's the shielding, whether it's the Mantra Qs for the extra damage onto the backside. It all worked out so very, very well for IMT AoE. And of course, hey, you know what? We like to see best of 3s go out to 3 full games. We knew this was going to be a contentious match. But I sincerely think the people who voted for Ginger Turmeric, I feel like there should have been more of a split, right? Beatdown, like just based on how this was played out. Sure, IMT AoE, they did take it. But at the end of the day, there is so much improvement coming from this Ginger Turmeric team.
I think Ginger Turmeric deserves a lot of credit. And realistically, like, I agree with you. Like, I'm surprised more people didn't go for them. But I think ultimately, it's partially what we know from IMT, where how they all, even when it feels like they're about to lose, they manage to pull things out. And it's always them playing their own game. It's always them just, whether it's just showing off their mechanics and how they end up team fighting, or just playing, never really being too concerned with how the opponent wants to play the game. And we saw it this time as well. They just made it like, oh, you want to do this? You want to do that? Well, what if you didn't? What if we didn't let you do that? And that's why I really liked the overall gameplay from IMT. Again, pressuring Existence, kind of removing his existence, I should say. And everything they did from start to finish in game 3 was so good.
Well, we are going to be able to speak with one of the victors on the side of IMT AoE. We're going to take a very quick break, but when we come back, we're going to have an interview here with Winston. So don't go anywhere because we also have another best of 3 series to follow this one up. We'll be right back with more Proving Grounds.
All right, everyone, welcome back. I am joined today with Winston of Immortals AoE. Winston, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Congratulations on the series win. Stream was a little tough to get up and running, so unfortunately, our wonderful casters did not get to break down everything they'd hoped to about your team's draft and the games in between each game. So, if you could give the audience a little rundown of how Immortals AoE approached this series and took the win, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, so I think at least on the team in which we played with again or played against today, they have a lot of unique players that have all been very high ranked for a long time, especially in City. I think he's a really good jungler, which was good to go against him, see how he's changed. Since I haven't played against him since it's been a while, so it was fun. It was a fun series against him. Their ball lane have been veterans, been in the academy scene, and all that, and there's a reason that, for example, a lot of teams are banning Cakes, Calista, and Tristana. Really good picks, and even though they aren't quite meta, it's something that we wouldn't have been the most prepared for. Obviously, not being the meta picks, and him still, having those assets. So that made a draft kind of going into it where instead of a lot of the more meta bans in which you'd see in competitive play to eliminate those more prominent styles in the moment, we thought it was best going to the series to take their players off their comfortable champions. And you saw, I think that it ended up giving us a lot of different options in the draft for sure.
And that seemed to be pretty successful with you guys walking away with the win. We appreciate you guys sticking through our technical delays in the series. Obviously didn't frazzle you guys too much. Now, who on your team or your staff would you like to shout out today after the series win?
Yeah, I think kind of going to, I think specifically at least our ball lane, they really stepped up in the improvements we needed to work on this week in terms of, their communication, how they were talking about their wave states, kind of understanding the bot matches in which they wanted to be played, especially going, especially like in this match, what type of bot matches would be played out, and, really communicating their timers with both jungle and mid, which was really good. I think our bot side of the map was really solidified this series. And also Chase, I think he had really strong plays, especially in that last game in the R game. You saw with they'll play on the mid tower, after Ori lost her flash on the mid dive. I think it was really hard for him to play this game, and I think we were able to coordinate really well and affect both the volatile side lane and their ball lane on having sums and dashes from both Ari and Zen when Udyr was on the other side of the map. So I think especially those guys, and then obviously Alex was able to hold it down, not having the most favorable matchups, and kind of the Trundle Gwen one isn't one that I'm not surprised that he's obviously not the most familiar with, and I think he was able to scale well, do his job well, and you saw like we definitely had a lot of options even in that game too. I think the most important thing with the series is a lot of players, especially the younger ones, and both Chase and Alex were able to get great experience in these late game situations where you're either playing from a deficit or playing from an advantage. Those really tense situations, which I think will bow out to be really useful in PG. So yeah, I'm really proud with how the team did today, and looking forward to the rest of the tournament.
Absolutely. Now, what are your expectations going into playoffs from the last tournament? Do you expect to do better?
Yeah, so last tournament we faced GGS in the semifinals, and they aren't in this tournament this time, but I think that if we had a better read on the meta then, we definitely would have had a more stronger showing. And I think right now we're definitely getting a better read of kind of what the meta looks like, and our options, top to bot they all have useful weapons and, their champions, all that. They're all really flexible and really adaptable to kind of how the meta changes. So I think that we'll be really well prepared going into this playoffs. I think the teams we're obviously looking out for is Hunter next. They've had our card for most of the playoffs with having a really strong roster, really experienced players, and just really skillful players. And I think Maryville will also be an interesting team to watch. With Niles definitely leading the charge there. So those are two teams that'll be interesting to face. And other than that, I think that we'll have a very confident showing in playoffs. Have good practice leading up to it, and hopefully be able to face Hunter next in the finals.
Absolutely. Well, best of luck in the playoffs. Congratulations on the series win. And thank you for joining me today, Winston. We're going to send it to a quick break between the next series against EGP and ISU, so don't go anywhere.
And we are back at it. We had an amazing best of 3 series go to a full 3 games to start out the day. But of course, we've got another pretty contentious match coming up here, Beatdown.
We do. These two teams definitely gonna probably, if I had to predict, probably gonna be another 3-game series. Max did tell us before going live that we are casting Group B for banger. And I think that's already shown in the first series. And the second one is not going to be any different. If anything, it might be closer. The interesting thing, too, for both of these teams is that it's been a story of improvement for them. You look on EGP's side, newly formed roster, a good amount of inexperienced players when you consider even this level of play here. I got to talk to their coach, Ido. We got a little bit of insight on what their struggles might be. Funny enough, with inexperienced players, most of the problems you find is trying to get them to talk. But they have the opposite problem, where you have players... Everyone has something to say. And the big thing for them is trying to work on communication and get it so that only the important things get through.
Clean up the comms for sure.
Yes.
That's
the first time the first time someone said that, where that actually like really meant something.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like that maybe is a better position to start with, right?
Yeah.
Because at least telling people, okay, make sure that you're 100% certain. You know, you're not just calling out every single thing that you see.
Yeah.
As opposed to, I need you to speak up. I need you to speak up. I need you to speak up. That tends
hard.
to be a bit more of a difficult situation. And then we were talking about, before we had that quick little break, before we're heading into this one, that you also have to consider the role swap, right? For Disconnector, Squilliam now in the top lane. We see a lot of swaps from bottom lane, like ADC to support, right? Or support to ADC, that kind of thing. Sometimes occasionally you see like the mid lane ADC kind of thing going on, or mid lane support. Very rarely do you see somebody go from like an ADC position who does really well and actually transition towards the top side of the map. And that's exactly what Disconnector, now Squilliam, has done here.
Right. And I mean, we got to talk to Peter, just get some of the insight on his side too for Redbird's side, just to get a feel for like what that was like. And during the qualifiers, we were talking about how they had problems too, sicknesses. Of course, Squilliam had only a handful of games in the top lane as a whole, and you could see him really start to come into his own even in those games. He believes that these are problems that they can overcome, that they have been, just because of the fact that one, I do want to specifically like give the shout out that Pater gave over to Dat, saying he's the best positional coach in collegiate, and how he's been such a big help on getting Squilliam more comfortable with that top lane role. And it kind of does show, if you think about it. Okay, look, he's new to the role, laning. It's okay. It's not bad. But the thing is that Squilliam does really well is in team fights. And he has that mind for the game that even though he's been spending a lot of time in AD carry, it does translate really well to the top lane.
Yeah, that's not super common to see. Having a good coach, laning coach, is certainly big, right? Because when you're talking about incorporating teleports constantly and navigating around the map as opposed to just making your way up to the mid lane, right? When you have the opportunity to roam, you've got to keep an eye on the bottom lane, those opportunities for you to make a teleport into the bottom lane to make an impact. So it really is a completely different mindset, but it's nice to see Squilliam, kind of coming out with some of these, I would say, a little bit safer picks, right? We've seen like the Gragas, things like that. That's not to say, though, that he can't pull out some of these big carry potential picks. And that's kind of what I hope to see as the weeks go on, right? Is that comfortability coming out really and being shown in the composition and in his picks that are focused around that. Because top lane, obviously, as we know right now, can make a really big impact in the team fight stage of the game. So if I'm gonna choose as a top laner, right, for my team be either better in the laning phase or in the team fights, I'm probably gonna go with team fights majority of the time, because that's really where you have the opportunity to come back. You can do really well in a lane and not be able to translate that into the late game team fight stage, and you could potentially lose out on massive fights for your team if you're not able to do that. And so to have the positioning, to have the initiation, to know exactly where he's at and what he wants from those fights is definitely a big deal and something that is incredibly commendable. We'll have to see if he does maybe pick anything kind of crazy, kind of saucy, kind of cheesy coming into this next one. I wouldn't be surprised if you do have the staple picks, right? Gragas should still probably be up there for him because of the utility and the versatility on that champion. But I do like to see this player who has been in the scene for quite a while, in the collegiate scene, in really just the amateur scene in general, take that step and say, hey, you know what? We've got somebody that's probably going to work better in the ADC role. I can learn top lane. I have the capacity to do it. And the resources apparently are there too for Illinois State.
Absolutely. And I mean, when you talk about laning too versus team fighting, like, you can teach laning. It's not nearly as big of a problem here. So now And interestingly enough, okay, so we're already into the draft phase. What I was thinking too was whether or not we were going to see the Gragas taken away from Squilliam, just because you like if you've been paying attention, like that he is not so he's pretty new to the role. So if you
Yeah.
were able to take away some of those comfort pits, even though he's probably been working on other things, I think that'd be an interesting thing to go ahead and prioritize. But so far, it's just been a lot of 80 carries taken off the board here, and a very high priority on Karma.
Yeah, two Z's as well, Zillion, Zeri. Karma going to be the first lock in here. And hey, if you're going to use blue side, you might as well try to go for something big. And we have seen how Karma just does so much damage right now. So much, the damage, the shielding, she offers so much to her team. And with the focus as of late having been more on these enchantresses, it also allows for, not so much of like frontline necessities, right? We even saw it in that last matchup that we just did between Ginger Turmeric and IMT AoE of saying, well, their frontline, maybe it's not necessarily the best, but as long as you can provide the damage and the shielding necessary here, it can impact the game in a big way. So on the other side of the field, we're going to see the Graves lock in and the Jin lock in. High, heavy damage dealers for sure.
And I think part of it too is even though we usually don't see Sketch on those kinds of picks where he is more of the hyper carry type of player when you consider what's taken away. And what we saw in the last game with the Jin Karma, got to imagine they think they also want to take that away while putting that one into Yen's hands here. But of course, the Varus Karma, really popular bot lane towards the middle of last year. It was really strong with the range, the poke, and everything, especially when the poke Varus was so very popular. So this is still another 80 carry who's really risen in priority these days, just because of how versatile his builds can be, how strong he is in the late game, and how impactful he can be in team fights.
Oh, it's a lock-in for the Rise as well. We saw a ban on that one in the previous match. It's been a while since I've seen a Rise come through, but Leo is definitely a player that likes to make some, some big standout plays, right? That's absolutely the capacity within Rise's realm. Haha. Warp. But on the other side, it looks like the lock-in for Drew Dozer has been, of course, for Drew Dozer has been this Veigar, which we've seen come out quite a bit recently. And crowd control was a big part of the last matchup that I was talking about, and I still think it's very impactful. You might not need that front line if you've got the crowd control to supply it.
Exactly. And the thing is, too, I do like the Veigar pick. Even though we usually see this one kind of early, you already know that you're picking into this Rise into the middle, or rather in the mid lane. So you have a lot of CC set up here with the cage alone. You got to imagine we're still going to see like some of the classic junglers come through, like Xin, Lee Sin, something along those lines, especially with things like the Jarvan taken off of the board here.
Malphite as well. The initiators, right? And the lockdown initiators, something like a Cataclysm. I mean, it's too dang much. If you're not going to have a massive frontline, somebody to absorb the damage, you don't want something like that available. The Olaf as well. The Ragnarok would ensure we're here. As we're both hovering over our notes. The Ragnarok definitely helps as well to ensure that, this crowd control actually comes through from the players. So it looks like the final one is going to be the Nautilus, another popular one, right? Especially if the first three lock-ins are very susceptible to taking a lot of damage, don't have a ton of take ability. Having the crowd control as well as that frontline presence from Nautilus has been huge in the last couple of weeks, last couple of months even. So that one is forced away here by Evil Genius's Prodigies.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's really good into the Karma. So easy to land those hooks and make your lane pretty much end with one misstep. So we're going to have tempos on the Rakan here. Zillion's taken away. This isn't really an angle for Thresh. So now Rakan is probably going to be the next best thing for him here. You got a lot of engage, a lot of team fight ability here. And we have that last pick. And I like this. They're waiting till the very end. Because with the jungle bans I saw, I have a suspicion we might actually see GFP running the Graves in the jungle, even though I think it's better in the top lane. But either way, you do have that question mark in the air, and you do allow Squilliam that chance to potentially counter pick here. Or we see a jungle.
Basically, this is going to give us what that decision is. And hey, if you can rock some flex picks, might as well rock those flex picks, right? Especially if it is going in a more unorthodox lane, which is kind of crazy to say about Graves, but it's definitely been the case as of late. We're seeing him a lot more in the top. We've seen him pop out crazy enough in the mid. A hover on the Zac. Again, initiators, and it's going to be the lock-in onto the Zac. We're talking about initiation. My goodness, it looks like ISU is definitely going that direction.
The all-in for ISU is actually looking pretty good. I'm not going to lie here. If you look on the other side, too, in this draft from EGP, you do have a lot of range, a lot of poke, especially being allowed to have the Varus Karma and the Jace. But the thing is, one, Leo is going to have a little more trouble in these fights because Perry's okay going in. Like Zin, that's his job. But he has to walk into Leo has to walk in to very dangerous range. When you think about things like the Rakan setup, of course, the event horizon there from Drew Dozer, it's going to be a little tougher for Leo to play this outside of the laning phase, outside of that mid game. And on the other side, the all-in is great. You have so much setup for Drew Dozer to follow up with that cage and ways for this team to just really snowball these fights.
It's a lot of big opportunities and the follow-up too, right? This is, I mean, we're talking about, like, I'm thinking far ahead to the team fight stage, right? Because at the end of the day, for these two teams, I think they're really comparable in their laning phases. I think the one probably who we're going to try to focus on the most is going to be Squilliam. Just newer to that role. But in the overall, I mean, even if you don't have, like, if the event horizon somehow doesn't hit, you get some damage down, you get Yen, who's able to throw out the deadly flourish, right? That's a lockdown. Then you have Tempos way in the back, whether he's using the quickness, whether he's using, the battle dance, like the grand entrance, really to just initiate onto these fights. There's so much potential for follow-up that I am seeing coming here out of the Redbird side. And then on top of it, of course, you got the dash, you got the smoke screen, you've got the ultimate as well from Squilliam there on that top side. So I'm liking what I'm seeing. Neither of these teams really saying, okay, we need a heavy front line, because you're really just seeing both of the junglers in Perry and GFP providing that aggro soak up. Of course, GFP has a little bit more sustainability in that aspect, but the initiation should be coming in pretty quickly from Perry. So, you know what? I'm digging both of these teams a lot. We're seeing, one or two unorthodox picks, but it fits the compositions for sure.
It's nice too. And Squilliam's going to have this opportunity. We're seeing him on this Graves instead of the Gragas, like we were highlighting earlier. You should be able to get a good amount of push early on. It is a lane that you can play towards. It will allow GFP to a little more safely walk out of his jungle into the river if they want to contest for vision, Scuttle Crab, or something along those lines. So it's nice, and we're going to see what Squilliam's going to be able to do on it, because of course we know Graves is building the Hull Breaker, much like many other top laners at the moment in this meta. It means that splitting, being able to play away from the team, is going to be the angle. And that's part of what this draft is. Because if you look at if you just do what I'm doing, like I'm using my thumbs to remove the top laners from both of these drafts, right? And if I'm looking at the 4 versus 4, I'm liking what ISU got going. I'm not going to lie. You got the cage. You have so much setup, CC, abilities to just burst people down. Like, if we talk about 4v4, this is going to be really good here. But if we talk about situations where EGP are able to find leads early, I mean, you have the Xin Zhao, who's really good at that, and you get to objectives first. Even with Zac, having to face check things like Varus, Karma, Jace, this pretty feels bad.
Yeah, it's definitely not a situation that is going to be easy for GFP in that aspect, right? But at the same time, I agree with you in that, it seems like an easier time, right? That ISU is just going to have in the overall. Like they have these kind of these proxying abilities, right? And they have a little bit of space that they can utilize between themselves and the enemy. And yes, that is absolutely the case here for EGP as well, given some of the range that they've got, but a little bit closer up, right? So it is, for me, going to really kind of depend on how well Sketch and Daption do up against Yen and Tempos. And in the early parts of this, they should have, thanks to Daption being on this Karma, some pressure in the early parts of the game. Tempos has to be a little bit careful, right? Because we've seen some amazing initiations where a Rakan, a really well played Rakan, is able to kind of turn a fight where you're like, they should not be winning this lane, and they are winning this lane from the first moment. So those chances are certainly in play. To be able to throw down a deadly flourish to add on to that crowd control is certainly something that is going to be gone for here. But I mean, yeah, you got to think then, I guess, Beatdown is ISU. They're going to staunch out EGP from getting any sort of early lead. And of course, EGP now have to find every single opening and opportunity to take what they can in the early 10, 15 minutes of this game.
I think that starts at level 1 for the side of Evil Genius Prodigies. You think about how we've been seeing a lot of level 1 invades come through lately, and that usually ends up happening when you see these more tanky, engaged sort of junglers who don't have a lot of wave clear, who aren't good at level 1 coming through early. So we're looking at the Zac coming through. You have Varus Karma. You have a lot of range at level 1. I think EGP, from this exact minute, walking out of the fountain, probably going to try for this invade, see if they can get something done level 1 here, and set GFP behind, delay some of those key gank timings.
Looks like it's not going to be a direct invade here. In fact, Sketch is actually in a very dangerous position, and it is going to be over the wall that Tempos ends up using the flash, the ignite to follow it up. The deadly flourish does land, but Dabshin is going to be in the front of that one. Ooh, and it's a flash, at least a response that you get out of Sketch.
Well played, Redbird. Kind of hoping, expecting some kind of early level 1 play. I bet they weren't expecting Sketch to just walk into their waiting arms level 1 like that. So you get the summoner out of Sketch. It costs you both summoners as tempos, but you're playing Rakan. Easy for you to get in and out and get some of that, what people like to call non-committal engage going on here. So already it's Redbird who are applying pressure minute 1.
Yeah, funny enough. Not what we were expecting. I mean, Redbird, obviously, right? There's two sides to that coin. Of EGP want to pressure this early game as much as possible. Redbird want to counter that, right? With their own pressure, and also the recognition that, hey, you know, we've got some of this late game ability for the crowd control, for the lockdown here. Leo's going to find himself in the event horizon. Of course, when we're talking about scaling, though, you do have a lot of that available for EGP, so it's not as though the late game is like all lost for EGP. That's absolutely not the case. However, if they can get an early lead, it's just going to mean that ISU has very little chance to kind of recover from a situation like that. And I do think it's kind of both sides, again, of that coin. Maybe not quite as ferocious in terms of Redbird. They have that sustainability. They have the crowd control to wait for these team fight stages. But honestly, I just really like these two compositions. I've liked everything that we have gotten today, both in the first series, in all 3 games that we got, and just starting this next series out in game number 1. I have not been disappointed in compositions, and I'm usually not this happy with comps. I will admit that.
Well, I agree with you. I like that both of these teams have very clear ways they want to play this game out. So it's going to be about who manages to execute it. The interesting thing, too, about Zach is that you don't see him played very often, but kind of like Bard, in a similar way, you get to make plays and engage from angles very unlike other champions. So it could be things that EGP might not be expecting, because if you're not respecting those angles, which you don't see very often, means that you are going to lose out in this situation here. But now, GFP's in trouble. Hello.
He is. That's going to be a lot of damage there. Daption on the follow-up. This looks like it will be first blood. They just have to take care of these blobs. Yet in Tempos recognize, yeah, we're not going to come out ahead onto this one, so it will be first blood going over to Sketch.
Yeah, it's a really nice play there from EGP. I mean, Sketch and Daption being off the map means GFP was in a lot of danger, but they don't end up noticing, and they're punished for it heavily. GFP already off of the map. This is what we wanted to see, Jolly. Evil Geniuses, Prodigies, making early plays using the power of the Xin Zhao. They're doing exactly that, getting Sketch the first kill.
Yep. Might as well, and that was a situation, too, where everybody could kind of walk away and say, all right, Sketch, go ahead, throw the E out. That's what you need to get the final little bit onto that. Piercing Arrow provides a lot of damage onto Yen. It is going to be the grand entrance, though, onto Daption, who's forced to flash away thanks to the follow-up with the Ignite also coming through from Tempo, so much shorter cooldown on that one. But Sketch also has the red buff now thanks to the pickup on GFP. Can't try to give this one over. Parry on the backside is going to be able to pick up the one. Tempos does end up going down there, but Sketch is the one in return for that, and it's a double kill for Parry, GFP, and Drudozer. Hey, there's not much that can be done now.
No, even with the Predator, Drudozer isn't able to save the team. He even commits the teleport.
The TP,
to try.
yeah.
It's a lot given and a lot lost here, and this is so good. This is just kind of what you also gain from Parry, and the fact that, one, he is able to steal camps on the bottom side, off that scuttle, hit level 4, and of course, because he has camps on the bottom, he has time to be like, you know what? I'm going to hang around. I'm going to see how this play shapes up. And it just ended up being the perfect call. And I'm going to be honest, Charlie. Parry is one of those players who I would criticize a bit just for his lack of activity in the earlier parts of the game. Picking champs like Xin and not making early plays. Well, Parry's done with that. Parry's in is here. He's here to fight from minute 1, baby.
I'm happy with that, because that has been my favorite change I guess it's not really a change, but more of a focus for sure for Amateur, just in terms of the first closed qualifier, now this closed qualifier number 2, that has really been the name of the game. And there has been an attempt by some of these junglers to say, I want to take some time to farm. It almost never works out in their favor. You can totally give up a ton of farm in a lot of these plays and a lot of these fights and still come out ahead because of the pressure that you're applying and giving over to your team. We're going to take a look at the replay, though, as we have those set up now.
And it's a really nice play there from Daption, reading the flash from Yen. Of course, Jin with the 4th shot. What else is he going to do, right? And it ends up being perfect. This is what I'm talking about. Perry has the opportunity to be on this bottom side of the map, and it means he is easily able to take down Tempos. And even though Yen gets 1, it is the 2-for-1 play with Drew Dozer being able to use his TP and essentially just watch.
And that red buff is traveling all over the place, too. You can see GFP had it, gave it over to Sketch, who gave it over to Yen, who gave it back over to Perry. Travels all over the place, almost across the entirety of, at least the distance of a single team here. And it is going to be, actually, you know what? I gotta say, normally I'm not looking at gold differentials at like 6 minutes into the game, but it's pretty consistently or pretty heavily already over in favor of EGP. It looks like Redbird is going to have another TP right here by Squilliam. Tempos now has to run away from this one as GFP is in the fight. Squilliam. It's going to be another pickup on Adaption, then Perry. Squilliam's ultimate coming into play.
Wow, and honestly, I gotta say, I do like the confidence from EGP. They see the teleports coming and they say, nah, send it. We're gonna get it anyway. But you do end up losing out. Redbirds manages to turn it very nicely from the level 6 Squilliam, and who ends up picking up 2 kills. He's already sitting on the feint, and look at the timing here. They were having they had Drew Dozer recall when this started, and they're moving him to the top side to catch the wave. So very little gold and XP lost off of a play that Squilliam basically ends up saving. So it's keeping Redbird in the game here, because so far, EGP, Perry specifically, he's had this bottom lane's number all game long from minute 1, Jolly, and it's been making things very tough. Wow, that was strange. I've never seen that before.
Did I miss the Realm Warp? It looks like that one has also been utilized. Oh my goodness, Tempos forced a flash away from this one. Almost gets taken down by Daption. This is what I'm talking about, man.
Yeah.
Karma does so much damage. And yeah, I mean, her shields are amazing. Every part of her kit is amazing. But the amount of damage that you take from this chick is just nuts. Let's take a look at that replay, though, in the bottom fight.
Yeah, you see the teleport coming through. You know Ryze is Realm Warping, so you think, okay, we got this anyway. Who cares? But look who ends up tanking. It was originally Daption, who is level 4. So that's what allows Squilliam, who instantly recognizes this and says, all right, Daption, you're done, Zo. You're done, buddy. He takes him down and manages to not only get that, but also get Perry, who started tanking the turret next. So it's 2 kills, and most importantly, the shutdown there from Squilliam. You can see it. He's getting closer and closer to that hull breaker, and getting it early is actually going to make him a problem in the side lane here for Faisal to be dealing with.
Luckily, Faisal has the advantage on this for the experience because of the fact that Squilliam made a presence there on the bottom side of the map. It is EGP that are going to be able to pick up this first Rift Herald as well. Drew Dozer just too little too late going over to maybe pop a look into that pit. And, I mean, if we look at the vision, it is definitely Redbird trying to focus on these objectives, right? We can see it on both the top and the bottom portion of this river, particularly around that dragon where things really worked out well for them, and they were able to pick up that first dragon of the game. But it is still a couple K in favor of EGP. And, you know, when you're pre 10 minutes, right, a couple thousand is actually something that is substantial.
It is, and I think it's really a big deal overall too to say that EGP, despite the good save coming through from Squilliam's TP, EGP are in the lead, like you're talking about, Jolly. About 2,000 gold, a good amount of it on Perry, a good amount of it on Sketch, because of all the plays that we've been seeing made on this bottom side of the map. So Redbirds have a lot of catching up to do, even though that play did end up being a big game saving. And we're seeing the focus vision on this bottom side of the map, because Dragon Soul is going to be an important win condition from them, for them here, because especially with this lead, if EGP gets to the very late game, the very late game, well, they're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Faisal is going to get grabbed here and pulled in. It's going to be the ultimate to pop out as well from GFP, followed up by a flash to ensure that they have the positioning, and it is going to be GFP who picks up that kill. It provides a lot more pressure on the top side. I mean, it was, we're looking at like, oh, as Leo has to flash out of this very, very deep in Daption and Sketch there in the wings. Perry is on this tower. They are going to drop the Rift Herald to try to pick up the first one here at just 10 minutes in. Perry might get caught out here by the event horizon. The Crescent is used. Sends them away. So much damage onto the backside, though. Great job there by Adaption and Sketch to provide what they can. The curtain call forced to come out from Yen after the heal needs to be burned. That second event horizon not doing exactly as much as they needed, but I mean, Perry's been sitting here with the first item at like 8 minutes, 8.5 minutes, I think, is when he was able to finish that Gore Drinker, and that is huge for a player like that who also has the advantage in creep.
Big spike for the Xin Zhao, and it's why he's feeling very confident about making some of these plays. But again, you see Redbird, these small plays, kind of keeping them into this one. Because the thing is, too, you see Leo was walking out to try and make a play happen on the bottom side, try to maybe use the Realm Warp, something along those lines. Judozer catches him, forces the flash out, and in doing so, even though you don't get a kill in the process, you stop that turret from going down. Yes, Shelly gets the charge. Yes, it's down to 1 plate, but that bonus gold hasn't gone down yet. You are slightly delaying EGP Snowball, and it's a big deal for Redbirds, who want to, at the very least, before things get a little too crazy, want to have a couple dragons under their belt.
They've already got the one, setting themselves up potentially here for the second one. So we can see Daption now on the run. Sketch, of course, there to provide a little bit of something, but the event horizon should be enough. Followed up with a grand entrance. There's nothing you can do if you're a Karma in the middle of the cage.
This is what I'm talking about, and this is why the lead for EGP is so important, because imagine having to look at everyone on EGP's side, Jolly. I want you to just take a second and look at the champions. Imagine, and now I want you to look at Redbird's champions, okay? Are you looking?
Yeah, I'm
okay,
looking.
good. Imagine anyone on the left side face-checking anyone on the right side. Just think about that for a second.
Yeah, that's not a good scenario.
I thought so too.
It's not a good scenario. And not only that, but like when we're talking about just overall scaling, right? There's so much on the side of Redbird. Yes, there is quite a bit as well for EGP, but you do have some fall off for some of these champions, and you have to acknowledge that. And so Redbird, clearly recognizing that one early on, at least are stalling out some of this lead that EGP have provided for themselves, right? Yeah, there's still a 2K differential in favor of EGP, but now the second Dragon's going to go over to Redbird. That means that now EGP has to focus a lot more on less pressure in the lanes, less just kill potential in general, and more focus on some of these objectives. They did, of course, pick up the Rift Herald for themselves, so that is good to feel out, but Redbird is, slowly taking control of things, even though we're only like 13 minutes in this game. So this is, control that is on the head of a pin that can turn at any moment.
Yeah, I would. The best analogy I would say is something like they're holding on, and not like by the fingertips. Like they got a good grip.
Yeah,
you know? It's almost like on the pull-up bar or something along those lines.
They're trying to swing their leg over or something like that. You know, like they're trying to,
Exactly, and they definitely have the strength to do so. It's just about the form and getting it right. They have the ways they have the tools to make it happen, Jolly. It's because now they're halfway to a Dragon Soul. It's an Infernal, which is an incredibly impactful Dragon Soul as well. So in these team fights, especially if they get Dragon number 3, oh, hold on.
That is going to be a big initiation and so much pop-up. So much crowd control. Adaption ends up staying alive. Does go down to the Ignite, though, from Tempos. Yen taking way too much. Going to go down to Leo thanks to a nice little Realm Warp. Now, GFP is on the run. You're on the wrong side of Summoner's Rift, though. Of course, there is that elastic slingshot that allows him to hop over into the Dragon Pit.
And that is a rough one for Redbirds. EGP, of course, especially from Leo. Good play coming through.
All the plates.
Yeah, there's so much gold into Sketch. This is exactly who you want it on. When we talk about gold, too, look at Perry and Sketch. They're the ones leading, like we talked about in the early minutes, because of all the plays being made. And it's so important, too, because of how much damage Sketch is going to be later on into the game. Now, Leo might be in trouble. No. And speaking of Leo, Dolly, I think you know what I'm going to say, but I want to take a second to talk about him. I think he's been playing this game very well. And you know what? He's very properly motivated. Because Ito told me that he told Leo if he doesn't play well today, he's deleting his Clash of Clans down. So he said, quote, Leo will play well today. He was very confident.
It's coming to fruition. You know what? Hey, if that's what it takes, if you have to it's the opposite of dangling a carrot, right? It's saying, all right, hey, there will be punishment if not enough focus is putting, consequences. We're going to take another look at that bottom play, though. Break it down for us, Beatdown.
And this is already where things get a little dangerous. You can see that Leo's been off the map for a good amount of time now, but they want to go for it anyway. They think they have the burst. They think they have the ability to be able to make it happen. But They weren't actually able to. Oh, yeah. Bye.
A lot of damage followed up by the Primordial Burst. You can't do anything about that. That's one of those situations you look at the gray screen, you see, oh, 1.15 seconds of a fight, 1.15 seconds of crowd control. Cool.
Yeah. Hey, that's just how it works. Vygar, the ADC life, you throw it up that Primordial Burst. It's a real here comes the airplane kind of moment.
Right.
You're trying to feed a
Open
toddler.
wide, you have no choice.
Exactly.
It's a responding tower as well. Of course, 2 towers being taken down so incredibly quickly and early on by Evil Genius's Prodigies. And these are pretty high gold counts, right, considering how we're only 15 and a half minutes into this game now. The objectives taken and focused on very, very quickly. EGP have gotten 1 or 2 of their own. Of course, Redbird, though, has had Cryo for the Dragons. And now Perry is going to encounter Squilliam, who is able to provide a lot of damage here. It has a lot of resilience. He's sitting at 2-1-0 or 2-0-1 and does have that hole breaker finished up.
He looked like he was gonna do it again, Jolly. But he has that Primordial Burst. So if they want to walk up and make a play for this Herald, they can. And I like this. You can see Squilliam. He's so strong right now. He has the hull breaker, and he was by himself until just about now, meaning that it's actually a 1v1. Perry is out, doesn't want it, with the rest of Redbird walking up, and the team of EG Prodigies splits. Oh, you're kidding.
That's a rough one for Perry. You could tell Perry's like, we got to get down here. We got to get down here. I want to contest this. But that is not going to work in your favor when you know that there is GFP with an elastic slingshot somewhere on the rift.
Okay, that kind of sucks. That feels bad, but your jungler wasn't there, so it's understandable, right? Plus, you get the kill in the end. No one picks up the eye. That's like a positive for Redbird, but it's only like slightly positive because having that Herald would have been really nice. They could have used it mid. They could have used that to set up for this dragon coming up in 30 seconds. And regardless, they should have that priority. Drew Dozer is resetting, has spent the gold, is moving his way bottom lane to get the push. Allow his team to move and set up for this dragon because this is crucial for Redbird. And we're actually going to see the replay. I mean, look at this. This is just the... Oh, okay, no, this was the second one.
This is the follow-up.
Yeah, it was the follow-up. I mean, it's
Faisal just kind of gives up here. Perry's like, I want to keep going. I want to keep going. Potentially, you know, I think they agreed, we're going to give up. But then they didn't see GFP. But that's the problem. You don't need to see GFP for GFP to be right there.
Right, and again, because there was no smite for ISU, the wind becomes lightning was there, and it was easy to steal the Herald. Problem is, you don't have a way out. So it's as we saw, but because of the resets and everything like that. Oh, actually, hold that thought.
Oh, the realm warp to come through immediately. Wow, look at, honestly, that was a very confusing visual right there because you have the event horizon on top of where the realm warp is landing. But it's all of Redbird Esports who say we have a potential for a fight right here. Thank goodness Leo was able to stay out of that one for the sake of his team. Daption needs to avoid getting hit by this one, but it's going to be Tempos who goes in onto the backside with the grand entrance. Sketch gets hit by that final shot of Curtain Call. Leo try to navigate his way out of this one. The last thing the Sketch can do is throw back a piercing arrow, flash away. Leo now has to take the aggro and run away from the rest of the team, trying to deal some damage here on to Squilliam. They do get the root. But my goodness, this newer top laner definitely does not appear to be so right now.
Yeah, it's Squilliam having a very good game so far. Redbird overall really putting the screws to Evil Genius Prodigies, especially now. This soul point that we kept highlighting, Jolly, has been acquired, and it's the Infernal Soul. That's the big thing Redbird are going to be playing for in 5 minutes' time. And now, because of that, EGP, they're going to find themselves in an awkward situation in the coming minute. But here's the real awkward situation. You're realm warping right on top of a Vygar. I mean, I'm using hindsight, but I'm going to say that wasn't a great idea, and it does end up hurting Leo and Daption. In the end, it allows the rest of the team to run down, and there wasn't much Perry could do to actually protect his team here because Tempos is able to get the engage, and as soon as Daption goes down, they can keep on chasing.
Drew Dozer was so low. The opportunity was kind of there, but the damage that's coming out is going to be in favor right now of Redbird. They've got this early damage, maybe going to stop this teleport. It is going to go through, though. You got to do a bit more damage than that. I'm not sure if they saw it as a recall or exactly what happened there. Daption gonna navigate his way out of the jungle, though. Once again, it's a beautiful event horizon. It's so much damage. Drudozer's gonna find another one. Flashing forward, trying to get over to Yen as quickly as possible. The root will come through, though. Perry does pick up the one. It's the grand entrance onto Leo, who will not be able to get out of this. William picking up yet another kill, and now it's Perry who has to deal with the ultimate from GFP and will go down himself. A split fight by Redbird Esports, and they come out ahead in every aspect.
Jolly, Vigar's got to be one of the most disrespectful, condescending champions I have ever seen. Like, it is just so crazy that you can get 100-0'd like that. And it was such a great play for, even though Drudozer, he beat into a perilous situation, ends up going 1-for-1, setting up the rest of Redbird, who managed to move up in time for the play. And now they've evened up the gold, where they've been behind most of the game, Jolly. We keep talking about it. Time is ticking away. Because if you look at the top left of your screen, actually, we're just going to hold that thought. The TP away comes through here, but instead they want to go back in. Drudozer's like, no, guys, we win this. We got this. And then he says, hey, Visel, here comes the airplane.
Oh, it's so rough to see that working out. Drudozer does end up getting taken down right here, but the rest of this fight is completely in favor of Redbird. Their response time is great, and when you have somebody like a Vigar who's able to kind of deal with like a 3v1 situation and just barely go down at the end after you've committed pretty much everything, you're totally okay with that. Sure, that was Drudozer's first death, but that's just fine. He's sitting at 3-1-4. Everyone that you want a bunch of kills on is feeling that way. The only one who's a little bit behind has been Yen, thanks to just a lot of the pressure that's been put on by both junglers, so neither ADC is far ahead.
Right, when you think about the utility, Yen, they do a lot with this curtain call, with the deadly flourish, all the damage being on Squilliam and Drudozer. That's just fine, Jolly. Redbird are feeling really good about the spot that they are in and how much pressure that they've been able to put on this bottom side of the map. And you can see it, Squilliam already pushed out top pretty far. He's going to be able to recall, move mid with his team while they try and push out bottom and mid. And that's going to be how they control vision around this dragon, because we talked about it about 5-10 minutes ago, Jolly. I said, how fun would it be as EGP to have to walk into Redbird's composition? And you knew the answer. It was not fun at all. And because of that, this next dragon fight is going to be so important. It's going to be even more important for EGP to try and find a pick. Perry's going to have to go in. Sketch is going to need to use those chains of corruption or something other than trying to save himself, because it needs to be about fight setup. It needs to be about walking someone down and bursting him up.
There's the Realm Warp, though. Perry and Leo drop in and just soak up the damage. The pop-ups. The pop-up to follow it up. The curtain call on the backside. Leo should be the next one to fall here. Drudozer does take quite a bit of damage right there from Faisal and Daption, but it's not enough. Redbird, once again, find a successful fight. Lose no one, takedown two. They want to continue this on. Squilliam gets locked down, but it's not within tower range. The ultimate's still up and available. He's going to dash forward. Will he be able to escape from this one? Maybe having to use the ult. He did use it at the last second and barely stays alive. A-okay with that one. Even in sticky situations, Redbird are finding themselves in a successful position.
And the success just continues to grow for this team, Jolly, because now we're 30 seconds away. Everyone's recalling, albeit a little late, but you do have the fact that that you already have vision bottom side, and you have Drudozer who's going to TP and be able to hold on to Prio for the moment here, because you know members of EGP are backing too. What does that mean? Look at this bottom side of the map. All dark for the side of EG Prodigies, and it's tough. Look, Daption is doing his best to walk into fog and clear things up for his team, but if he's not with Perry, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. Sketch? Is it a flash R angle? Is that what he was thinking? I'm not too sure. No flash for this AD carry, though. Still has the chains of corruption.
Perry's the one that gets locked down here. It's the root followed by the root. Sketch can just throw a piercing arrow in there, but the amount of crowd control that Redbird has is just, it's unfair at this point, right? Now got EGP trying to find an angle into this. They do not want to allow this soul to go over. Sketch probably has the best opportunity here. He's going to end up throwing out the E, the hail of arrows, instead of going with that Q. A little bit more particular, but that is Dragon Soul. And it's Infernal Soul beatdown.
Yeah, it is not something to trifle with. Now, you have in a perfect position to just go ahead and start off the Baron. If I'm being honest here, like you're about to see Faisal walk out on Vision. You know the rest of the team is mid. Your Baron take isn't that great, even though you have double marksman. Squilliam though, running air interference means you're fine.
Absolutely, just barely taking some damage here, but should
no
be able to
damage.
recover that, right? I mean, hey, when you're going crazy, when you've got that vamp, it makes it really easy to kind of stay in these fights, especially if you do it from an advantageous position. That's a lot of damage. I think that was just straight the primordial burst, taking down 2/3 of health on Faisal. Can't do anything about that.
No. No, you can't, Jolly. At least he got to walk away, which I'm sure he's very happy about. But overall, EGP, very tough position. Now, they're down 3,000 gold. The Baron buff has gone over to Redbird, as we saw. And they have the soul. Redbird have the Infernal Soul, which means that if these team fights, if they get caught out, that's GG well played. Especially at this point, too, where even though there's a lot of tier 2s up, the tower take is going to be ridiculous. The fact that, again, we highlighted the 4 versus 4 heavily favors Redbird as well. Even if Squilliam is splitting, if either Faisal or Leo could be splitting, and it really doesn't end up mattering. You still have the better 4v4 on Redbird's side, and that's the big thing that's been going for them this entire time.
And poor Leo with these realm warps. You see what he's going for.
Yep.
But the problem is, the second you throw that out, I mean, Redbird sees what you're going for at that point. That is going to be the Chains of Corruption that gets locked down.
Nice.
Into stasis here for Squilliam, who's going to flash forward, get the damage on to Sketch, followed up by the
Squilliam's
ultimate, and it's
still
just
alive.
barely not enough. Squilliam is still in the fight, and that's enough time here for the rest of ISU to actually engage. Now, Daption is the one on the run. What started as a 4v1 ends still in favor of Squilliam.
He doesn't lose more than half his health, Jolly. He still manages to hold on. And a lot of it was the clutch use of the stopwatch, but he bought time for his team to show up. Leo winning the 1v1. As long as he gets away with it and doesn't end up getting bursted down, okay, he's fine. A nice chunk of gold in his pocket with the kill on the turret. And I think that is something for the side of EGP, because when you overcommit to a side lane like that, you usually worry about losing something elsewhere, but that isn't what happened. EGP, even though they lost one bot, they ended up winning something topside. But the only thing is, you're still losing a lot on the EGP side. And
Perry has to use the Crescent. You're only going to stay alive a second longer, if that. Daption still hasn't even been able to get back to base, unfortunately. Finally capable of walking back. Had to take the long trek through their own jungle, thanks to the teleport that came through in the mid lane by Squilliam. And now the pressure is on here for EGP to do something. Perry is down for another 25 seconds. That's going to be another inhibitor that is down on the side of EGP. Chains of Corruption does come through. It's Yen who takes a lot of damage, but a beautiful Gale Force is able to at least escape the additional damage and keeps him in the fight.
all this pressure, all this wave clear, all this damage means Redbird are going to go ahead and grab 2 easy inhibitors from EGP's base. Their base is broken open. There's minions and super minions who are going to be pouring in very, very shortly here. Oh, Faisal.
Oh, no. He has to flash away. You can't. Okay, you're a Jace. You're like, at that point, throw a Q in, right? Because this is not something where like EGP is really capable of face checking things. And had one of those recalls not gone through, had that flash not been up and available for Faisal right there, that absolutely would have spelled his demise thanks to the grand entrance by Tempo. So if you're a Jace, you got to be a little bit more careful with these situations when you're behind like this.
So ultimately, though, he will get to hold on to his life, which is nice.
Yeah,
He can push
he's
up
alive.
his bottom. Yeah, he's alive, and sometimes, Jolly, that's all we need to be thankful for. Isn't that right?
He did have the flash, right? And when it's
have
a
the
situation where I say, if he didn't have the flash,
Exactly.
but he did. So what does that matter, right?
You're definitely right. He won't have the flash. I was more just kind of being like, let's all just appreciate life for a second. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
But it didn't
No,
quite
totally,
land.
totally.
That's fine. The point is, you're right. Faisal doesn't have flash for the next 5 minutes. So he's going to have to be very careful of people like GFP and Drew Dozer, who've had his number all game long. And I mean, what EGP still have going for them is that you do have a lot of range, a lot of poke. If you can avoid the all-in from members like GFP, and again, Drew Dozer, Tempos, who have a lot of ways to gap close and CC you, you can avoid that. keep throwing out your damage, you do have ways to kind of tenderize Redbird to get them nice and ready for a fight that you actually want to take. That's the thing, though. Can you avoid all the CC on EG Prodigy's side? That's the only way they're going to be able to do it.
Avoid the CC, and then also just try to avoid GFP jumping on you from every single angle. And you know, the speed and the ability to initiate on these fights too is what we talked about before this game even started. Beatdown of, you got Tempos, who's able to use the quickness to get in that, as well as the Grand Entrance, as well as the Battle Dance to navigate his way around these EG Prodigies players. And then you got Squilliam, who's able to really adjust exactly where he wants to go. It's Leo now who's stuck in the middle of this one, does get locked down by the Event Horizon. Out comes the curtain call. GFP and Squilliam looking to get a pinch on this fight. GFP use the Alexa slingshot, flashes forward on top of it, and it's an Event Horizon that will provide a lot of damage. Tempos does end up going down, but it's Perry and Leo on the side of EGP who are no longer in the fight. GFP does still have his passive up and available. Daption and Faisal try to do something about this, but they're not going to be able to pick up the kills. GFP comes out with his life. Yen is a responding target by Faisal, but all it takes is one solid auto from that player, and it will be enough. Now just Sketch and Daption have to keep the dream alive. An Event Horizon by Drudozer as he proxies out these members from defending their own Nexus, and that is going to be the end of game number 1. Redbird quite defiantly in the second half of that match, taking it for themselves.
I really like the way that word you use, defiantly, because you could see it even in that last graphic we saw in terms of gold lead over time, and how for the most time a lot of that bar was blue. A lot of that graph was showing gold in favor of EGP, and that's exactly what it was. EGP were finding plays in the early minutes. They were making things happen. Perry doing, I think, a great job in the first 10 minutes on the Zin. I think he was finding angles, finding great fights, really good ganks coming through. I was really happy to see that from him. And the thing what made it tough is that Redbird did a really good job at slowing the game down, neutralizing a lot of what they wanted to play. Part of it is Drudozer kind of limiting the amount of roam plays Leo was able to make, and just overall GFP trying to answer some of these ganks from the side of Perry and the rest of EGP, making it harder for them to keep snowballing, keep things going. And then you got to that point in the game where, one, they got the Dragon Stack. You got them in that really tough situation where it's okay, now we have to walk into all the CC, Vigar, Rakan, Zach. It's almost, it feels unplayable, especially when you're from behind on the side of EGP. So it got to this point where the snowball started to roll on Redbird's side. And you got to a point where you could start chasing them down because you finally pulled yourself ahead in the game. You managed to get up over the wall. You know, we're talking about the holding on analogy going through. And they just kick the leg over. That's pretty much what ended up happening.
Yeah, they did, right? We saw it, and we saw what they were going for there. I really like that analogy that you made, actually, because it makes a lot of sense. Like, they had a solid grip, but at any moment, right, if somebody steps on your fingers, you're going down, kind of thing. Yeah. They secured themselves. Not only that, but honestly, this composition was executed, like, perfectly. Like, almost immaculate, like chef's kiss kind of situation with this, because they clearly, especially with the Vagar lock-in, especially with the final lock-in with the Zac there for Perry, for GFP, was exceptional, right? They're like, all right, we got the disruption, we got the crowd control, we got everything that we need, and all we need is the damage to follow it up. And with the first two lock-ins being Jin and Graves, there's your damage right there. And if we had any expectation of Squilliam maybe struggling in that lane, not the case whatsoever. I mean, I would never have guessed if you had told me that Squilliam was actually Disconnector, that it's the same player, right, that was in that ADC role. So really, really positive moves forward with ISU. And I will say, this is the one, before, you know, we have like an hour where we're hanging out in the room, talking about the matches before we actually start the broadcast. And I had my results. I could not pick. In this matchup, I was like, I can't decide. I really wanted to go for ISU. I just hadn't quite seen enough improvement. And this game alone makes me feel really good about this team kind of resurging in a sense, because over the summertime, they were by far one of the top teams, top 3, top 4 easily. And then they kind of had a little bit of a drop off, right, in the wintertime, in the early parts of this year of 2022. Not the case anymore. And I really think that some of the adjustments that they've made in their laning with Squilliam moving up to the top side, I like what I'm seeing from them. So they are looking better and better. Definitely do not discount this team. Of course, we can't discount EGP because they have at least one more game ahead of them. We are going to toss this to a very quick break before hopping into game number 2 in this best of 3 between Evil Genius Prodigies and Illinois State University. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We are wasting no time here today. We want to get into game as much as you guys viewing want to see game number 2 here between Redbird Esports and Evil Geniuses Prodigies. And you know what? I think Beatdown. Let's take a quick look. Let's throw up the predictions and take another look at those because we didn't actually get to show those before this our day here started. And there were 3 votes for Redbird. Of course, it's the best of 3. There is the opportunity for a reverse sweep to come through here for Evil Geniuses Prodigies. But majority of us did end up picking EGP in this matchup. And right before the break, I was talking about how difficult of a decision this one was for me.
It was. And I'm sure it was difficult for everyone involved, truthfully, just because, again, we talk about how much of a tight matchup this one is. I think more so than the first series that we were covering early on between IMTA and Ginger Turmeric. And Redbird is showing us why that's tough. I mean, at the end of the day, if you look at caster predictions, talent favorites, EGP lose out in map 1. And I mean, you got to give a lot of credit to how good, because EGP were playing pretty well in the early game, but it was Redbirds who stopped them. You said defiantly, which I liked because it was clear that things were starting to go at EGP's pace, but Redbird weren't having it. They stopped them, they slowed the game down, and they turned everything into a position that benefited them greatly. And now we're going to look at this game 2 draft pretty soon to see how EGP are going to be able to come back into this one. They chose blue side, so nothing is going to be changing in terms of side selection. The thing I'm interested to see is what are we going to see in champ priority? I think Drew Dozer might not be allowed to play Vigar anymore. Just a guess.
Yeah.
We'll see. But I think beyond that, maybe securing going into this next game, more consistent crowd control. Because Zin is good, especially early on. But the thing that gets tough, you go Enchanter support, you go ranged carry top, then you start running out of ways to be able to especially have an impact when you're behind. Because when you're ahead, that comp slaps, man. Like poke, range, you can't do anything about them. But when you're behind, it is a little tougher because you're lacking in damage. You're getting jumped on at every second of the game. It's hard.
Yeah, and when you're seeing like the final ban too that came through from ISU as that Olaf, that's my side where they're like, hey, CC, we're running CC, right? We're going to try to disrupt, we're going to try to interrupt, we're going to try to bump them, do anything we possibly can. And I mean, obviously, you had the first 2 lock-ins, there's a lot of damage, and then you had the Vagar picked up right there. And then of course, Rakan and Zach, right? They just added perfectly. Like it was the perfect spice on that dish that they had been serving up for damage and crowd control. So it just can't happen again. So no big surprise. We're not just seeing a ton of ADCs stand out here. We're seeing the Zillion, the Zeri, and the Lulu. So it is going to be the same first 3 coming out of Evil Geniuses Prodigies. And actually, no, it's the exact first 3. I'm a big fat liar. It's the same 3 for both teams. I correct myself immediately, though, right? At least I call myself out.
Good point.
And it's going to start the exact same way here. It is going to be that Karma first pick. So that is the priority for EGP once again going blue.
And we're going to see the early Graves once again. It'd be pretty funny if we end up seeing Yen on the Jin once more. And so far, everything's been the same. And I am surprised to continue seeing the Karma priority because it makes sense that we're again going to see the Jin come through. You deny the strong bottom lane. I said this in game 1. And also Yen, I think, performed really well here. You're going Varus Karma. I think that's fine for EGP. But again, the question is going to end up being, what are you putting on the rest of the map here? Jungle, Viego is an option, definitely. Not as much early game impact as something like Xin, Jarvan, or Lee Sin, but definitely still can gank early, can still farm and scale really well too. So I think I'd like that option for Perry. I just need something in terms of frontline that we'll probably see towards the second half of the draft.
And honestly, normally I don't make this many like anticipations looking at the first 3 bans, right? But you're looking at pretty solid bans on the side of EGP. Now, on the side of ISU, they're clearly going for something. These are late game champions. Those are all 3 very late game champions. And so I think they're recognizing, hey, if we can kind of sustain or hold on to this early game, given the extra damage that we have with both, with both Squilliam and Yen here on the Jin and on the Graves, then we can kind of just supply what we need to around that. Crowd control definitely going to be a focus here. And of course, that is Tempos locking in that Rakan. Certainly a favorite for this play. And no big surprise. It worked well in the last matchup. Might as well do it again.
Agreed. And at this point now, if you're ISU, you're probably looking to take away some mid laners on that side there. Leo on the rise. is something that was honestly pretty impactful. So them taking that off makes sense. And maybe they'll throw a ban towards Faisal in the top lane. I think ultimately Schooling was probably going to be fine with whatever just because of how well he played that first game. I think he's very comfortable on the Graves. And I think now it's just going to be maybe you just want to take away another mid lane ban there. Try and limit Leo's pool that much more and just set yourself up for whatever Judozer is going to pick because it isn't Vigar.
Yeah, it's not. It's not. That's been banned away. That's the respect, and it deserves the respect because my goodness, that was an unstoppable mid laner right there for Drew Dozer. And man, so dang impactful on the game. It's gonna be the Malphite that they're sticking with. So no Olaf ban on this one, but that also has to do with the fact that this Viego has already been locked in. We're not gonna see him go anywhere else. You don't need to ban out the Olaf because that Ragnarok is not going to be coming into play for them, and it's still going to be the Syndra as well as the ban here, which I think did end up going through for the last one, but definitely up Drew Dozer's alley in terms of those just, I mean, ferocious, vicious mid laners that he likes to play.
Right, and that could set Leo up for a couple of things here. Maybe we're seeing something like one of his 80 mids that he's usually good with, but the fact that you have such an 80 heavy damage profile and Gwen is taken off the board here, we'll probably end up seeing him go for a mage because jungle isn't picked. You're in a situation where I think, especially with Corki being taken out, I think Leo, all he really has left for him, if you consider him at a chance of something like the Victor, and that's tough because that could actually set up GFP for a really for a Jarvan on the R5 and just making it really difficult for him. Okay, the Vex is pretty good as well. I like this one too. You're going to get early push into the Corki, who's honestly needs time to scale, is pretty weak early on, but still, you do have that problem being easy to jump on top of with that Cataclysm. So with jungle being the only thing left here, I'm kind of guessing that's what we'll see GFP go towards. The other thing though is Faisal.
Yep. I see that.
Tryndamere.
That is a top lane. It's funny to say I've seen more mid lane Tryndamere than I have recently seen top lane Tryndamere. This is actually the first in a while that I have seen Tryndamere taken here up into the top lane. That might mean that Squilliam is going to fall back to something that he is used to playing in that Gragas, and that will be locked in for him. So definitely, when we've been talking about frontline, right, a lot today, and the impact that it has, particularly on the late game, right, which is definitely something that it feels like ISU has been going for and definitely went for in the last matchup. But definitely an advantage right now looking at Evil Geniuses for the late game, at least in being able to sustain themselves, especially with somebody like a Tryndamere who has the Undying Rage, meaning that fight's going to last a lot longer than you anticipate it.
I actually like that pick a lot too for Faisal in the top lane because one, it's so difficult to deal with on the split, and two, in lane, it's fine for Graves. But when we talk about getting in the side lane, once we're outside of the laning phase and the turrets are down, Tryndamere has time to run you down. Graves is not like that. That's actually like really, it's really bad. And I think that's why we're seeing that pivot come through here because I don't think Graves jungle is very strong at the moment. Part of what's making him so good top is this ability to push early, the fact that he can trade pretty well against other top laners. Oh yeah, and of course Hullbreaker is the strongest item in the game. That definitely does a lot to help it as well. So putting him into the jungle where building that Hullbreaker isn't an option for you anymore makes things a little bit interesting for GFP. You don't really have much gank set up in the mid lane. You do have a top and mid. So I think playing for Drew Dozer is going to be a little difficult for him.
Yeah, I think for the early parts of the game, right, because we're going to expect GFP to be a part of these fights pretty early on. As Graves, you might as well supply your damage early, right? Like, your clears aren't I mean, later on, obviously, they're going to be great. They're not exceptionally strong because of the fact that you have those 2 shots in the reload. And so I would love to see GFP show up towards the bottom side. That's probably where we're going to see him. I like to think that Squilliam would potentially need some help in the top, but with that Gragas, that's likely not the case, actually. Especially with the final pick being locked in there. So Squilliam absolutely knowing, hey, I'm going into Faisal, who's going to be running this Tryndamere, right? What is going to work well for me? What is going to allow me sustainability? A Gragas definitely fits that. And Drew Dozer, it's going to be tough to, supply him with anything. So really, I think for both of these teams, they're going to focus a lot on the bottom side, just like we saw in that game number 1. And if that is the case, I mean, ISU... The lead was in favor of EGP, right? It was a couple thousand, like early on, which is kind of crazy to think about considering how, they didn't have that many advantages, but it turned so dang quickly for ISU to be able to say, yeah, but our comp though. But did you forget about our composition though? And the cohesion is still there for this composition that they are pulling out right now for ISU.
That's right, and now I talked about the 4v4 versus splitting. When you see champs like Trin or Gravestop or whatever, then you do want immediately, because Trin, although he can team fight to some degree, you want him in the side lane because he's an exceptional duelist, can take turrets and everything very, very quickly, and it's very hard to get on top of. Like, when you can take the turret, you can't chase him. He'll just E over the wall, spin like a top. You've all seen it. So in the 4v4 too, I think early on, especially once we first get to the level 6 mark, really heavily favoring EGP in my opinion. You have a lot of range. You think about things like the Chains of Corruption, the Shadow Surge coming out in terms of ultimates.
Yep.
And on the fact that Drew Dozer is going to be a while before he's online, Jolly. You're playing the Corki, you're nuts into the later stages, but for the first 10, 15 minutes till we get 2 items, he's going to be going through it.
Yeah, and that Vex early on has so much damage and a good amount of range too. So when you're going into somebody like the Corki, that's why this Victor is popular, right? That's why people like the Vex are popular. I think kind of underutilized in this matchup, to be honest. Just because, man, her range is insane. It's nutty. You got the speed as well on top of it. The shielding, even if she gets into a scary situation, personal space is massive. And then the fear, right? So this kit really allows her to be in some scary situations and potentially make it out. Plus, the ultimate allowing for continuous reinitiation even when the opposing team is trying to escape of their best fruition. Honestly, you got to constantly keep an eye on this Vex and where that Shadow Surge is going to be coming from and whether or not the kill actually comes through for this team. I do think it's going to be another one of those where GFP just tries to kind of shut down Perry. It worked out really, really well in that game number 1. Perry tried to do his best to initiate where he wanted to, and that just kind of was not how the game played out once it got into, post 10 minutes.
Another thing to think about, 2 teams, actually, interestingly enough, have a lot of rivalry to them here.
Yeah.
You think about EGP, late 2020, before Evil Geniuses got involved in the amateur scene, EGP was a team called Zenith, with a lot of a good amount of these players involved from then as well. That's actually back when Danny, this is Evil Geniuses Danny, was on the team too, and there was a big rivalry between them and ISU.
Oh my goodness.
Oh. And the funniest thing about that is when I was talking about it with Pater today, he says, and I quote, "I also have a lot of respect for Ito as a coach, but we have known each other for a long time, and it's always fun beating him." Because the Redbird would win a good amount of the time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's got to be feeling that today, right? Especially going into this matchup. It is match point right now for Redbird. They took that game number 1. They're kind of in the same position in terms of the composition that they're trying to run here for Redbird. EGP definitely having more adjustments, even though technically it is 3 across the board, right? With that Grave still being in this composition, it still provides for a ton of early damage. So EGP does have the pressure here, but that's kind of the expectation with this matchup. And, I can talk about Karma's damage all day long, I swear. Yeah, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah. And I like the move this time. Last game, this exact play was made by the bottom lane and jungle of EGP. This time around, Tempos and Yen were there to answer it. And now the pressure is there, though.
Is Perry still going on? Leo comes up around the top side. Drew Dozer is pretty far behind on this one. The grand entrance followed by the root forces the flash out of Perry. The exhaust as well. Will it be enough? It's actually going to be GFP that picks up the first blood instantly after that. Leo takes down Yen. GFP will likely go down here, and that's a double kill. Not just a double kill, but double buffs being handed over to Leo.
An excellent play coming through from the mid lane of EGP. Really loves this Clash of Clans base, Jolly, because wow, what a fear coming through. We expected this, though. The lane pressure coming through from this Vex into Corki means Leo was going to get the move long before Drew Dozer, and we're seeing the fruits of that already at minute 3, as we're going to take a look at the replay. Again, I do say I like Yen and Tempos moving up sooner, as last time this happened, GFP exploded instantly. But the thing is, look at that pathing from Vex at the top of the screen. Drew Dozer, no shot he's going to get there in time to have any impact on this fight. So even though ISU thinks they have something going here, big fear from Leo saves the day.
That was so close there on who was actually going to pick up that first blood as well. I couldn't have predicted that one, but ends up being the double kill going over to Leo. And like I said, the double buffs as well. So that is really going to set GFP behind here. There was at least a response, right? First blood went over to Redbird at this time. That's an improvement.
It's true. You give away a lot of gold in exchange, but it is nice that GFP is able to get at least that. But, I mean, ultimately, you're slowing down this Corki that much more, and you're making this lane harder for Drudozer, which is kind of the problem. But you know that feeling, Jolly? Your mid laner leaves, gets part of a skirmish, gets double buffs, come back to lane, and you're like, wow, I hate that. And, well, that's what Drudozer is in right now.
Yep, sweet, excellent. I was already in a harassed lane. Drudozer now having to flash over Perry. He's in with a pretty heavy invade. Like I'm already in a pressured lane, and now they're gonna come back with sure, no flash, but a double buff. That's not a comfortable place to be in. Drudozer, having used that teleport early on, is gonna need to try to pay attention and stay in this lane as long as possible. Made harder by that double buff being passed over.
No flash too means susceptible to another one of those plays for the next couple of minutes here. Now with Leo coming back with the Lost Chapter, you can see that damage is really going to start to come through for this Vex. And now with that level 6 coming through, Leo finding these ways to move lane. He's been doing it. He did it last game on the Rise. He's doing it this game on the Vex. When he has that Shadow Surge, it's going to be a really big deal for setting up some potential bot dives. EGP, this is exactly what they did in the early game. A lot of pressure on this bottom side of the map, making it hard for Gen and Temples to lane.
The other side of that in the previous game was that Drudozer was feeling super comfortable the whole time, and that's certainly not the case on this one. So that, that saving grace, that kind of silver lining, right, that Redbird can say, all right, well, this happened in the last game, but we still ended up winning it. But it was a little bit more in favor at this point, right? The gold, definitely in favor of EGP, but at least Drudozer was feeling pretty comfortable. And Drudozer hasn't lost a life. So that is the other side of that. I guess there's always, a way that you can kind of turn that cloud around to find a silver lining on it, right?
Yeah. Should I bring back the appreciate life thing? I can say it again.
Yeah, right? It's true. It's true. There's always the upside to this. And when you're only 6.5 minutes in the game, you can't take anything basically at face value, right? This game can turn on its head at any moment. But
right.
It is feeling similar to the last game, especially because these compositions kind of fall in line with what was being gone for by both of these teams.
And now, because of all this pressure bot side, even though your play doesn't end up going through with GFP hovering in the area about a minute ago, you still have all this pressure. It's going to be easy for you to secure that first Dragon of the game. Means that you're the one this time around who can play for the soul stacking. And oh, wait a second.
A lot of damage coming out of Squilliam.
Yeah, I like that attempt too, but the melee minion there means Faisal didn't take the turret shot, wasn't forced to use that Undying Rage. So far, Redbirds have managed to slow things down somewhat. With Perry on this bottom side of the map, very close to 6 and having that Heartbreaker. Oh my god, never mind.
Woo! Chains of Corruption, Dabtion picks up the kill thanks to the Monster Tether. And the pressure is on once again. This is just like game number 1. So much pressure coming out of EGP on this bottom side. They actually picked up the tower, the entire tower at, it ended up being, pretty close to the 14 minutes, but still full plate value off of that. Now we're going to see if Drudozer is able to continue on this engage. It was the grand entrance by Tempos. Without having Yen there to supply some of that long-range damage, though, it ends up being Drudozer just popping some shots off. Now kind of allowing something for Yen to decide here. What are we going to do? Do we want to continue this engage? How much time do we want to waste here? There's no pressure in the mid. Of course, Leo has to take the long walk up. So we'll just kind of be in the exchange there between Drudozer and Yen.
And part of it too is that because GFP was there covering mid, and also being in that bottom area because he has camps, he has to farm. It gives this opening for Perry to be able to start off the Rift Herald. It's going to be the second neutral objective this game, going in favor of Evil Genius Prodigies, and I'm sure we're going to see Perry take this, clear his bot camps, and then just or his top camps rather, and then immediately reset and look for a bottom dive, because you're going to see as soon as Sketch and Daption find their way back to this side of the map, there's going to be a play for them to be made and a lot of gold to earn.
Yeah, pretty dashing away from that one. You know, there was a lot of pressure, right, early on for EGP in game number 1. I'm definitely feeling the same thing. It's a 2,000 gold lead in their favor at 9 minutes. Again, normally I'm not looking at gold differentials this early in the game, but when you're talking a couple thousand pre-10, that's pretty decent. That's at least some items, right? If not a full item, then at least pieces of an item, because those skills have kind of been distributed a little bit, with only 3 actually being on the board this time. Leo, gotta watch out for those. Still finding success here. And now, with the pressure in this lane, is pretty far ahead, not just in gold, but also in CS and just pressure in the overall. That does not feel good if you are this Corki just trying to get to an item or two.
And part of that is because of the play we saw coming that happened earlier, where Drudozer came just to cover that bottom turret. Now here's the thing too, Perry has the Eye of the Rift Herald and is just clearing top to bottom and can easily set up for this lane gank now that the wave has bounced back. And now once he does that, that dive is successful, especially with GFP showing top. You gotta know there's a play to be made.
This is it. Oh no, it ends up being Squilliam throwing out the explosive cast, but Faisal is on the correct end of that thanks to the dash that he utilizes, and no mana to follow that one up, Squilliam. That is the end of that play, unfortunately for you. Oh, that's tragic.
It is, and this is what I mean. Maybe they don't even have to go for the dive. They can just go ahead and drop the Herald, because again, GFP showed top. Means this is a 3v2. Actually, it could be a 4v2 with Leo on his way, Shadow Surge available. So Yen and Tempos, you got to get out of dodge right now. Otherwise, you are going to be in a lot of trouble. So they're going to forego the wave. They're going to forego the first turret of the game. And that's a big chunk of gold once again into Perry and Sketch's pocket. We'll see if this time around EGP will actually be able to snowball that into a win.
It's definitely feeling a lot better, right? Honestly, just the fact that there's no Vigar on the opposing team. If I'm EGP here, I'm like, all right, cool. We can actually sustain this, right? This is not a situation where we're going to continuously kind of, be face checking an event horizon, or a situation where it's going to be crowd control and crowd control and crowd control. And not only that, but the positioning itself from the event horizon. If you're in the middle and you have to stay there, you're forced to take damage. That, or you run into the edge. Even if it's not, if you don't get the crowd control from it, it offers a massive amount that you have to navigate around. And with that not being here, Redbird not quite as comfortable playing from behind as they were in the previous game, and we're only 11 and a half minutes in. We're looking at 3,500 gold now in favor of EGP. This is definitely something that they can just continue to roll off of, especially if they keep shutting Drudozer down from being able to really accumulate anything.
Right, because we talk about, again, Corki needs time to get online. Oh, wait a minute.
There's the package. Drudozer might get locked down here. It's the initiation by Tempos, who's not able to follow that one up. Does have the quickness, has the flash away for Tempos. Leo is going to flash forward, though. A nice little dodge there by the Q. Daption going to take a lot of damage. The ultimate comes out from GFP. The flash away ensures that Leo stays alive, and that means that EG find themselves definitely on the upside of that fight.
A big play, even though Drudozer is trying to start things off. Still, Corki not there in the itemization. Doesn't even have a mythic built yet. Doesn't even have that Manamune starting to really stack up there, even though he has the tier. So it's tough for Drudozer to really have that damage impact he's looking for. Not like the Vigar we saw previously. So it's tough to be looking to make plays at this point, where instead you end up giving away more and more gold. And you're seeing how impactful Leo can be on this pick here with the Vex, the way he's able to join from like across the map. And basically, doesn't matter that he's on the bottom side of the map. He can join very, very quickly.
It's Vex, man. Like, that's
baby.
This Vex, baby. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, that's not even with the Shadow Surge coming into play, really, right? This is just straight up with Leo being able to acknowledge where he needs to go, and then the range on these abilities and the follow-up, right? You apply, like, you get the fear on that, and you're kind of donezo. But we're going to take another look at that mid lane fight.
You can see it. They actually knew because of the ward that he was going for this, and that's why. Sketch walked away, didn't get corralled in and take much damage from the package, and it made it easy for the rest of the team to come through here. Perry gets the reset. Leo shows up with the Shadow Surge, and even though Daption in the mid lane has to flash, he's keeping 2 people busy while EGP continue to just rack up the kills. It gets them the second Drake. They're halfway to what's going to be another Infernal Soul, and EGP doing a much better job this game of pushing these early game leads. Part of it is because they have more options to do so, more CC, more teamfight tools than they did in game 1.
that's what we needed to see from them. That's what was certainly lacking in that game number 1. Yeah, they had the tools. It also felt, I will say, it also felt like there were, a couple of situations where maybe EGP got a little too far ahead of themselves. Maybe thought that they were really far ahead, and then just kind of forgot about all of the crowd control. This one, they don't have to worry about that kind of situation. As we look at the gold distribution right there, Perry, Sketch, Leo, what better members could you have all of that extra gold in the pockets of? There's literally nobody. So they are feeling really good about that. And then below that, I mean, even Drewdozer is sitting below Faisal in gold, total gold. That definitely hurts as not just a mid laner, but I mean, definitely a carry style player on this team.
For sure. And in time, they'll definitely have the tools to do just that. The Manamune is built and stacking. Once that Miramana comes through, once we see either the Mythic, the Maw of Malmortius, depends who is playing Corki at the time, you'll really start to see that damage come through from this champion. But for now, Redbird not really in a position to be fighting, especially with those key spikes delayed. I like what we saw from EGP about a minute ago. You rotate Sketch to the top side, allow him to pick up more turret plates, and you can see it reflect in that gold graph we saw not too long ago, Jolly, how he is one of the leading gold holders on the Rift at the moment here. And it's part of why EGP has such a strong lead.
And 5,000 at 15 minutes, that's pretty massive. Good. That's actually definitely one of the bigger numbers than we are used to seeing. And, I was commending EGP in game number 1 about the fact that they had a pretty early gold lead that I at least, pay attention to, whereas most of the time I just don't have eyes on something like that in the early parts of the game. But you can't just kind of try to ignore 5K in favor of a single team at this early on in the game. And looks like EGP now trying to make something up to the top side. Perry recognizing, hey, this pinch opportunity, probably not going to do it. Drewdozer takes so much damage from the piercing arrow. Has to flash away from the follow-up. The Rift Herald is going to come out here on the top side. Of course, the blades have all fallen. Perry takes a step forward, quickly realizing I need to take a step back in response because the rest of Redbird Esports is up in the top. And look at the damage coming out of Adaption and Sketch. Goodness.
And we keep talking about the 4v4 of AGPs is much better right now, especially with this gold lead they have for himself. And you have Faisal very happily pushing things out on the bottom side in the side lane, keeping that lane pushed in. And all Squilliam can do at the moment is just hang back and catch CS as much as he possibly can, because it's hard for Faisal to run him down right now. But it's also hard for Squilliam to do much of anything else besides prevent himself from getting run down. So EGP getting more value across the map here. It doesn't even matter if Faisal is ahead or not.
Man, this is Redbird, especially coming off of the high off that previous game. You can tell they're not nearly as comfortable with this setup. And the expectation, for Drewdozer to potentially have a little bit of a better time is a risky play to make when you're first picking somebody like Corki in the mid lane. No flex picks there. There's a couple champions that certainly do well into this, and Vex has got to be now my first priority when it comes to trying to find somebody that works well in the court, because this has been a massive shutdown, and a lot of that having to do with just Leo playing incredibly well. It's Perry, yes, has been showing up all over the map, but I gotta say Leo's Sketch and Adaption have been performing so well. Almost, I was talking about flawless play coming out of ISU in the last game. That's definitely how it feels towards the bottom side of the map right now for EGP.
And this is so good from EGP overall. Perry is in a little bit of trouble, but I think he'll be able to walk away from this one. The play is
slick.
It was, and the play it's so smart from EGP, because they don't care if this game continues on the way it has been. They don't need to rush this soul. So what that means is they'll just let the dragon go for a turret. They don't want to fight Corki with package. They just want to take gold for structures.
He's going to be able to pick that one up. Probably not going to be able to get the soul from the Corki, but that is a-okay, especially with that curtain call to come through. Not where Yen wanted that damage to be placed. And now that gold lead just keeps growing and growing in favor of EGP. We're not even at 20 minutes yet here, beatdown, and we are looking at like almost 7K lead here for the blue team.
Evil Genius Prodigies showing us a much better look than in game 1. Great adaptation coming through, especially from Faisal, who's now playing the Tryndamere. Now with having to go on to the Graves, is hasn't been able to do very much. He's got 1 kill, which came from very early on into the game. Beyond then, not much to show for it on the side of Redbird. Not a whole lot of plays able to be made because we're waiting on Drew Dozer. He's a big playmaker for the team, and this is what the kind of struggle when you put him on champs like Corki. And when he's so far behind, he's just briefly, just for a second, when that came up, Jolly, he was behind. He was ahead of only supports. Think about that.
That's rough. That is very, very rough to see. Now, Drew Dozer is going to get jumped on right here. I mean, there's nobody now, even with the mobility that you have on somebody like Corki, there's nobody that he can run away from at this point. Too much speed, too much initiation, too much damage coming out of EGP, and on top of it, they have a little bit of crowd control. Maybe not as much as might have seen from Redbird previously, or even in this current matchup, but it feels like EGP game number 1, really, you know, they weren't feeling it, right? This game, they're feeling it. They're feeling it.
You can say that in this 4v5 scenario, even though with Drew Dozer is back, with teleport, again, not a whole lot he's going to be able to do right now. As Faisal is going to go ahead and run away. Wow, there are a lot of blast cones. Infernal Rift. It sure is a fun one. But he doesn't have to use that Undying Rage. He's going to be able to walk away while the rest of EGP have been doing a really good job pushing the vision line forward, keeping everything past that bush. Drew Dozer is in the dark. You see the risks they have to take walking into this part of the map. And just to try and clear things up and set up vision.
This is where that front line comes into play, right? You were talking about it in the last match. Who you were saying, look at these champions. Now look at these champions, right? Who are you okay with kind of walking in on? Nobody. And that's absolutely the case for EGP right now. Everybody is providing so much damage, so much for the rest of the team that it doesn't matter if it starts out as a 1v4 kind of situation, just like Redbird was capable of doing in the previous matchup, particularly with Squilliam being able to stay alive forever. I mean, Faisal and Perry being on Tryndamere and Diego, they are capable of doing that, and the damage that's coming out of Leo's catching caption just makes it impossible for Redbird to comfortably move anywhere, or even in a fight confidently say, yeah, we can take this one, because there's currently no fight that I have seen that Redbird is able to really say that over EGP.
Now we're a minute away from this next Infernal Drakes. Something the Evil Genius Prodigies can definitely fight for. You just have to be aware the Corki package should be up. Actually, no, they increased the time between package spawns to 8 minutes now, so there won't be a Corki package for Redbird. So you got to imagine this is gonna be an easy dragon for Evil Genius Prodigies, and Redbirds are just gonna let it go. They're gonna fight for the potential Soul Dragon on EGP's side. So I don't think without Corki package they have a single way they can actually do this.
That's the unfortunate side. There are very few fights, no matter what the positioning is, that they can say we're confident about this fight. If it's a straight 5v5, I mean, there's almost no situations here, right, where EGP doesn't come out ahead. There's nobody you can put on the front line for Redbird. There's nobody you can really say, okay, go and soak up the damage because we have the back end damage that isn't being supplied there. That's just not the case. Especially when you're seeing how much damage is being provided by every single member of EGP. It's starting to feel, I mean, this obviously has been an uphill battle. It's starting to almost feel insurmountable. It obviously has not gotten to that point, but if you're Redbird, the pressure is really mounting.
Yeah, it's tough. They want to see what they can get away with, trying to set up vision, trying to fight for this Drake. They're afraid of Soul Point, but it's going to be hard. Heroes is going to teleport in. Oh, he does have the package available, actually. It's going to be something to play for.
He takes so much damage. Doesn't have to flash away from that one. Is going to be the curtain call as well. Comes out here. Faisal on the back side.
Oh, they stole it.
They did steal that one. And Jin is again able to pick that one up. What can they gather from that, though, as Leo is on a spree, finds a double kill. Going to throw out the Shadow Surge. Again, flashes away from that one. No follow-up means that's the last charge that you can get. But EGP, hey, they might have lost the dragon. They're still ahead.
Yeah, they got many kills for that one. They're going to be able to go ahead and just take the Baron here while you have Sketch actually in the side lane, being able to pressure this turret. It's just more gold in EGP's pocket. And even though, as you say, they don't get the Soul Point, they still have plenty of tools there to be able to allow them to really push this lead and look to close us and take us to a game 3.
I mean, it's looking more and more like that. You know, I have 15 minutes. I would say that's probably going to be the outcome. We have seen some crazy things happen, particularly in proving grounds, especially with how well these teams can adapt on the fly over time, given the resources that they have for themselves here. But Redbird really struggling on this one. We're going to take another look at that massive fight.
You can see it. It's honestly, Faisal's the big MVP in this one, because if that package went through, maybe this fight would have actually gone differently. But instead, Faisal forces it out of him in an inopportune situation, so that even though the dragon is stolen by Yen, you win the fight after, no problem.
Personal space pickup. You're not far away enough. That's an easy pickup. Surprising amount of damage coming out of the W from that Vex. And yeah, Faisal not only, able to get the package out, but then was just kind of able to follow up anyone who tried to separate themselves from that fight. So that allowed these heavy damage dealers, Leo, Sketch, Daption, to focus on who they wanted to, on who was having attempted to continue on the fight in the middle. We love to see a top laner who is capable of peeling that far out and picking up the kills on top of it.
Now you just have every wave pushed in here by Evil Geniuses. Because they have Faisal, again, doing so much work here on the bottom side, they're able to just affect all three lanes. And of course, with Squilliam there, it is going to neutralize it. But I mean, you're fine with that. You keep Squilliam on this bottom lane. Otherwise, Faisal steals several turrets, as Tryndamere does. Or, and you have EGP, just taking turrets top, taking turrets mid, and threatening to break open the base.
Look at the gold lead. Look, I don't even want to talk about this. This is, it's painful to see for Redbird. We love to see a game through. We do. This game has been so incredibly one-sided, though. And now we're looking at 11,000, over 11,000 at 26 minutes in now. That is at least Leo who's been caught out. It's going to be a big pickup right there for Drudozer. In the meantime, William just trying to run away from Daption. You're not quite on the right side of the fight, though. And hey, you want to hear me talk about karma damage again? I can talk about karma damage again.
Might have to talk about Gragas damage again, because Daption is definitely losing a lot. But oh, he's just softening him up for his boy Faisal.
The tenderization you were talking about, that should do it. It's going to be Daption who manages to pick that one up, thanks to the help of Faisal. That gold lead continues to climb in favor of Evil Genius's Prodigies. A big part of that is that Redbird has not been able to navigate around this map how they have wanted at all from minute one. With 5 towers compared to the 0 that Redbird has been able to find, even when they get a little bit of a success in a fight like this. The fact that they just have to push their lanes back out and they can't actually look towards objectives or really do anything aside from kind of compensating for the pressure that EGP has been putting on the side lanes is definitely a difficult spot to be in.
Worth noting too, Drudozer got a very big shutdown onto Leo. Overall, Redbird, I think we did a good job there of taking advantage of the fact that Squilliam's been forcing Faisal out and winning out a lot of these trades. And in doing so, they had that opportunity to push and take him out. And Drudozer is the big damage dealer, carry for this team. And we continue to highlight on the side of Redbird's playmaker. So getting him this gold, getting him to this 2, almost 3 item mark where he's probably going to build the rapid fire cannon next or something along those lines, is going to be a big deal. So Drudozer is going to be that damage threat as long as Redbirds can set him up. And they have ways to do it, Jolly. They do have Squilliam. They do have Tempos. If they find the opening to be able to get a good team fight, front to back 5v5, that is going to be their best chance to be able to actually somehow make the comeback a second time.
Now, here's my question. What does a good team fight look like for Redbird Esports right now? Because even when it seems like they're in a good position, they're not able to apply the damage. Maybe Drudozer who goes in, does a bunch of his own exploding cast on top of that. Squilliam flashes back into that one. It's going to be Tempos who falls once again, though. Leo going to be able to follow up on that ultimate. Faisal takes the kill. There's going to be another charge of Shadow Surge that comes through. Yen with the exhaust trying to damage out Faisal. The thumbs up, the preemptive thumbs up saying you're not getting out of this one. That is an ace on the team. Not only that, that might be the end of the game now and a game number 3 in the future for both EGP and Redbird Esports.
That it is, Jolly. EGP, after a tough game 1 where they lose out to Redbirds, bring it back off a really good Tryndamere pick up for the team. They play the early game well, and this time they transfer it to a win. We're going to game 3, baby.
We are going to game number 3. Look at that gold lead over time, topping off at almost 15,000 in advantage for Evil Geniuses Prodigies. That's not a number that we see very often in like a 30-minute, sub-30-minute game at all, Beatdown.
No, and this is what we see when EGP can actually continue to snowball and not get stopped by Redbirds. And part of it is because of the fact that, one, again, I really do think that Graves was meant to be top for Squilliam again. But when you play it into the Trind, it is not a good matchup once you get out of lane. So they had to shift that into the jungle, put Tryndamere, put Squilliam on something else to be able to match in and out of lane. And that put them in a tough situation in draft on the side of Redbirds, where Graves jungle, it's a little tough, especially once you want to pick that scaling pick with Corki. You don't have a lot of early playmaking. And because of that, Druidozer is set very far behind because of the kills and deaths, everything along those lines. And Leo did a great job, again, being able to leave lane and affect other parts of the map. Because even though EGP lost game 1, he did that on the rise too.
Yeah. And there were some really solid attempts too to kind of take control of the game in the exact way that EGP was able to do here. And hey, you know what? Defiant wins, it looks like, is kind of what we're facing across the board so far here today, including our first series that we had. But that means that we get another game number 3. That means that we get the chance for ISU to redeem themselves after that pretty hefty loss that EGP just threw their way after EGP was able to respond to a loss of their own from game number 1. So we are going to be taking one last quick break before heading into game number 3. It's the tiebreaker here, the last one of the day. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more Proving Grounds.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not jolly, but I suppose
You're
we'll have to
not.
do beatdown. I am. I'm gonna do my best here since we've got a pretty banger matchup continuing to go on. I've managed to catch the last little bit of it after the Academy series finished, and well, EGP Prodigies versus Redbird Esports is not what people thought it would be. Not what I predicted it would be. Thought this would be EGP's pretty easily, but Redbird are looking scary.
They are, and them winning the first game was definitely a really strong showing from them. And I think going into the second one, and I talked about it a lot, both in game, during game, even while I was talking to you going into this one. I think like the second game was a really smart drafting from EGP, really punishing the fact that like Redbird are very happy to blind the graves for Squilliam. And we talk about how he's newer to the role. He's been playing really well, all things considered. But then you end up putting him in these currently strong champions. Like, Gragas is good, Graves is good. But if you're blinding the Graves, Faisal brings out the Tryndamere. And I think that put Redbirds in a really awkward spot. And I think that's what caused their early game to be as difficult as it was, making it so that Truedozer was never able to come online. And there was never actually an angle or a team fight that Redbird could take or win.
Yeah, it is very difficult to come back from an early game that EGP control, which is where Redbird need to use a little bit of tempo to their advantage, right? I'd like to sort of posit that in this game, a more active Drudozer that you talk about getting shut down is more valuable. And so drafting around a strong mid 2v2, sometimes at the expense of other things, may be a direction to go. And if you can find a few good skirmishes, then you've really got a situation where it feels like Perry and Leo can be shut out.
I agree with you. And I think that's a really good point. Because when you think about the Vigar versus the Corki, you have a lot of impact late game as both of those champions, but Vigar, because of the cage, you have a lot of impact much earlier on. And seeing that contrast between game 1 and 2, I think was a big contributor there, because you think about it, Leo was able to leave lane on his effects, do whatever he pleased the entire time, and it was just brutal how they managed to use that to snowball into the rest of the game. So as we go into this final game draft, we have the side swap. ISU picks blue. We're going to see what they're looking to prioritize.
Blue side's pretty good right now. I actually don't mind it, but it does depend heavily on how many power picks get banned out initially. And EGP starting with the Zillion does make me sweat a little bit, because we haven't seen the Jinx, we have not seen an Aphelios, and we haven't seen a Xin Zhao. And the problem is with blue side that if you pick one of those three and another one isn't banned, then you're giving away two very strong power picks, and that I don't think I'm comfortable with, especially after seeing a Varus last game already be quite strong. I'm pretty worried.
Right, and we're seeing the Karma ban too. It was prioritized. It was B1, both game 1 and 2 for EGP. They're taking it away from Daption, especially because we saw what it looks like when that lane really starts to pop off. So banning it away makes a lot of sense here with the big three. Two of the big three rather taken away. We're going to see the immediate Aphelios pick come through here for Yen. It's worth noting too, Thresh is still available. And when you think about the 80 carries left, you could technically go Thresh Varus if you want to, just to make sure you deny that combination. But I think leaving that one up to Temples is going to be really tough. I mean, we all know the meme, 5 stages of Temples Thresh. Okay, first of all, I don't know the meme. Secondly, what? I gotta send you that.
Out, please. What is it? Is it?
It's because everybody bans Zillion from Tempos because of course he's a big Zillion player and things like that. And he when he was on UPL once, he made a meme where it's like, yo, my Thresh is actually pretty good, and he made like the 5 stages, and it starts off with Tempos can't play Thresh, like what's going on, and then it all goes all the way till acceptance where it's like, Tempos is on the team, we gotta ban Thresh.
Tempos is I understand. You know what? I'm starting to see it now. And
you like it?
Yeah, I like it. I think it's creative and simultaneously terrifying. However, so is this draft so far. Because I'm thinking about that Viego and the Lulu picked on the other side of it. This is creative and very, very strange from both teams, because opting out of the Xin Zhao is opting out of early power, but into decimation in the late game.
Right, and that's the thing too, but you're playing into Varus Nautilus, which is very dangerous. So seeing the Aphelios, Lulu, you do have range, you do have shielding, but like you said, if you get to that late game, you're in a great position here. And I think at this point, EGP, you're looking to ban away junglers. Ryze makes sense for Drudozer. You don't want to have the ability to allow him to push, roam, do what Leo was doing kind of all series long. But I think at least taking away something like this because I don't think GFP is actually going to run back the Graves jungle again, especially with no threat of the Tryndamere being up.
Unlikely to see it here. I am wondering who last pick does end up going to, because we've got the option to, I can assume, counter what might be a top Graves, but we'll hover around confirmation. I actually wouldn't mind ISU picking up a mid laner here, so they have potential counter pick top to try and mind game that Graves even further, but it depends what lane they want to get the most mileage out of, and harkening back to what I talked about, I'd like to see them prioritize mid jungle 2v2 over anything.
Agreed. So these last 2 picks are going to be really interesting to me for that exact reason. Camille ban is good because I think your right top lane is going to be a really big point of contention for both teams, especially Faisal being a player on EGP who we highlight a lot for good reason. It is a really, really strong player, taking away things like the auction as well. I think it's a good shout against him, especially because we probably will be seeing Squilliam rock that Graves in the top lane here.
Interesting to see the way this develops with a Syndra, a relatively stable mid laner that should be able to get priority, but it is more of a move towards the side lanes for EGP than anything. You have the Syndra that's going to be, again, stable, with the Varus Nautilus that should be winning lane, and a top lane counter pick. You've got a lot of avenues to sort of use that wave clear to your advantage by roaming around the map and making sure they get ahead by challenging the Aphelios Lulu. It is a crime that Xin Zhao has fallen this far through the draft, but he does get picked up. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good for GFP. It's going to be really strong early, and the only thing is, what are we going to see mid? Because there's no Jarvan or anything like that with that kind of CC threat, you could go for the Victor or something if you want. That's really good into Syndra, but the Orianna is a little bit more of what I'm expecting. You have the ball delivery service. It's fine into most lane matchups. I think you're okay with just picking that one up. I was actually thinking of the GP for Faisal just because this would be, you don't have too much CC. Really, it's only on the Xin Zhao. So there's only really one thing you have to consider trying to use to prevent scurvy on. So that's actually a really nice pick there for him.
Yeah, I like the adaptation, and the nice thing about GP is that he does end up helping apply pressure globally and to the backline globally, which I think is even better. GP, the further the game goes on, the more he can threaten the Aphelios Lulu and Orianna. Even the Graves not going to stand up to his burst later either, and so EGP feel like they have a roster that gets a lot more comfortable as the game goes on, and while the same thing is true for ISU, I don't think it's to the same degree.
I agree with you. The thing that's tough too is because Faisal playing this Gangplank kind of gives me similar vibes to the Trend. And what I mean is that both function really well in the side lane, and both, once you get them out of lane, they're allowed to get to this point where they hyperscale and become monsters. Yeah, in different ways. Trend, not much of a team fighter. Gangplank can side lane, can team fight with the ultimate, and of course, a good barrel setup as well. So Faisal is going to be in the similar situation to last game, where after you get out of the laning phase, you have a lot of damage potential and a lot of team fight potential later on into the game. And when you have this mid-jungle duo, Viego, Syndra, of course, being the bulk of that, just with how strong she is early, you have a lot of skirmishing potential early on. But the same could be said about ISU.
Yeah, ISU, I'm actually expecting to try and start fights specifically around top side early if they can. I think ultimately their dream is to convert into the first 2 dragons, especially because they have the Xin Zhao. But the more you can fight around Squilliam and make him a problem, the more resources EGP have to commit up there, and you need them to commit resources, especially like Daption, because if Daption's allowed to sit with Sketch, then they're going to win the lane, or push the lane, rather, and you're unlikely to have as easy access to dragons. So in a way, I'd like to see GFE go top first so that he can go bottom later. And it's a weird way of putting it, but I think that it's ISU's key to this game, because those dragons are the thing that could separate these teams in the scaling by a significant margin.
I think it's true. Trying to set Faisal back as far as you can in the early minutes will make sense. And if GFP goes for that full clear or 3 camp towards the top lane, you get early gold on Squilliam, so he's more effective later on and stronger in the laning phase. I think will be really good. And yeah, you should technically have push bottom lane just because you're double ranged into ranged and melee, but it's tough because Nautilus is that kind of champ. But when you pick enchanters, this is what you have to deal with Thrush and Nod, where yes, you have range. Yes, you have good poke. But if one hook lands...
Don't I know
it? Yeah, and it's tough too because it's Nautilus. We've seen We've seen those dredge lines do something like just ridiculous things, not okay things. So this, especially with what you said in mind, I think we're going to see Perry put a lot of focus on this bottom side of the map, and he's been doing it all series long. The first 2 games, just trying to split map, making sure Sketch and Daption have a good time. It'll be a little harder this time as the Viego, as you're not as strong early in dueling potential, but you still have that similar goal in mind where you're going to clear towards bot. You're going to play towards bot, because if you get pushed in by a Felios Lulu and you get the gank angle, that's a free play right there.
Yeah, it really is. You want to be sure as well that even if Perry isn't making ganks happen towards bot, even if the occasion isn't arising, let's say, that he's at least committing time down there to set up vision to keep this perhaps pushing bot lane safe. Depends on exactly how safe they feel, but it is about making sure that everybody feels comfortable, because Faisal will scale for later, and if ISU aren't able to actually take him down, then he's going to be just fine against the Graves for the majority of this game. We'll see how things shake out, though, as we are jumping onto the Rift for our 3rd and final game of the night. One of these 2 teams will be going home, the other one taking one more step towards that playoffs dreams. Let's see how it shakes out.
These 2 teams definitely have that bit of history. We're highlighting at the end of game 2, playing each other quite a good bit. Back when EGP was actually Team Zenith, back in like late 2020. And again, it's worth noting too, Bader did say he has a lot of respect for Ido, and it's always fun beating him. So I like the banter and things like that, and we'll see if Redbird will be actually able to make it happen. We highlighted it, and you called it. GFP will be going towards the top side at least early on, and we'll probably be able to reset and come back off for the first dragon.
Xin Zhao, I mean, some of the power of this champion is definitely the flexibility in your path as well, and I'm curious whether he goes for Raptors on, especially because they're warded, and you might actually get spotted here, watching the minimap for any rogue pings, but it seems like GFP has escaped without the vision from EGP catching him, at least for now, and this does give him access to a creative path, to a counter jungle, to an early scuttle, whatever it may be, and that's where Xin Zhao's most happy. Yen, however, not so happy, it looks like.
Look at the minimap, though. It's none of those things. It's the level 2 gank from the Xin Zhao. This is what we like to see. And Faisal, he's only level 1 at the moment here.
He's probably going to die at level 1. Flash, though, does take him underneath the tower, so Flash burned is still a benefit towards ISU. They get to go back into their jungle. GFP will finish clearing this side, and while he might lose a few camps to Perry, very worthwhile. What's really concerning me is that the spot lane is getting out of hand. Yen having to burn Flash and Cleanse early and Recall is a really bad sign for ISU.
It is, and he's going to recall. He's still level 1, and even though this wave didn't crash into the turret, by the time he gets back, he is going to lose at least some of this wave, and we're already seeing that pressure come through. Daption and Sketch getting the better end of this bot lane, and Daption clears the wave just in time for who? None other than Perry Jungle.
Yen. Oh my god, yes, you gotta stay on the other side of the minions. Anything less could be a death sentence. Daption's looking for it, the hook connects, and still at level 1. Yen is going to go down. EGP collect their 2nd kill as desperately Tempos tries to flee from under the tower, but it just ain't happening.
That's brutal. Yen has 1 CS. He's going to come back to lane at level 1. The Cephalios is officially in the dirt. Done. Dusted. 6 feet under. Whatever you want to call it. It's going to take so much for Redbird to be able to bring Yen back from the dead, essentially, because he's lost so much gold and XP. Oh, so much, as you see the rest of the map still going pretty positively here. Of course, Faisal was forced to both flash, but the dive, it wasn't there. There's no actual gank. There's no actual kill threat at the moment there for GFP, and he still has camps to farm. Speaking of, Perry knows because of that ward that he hadn't gone to do his Raptors, so he just goes ahead and steals them.
This could be bad, though. If GFP tries to engage this, it is a 2v1, and he's going to have to flash away. GFP, I would say, equally put in a terrible position by what happened bot lane. He's already lost all of his bot side camps, cannot go to that, and let's get a taste of how it all started.
This is beautiful timing from Perry. He's been doing it all series long games, 1, 2, and now 3. And because of that recall timing for Yen, which is less than ideal, you have this opportunity to make it happen. Get the double kill for Perry and deny so much gold and XP from the AD carry of Redbird. Now a level behind, or a good amount of XP behind, gold behind, and is now finally back and able to make something happen here. But this is interesting. We have Squilliam actually walking through on the recall.
Maybe trying to go mid, but he's going to have to wait on that because Tempos requires some medical attention. Ignited and taken down by Sketch. Yen is next on the list. Daption may be able to get out here, but the flash into decimation from Squilliam does at least claim the 1 kill back for Redbird, and they are on the board at the very least.
That is something to be happy about here for Redbird. They did this before where you have Squilliam moving bot on recall, and then they have Drew Dozer answer the top wave, have Squilliam move mid, and it's perfect. Squilliam, actually the team as a whole aren't going to lose too much off of it, and they managed to assist their AD carry in Yen to be able to at least get a kill, at least get, I'm not going to say even things out, but to get him back to the point where he can even things out, which is very necessary here as we see the solo lane go ahead and jump back to their regular lane assignments.
Thank God. This is the kind of League of Legends that I'm a little bit more comfortable with. I was wondering what on earth was going on for the moment, and in the grand course of those events, it does appear that Squilliam did fall behind ever so slightly. So the cost is a tiny, but still evidently there, especially in the XP where Faisal has taken off a little bit ahead of him, hit that level 6 breakpoint first, and now has access to the Cannon Barrage, which is no small thing in situations like this. Cannon Barrage him! Cannon Barrage him! Drew Dozer's dead! If he just... It's fine. Next time. I got him next time.
Yeah, exactly. It's the false sense of security, Dia, where he's like, oh, he's trolling. He's surely not going to use it on me. And then the next time, that's when he gets him. It's the mind games, man. League is a chess game.
He's using mental warfare here.
Exactly. 9-dimensional underwater basket weaving. That's what Faisal's playing.
You know what? It's a little bit off topic, but I have to tell you, it's one of my favorite facts about Steam as a platform. You know Steam, the gaming platform?
I'm familiar, yes.
Okay, thank you. One of my favorite things is there's a game called 5D Chess with time travel or something like that.
What?
Yeah. And it's tagged as a psychological horror game, which makes me really... It's like tactical, but also psychological horror. Much like this bot lane, if you are trying to dodge hooks from Daption.
I mean, I actually want to replay on that hook, because that was just silly.
I think you're just going to get another one. I think we're just going to get a lot more. This time, the Cannon Barrage is going to come down. Daption looks like he's going to get out the flash from Yen. Does kill Daption as well as himself, I might add. Reset comes through from Perry, but he is low. And good thing he's in Zhao. Able to heal up as Sketch does collect another kill. Drew Dozer forces the flash, but that is all that he is going to get. That is all that ISU is going to get. The flash from the AD carry, the kill on the support, but EGP gets so much more.
And Perry's constant attention in the bottom lane, something they've just not been able to do anything about.
Oh my God, Perry flashing forward, Heartbreaker. What? The calculus on that was just insane.
Oh my God, everything is just going in favor of EGP in the early game. This Viego is 3-2. Oh, okay, watch this. What? Everybody watch this. What is that?
Psychological
horror. What is that? I hate it. I hate it so much.
Yeah, that was a hitbox extraordinaire, an intended feature, I am certain. But Daption did get the payback for it, albeit at a significant cost.
Yeah, ultimately Yen did manage to get the trade, but of course, the mind games from Faisal coming through, he manages to commit the ultimate. I mean, the rest of the fight just goes so very well, because constantly, again, you have the moves from Perry to be able to have this kind of impact, and of course, that's the power of GP, being able to make the plays from across the map without showing up. But here's the thing too, Perry, nice flash, dodges the command attack. It just doesn't get any cleaner than that.
Oh my, yeah, Perry's making a strong argument for, what is that, Vogue's hottest man or something like that? What is it?
Something like that.
Yeah, I think that what we're gonna see is that edition of the magazine this year with just a picture of Viego on it and the words Perry underneath. That was some really, really impressive stuff, and that's to add to the other 4 kills that he was a part of beforehand. GFP right now, Maybe not looking in as good of a position as his counterpart. Does flash forward, though, to try and finish the kill off onto Leo, but he is one auto away as Daption denies him once more.
Oh man, and that's a like 0 HP. That is an Syndra right there, Dia, and you're not even able to get that kill. The psychic damage, the psychological horror, as you called it, is just incalculable. And now you can see it, Redbird constantly just falling further and further behind this game. And you can see it in the gold lead. Sketch, of course, leading by a considerable margin. He's 1,000 gold up on Yen, who has the highest amount of gold on Redbird. You can see it this early game where Yen fell so far behind. Everything we've seen so far just ends up being a result of that, and Perry's ability to affect this bottom part of the map so very well.
Now, here's a question, because we've got ISU in this position, right? We can talk all day and all night about how EGP have manufactured such an amazing place in the game for themselves as Leo. Maybe getting manufactured right back on does end up going down 400 gold, and that may be a piece of the question that I was about to ask you, is how can ISU go about getting back into this? Is it just through mid lane ganks? Is there something else that they should be looking at?
So you have a lot of team fight. You still have a good amount of team fight power if we look at, again, when we talk about top laners, especially the way things are right now with Hullbreaker, I need to hold my thought.
This looks like a replay, but it isn't. We're just all fighting bot again. That's the thing. That's the recurring nightmare that ISU are living in, and specifically Yen, as he is once again relegated to the gray screen.
And that is painful. 5-0-2 for Sketch. And he's going to get the Rift Herald. He's going to get all these turret plates, and everyone's going to walk away. Because those are his plays, Dia. He gets this gold. And you can just see what an insane amount of gold is. I know we just looked at the gold, but can we please look at it again? I just want to know what Sketch is looking at the moment here. And to answer your question, Dia, the way back into the game, look at that.
Macro harder.
Yeah. Why did you say it like that?
Well, because we already macro harded, so now we're macro harder.
Okay, I see. I like it. I'm writing it down.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. You're minting it? Okay, I can't say it then.
No. It's okay. It's like an NFT. You can still screenshot it and share it with your friends.
Yeah. Right click, save as. Let's go.
I don't understand the internet. We're back. We're doing just fine. 2 dragons have just been picked up by Evil Genius Prodigies. I will say that was their second. They didn't do 2 in a row. And at this point, well, it's looking like they may just go for 4 in a row, because I'm not seeing just yet the dream for ISU. And we've talked about their team fighting prowess. A lot of that going to rely on Yen. He's about to run out of the chakram momentarily. Drew Dozer hasn't hit the item break points yet. So we are waiting on these small little things to start to shift team fights in ISU's favor. And until those items are hit by both AD carry and mid, it's an EGP world.
That's right. Redbird are just living in it. Squilliam actually living in it at the moment, not having a good time.
GFP is trying his hardest not to live in it. I think he's about to succeed. Does end up going down underneath the tower. Squilliam moments away from going down himself. Heartbreaker should seal the deal. A little bit of speed up from Perry, and the last auto landing on an already gargantuan. Hey, Viego, this is pretty terrifying, I've got to be honest. The proxy in this top side as well should herald the tower going down, and another couple turret plates going specifically to Sketch.
See, I had a whole thing based on what you were asking earlier, about how Redbird are going to find their way back into this game. We talk about the 4v4 and everything like that with the way top laners are splitting nowadays. Well, Perry being 4-0 and Sketch being 5-0 means that 4v4 is not up for discussion anymore. It's basically a 6v4 if we're really thinking about it. Don't ask me how I'm doing that math. Just trust me on that one. And it's tough because EG Prodigies, they just win that 10 times out of 10, 11 times out of 10. So your only hope now is kind of what we saw GFP doing. You hope that you can isolate someone, use that Crescent Guard to be able to get the 1v1, your mark target, and hope that you can secure a big kill, a big shutdown. If you can get on top of someone like Sketch, remove him from the equation, then even a 4-0 Viego is something that you can deal with because you do have that slight numbers advantage.
Yeah, and we have to applaud GFP for going for this as well, as he once again does it in the mid lane. Leo actually is likely going to go down here, and it's off the back of plays like this. GFP
oh my God, the
is playing hero for ISU, and it again costs him his life. He is the one thing separating them from what would otherwise be a game where they lay down and die. GFP is literally the savior of this team right now.
He's trying. I'll tell you what, Dia, he is trying. Also, I just want to say Daption's dredge line hit from around the wall. That's the only point I'm going to say about that. The only other thing literally. And now Squilliam is going through some psychological horror of himself. Goodbye, buddy.
Again, this looks like a replay, but it isn't. We're just all top lane again. This time, though, Luluel does come in, so we get a little bit of extra oomph, but Daption is more than ready to punish that as a second kill goes to Sketch. 8-0 on this Varus at this point. The only people that have died are Leo and Daption, and while it isn't reportable, they I'm sure, are wishing they could take some of them back, especially Leo, who has been trying his hardest to just hang out in mid lane, chill, farm against Drew Dozer, but it keeps getting ganked.
And because this is the only angle you really have left here. It's hard to get on top of Faisal. It's hard to do anything about Sketch right now. So you go for Leo, Immobile Mage. Especially when he doesn't have flash, it is your most consistent source of gold at this point when it comes to 2v2s, 2v1s.
Chippy's back. Look at him. Look at him. He's actually.
Oh yeah, he's looking.
Dude, I love this guy actually. He's like no cap. This is really good. He's applying pressure in situations where ISU just literally shouldn't have pressure. But this Xin Zhao at level 9 to Perry's level 11 is terrorizing the Rift for EGP. He's the one X factor that they just can't count out, because if he sees you, will go for it.
He just doesn't care. I mean, at this point, you got nothing to lose, so.
Cares, yeah.
Yeah. You know what I mean? He's just going to full send it, you know? What else do you have to lose at this point? Redbird down 9,000 gold at this 16-minute mark. EGP, a team we talked about who, again, talking to the coaching staff, getting that feel for when this roster first came together not too long ago. Comms were definitely an issue with inexperienced players. You think it's trying to get them to speak. No, the problem is everybody talked a lot, Dia, funny enough. So it's been working on trying to clean comms up and have more coordination as a result. And I'll tell you what, Dia, this series I've seen so far, I think it's working.
It looks like it is. I am really impressed by what we're seeing. And again, EGP are continuing to close this one out slowly. For every trade that ISU take up, EGP are punishing them, this time with a tier 2 in the bot lane. Dragon's still available, but they're taking this Rift Herald for all that she's worth. Squilliam not going to be able to stop the charge. Instead, may end up dying, but Tempos does show up to save him, if not the tower from, holy moly, a lot of damage. Never mind. Squilliam's dead. And again, the Dragon still will be too. Leo, importantly though, also dead.
Drew Dozer, he's definitely trying his heart out here. Like, you can see it. He's making the plays happen, winning out on these 1v1s. Because much like GFP, you're talking about it, he's the only other one at the moment here who can have that real impact in these small, isolated situations. Because right now, GFP wants to delay the soul point. Redbird, more than anything else, Dia, they desperately want and crave time. So the TPs are coming through. They want the 5 versus 3. Or the 5 versus 4, rather, but they're not going to get it because Leo's TPing in off spawn, Faisal's TPing in. We have the 5v5 straight out of nightmares for Redbird Esports.
William, he's thinking about taking it, but he knows that he can't. It is amazing, though. Having looked at this game, Drew Dozer managed to dodge that hook. That in itself is amazing. However, not going to participate in the rest of the fight. Faisal going to get rooted down, use the oranges to get himself out. Moonlight Vigil does go a little bit wide. EGP, though, flashing forward with Daption. Don't find the stun on anybody. GFP has the craziest fancy feed I've ever seen. Gravitum lands again onto Faisal, and ISU are seriously considering taking this fight. The shockwave is massive. It brings Perry in front, like the knockup comes down again, but ISU get nothing for it. Importantly, though, they don't lose anything either, and to see them down 10,000 gold, taking a 5v5 and not losing a single person, ISU are titans.
Redbird, GFP especially, dodging out on all these skill shots, keeping themselves up and alive, and you really hoped that you could try and pick up some of these shutdowns, because that was one of the best fights you're going to get against this squad, it looked like, especially with the angle that we saw here onto Faisal. You have him flash. He's no longer part of the situation here. And you're right, it's crucial that one, Yen flashes, and two, GFP just doesn't get hit by skill shots. Apparently, it's not allowed. And in doing so, you actually have that opportunity to turn. We talked about ball delivery and draft and how it's so easy for GFP to dash in and set it up. And the knock-up with the wild growth was great too. The problem is, though, the zoning from things like the piercing arrow meant the damage couldn't quite come out the way they wanted to. Yen had to stop autoing after a while because of range and things like that. And these are the problems you're going to face against EGP's draft, especially EGP's draft with a 10K lead.
Yeah, it is wild to see the game play out like this, but as you mentioned, that 10K really is providing a lot of wiggle room, and what seemed like a really close fight for ISU likely didn't feel nearly as close for EGP. Yes, they only almost lost a member or two, but I think they feel confident in having been able to win that fight. Barry, though, walking in, wants to take the 2v1s. This speaks even more to the confidence. Does end up getting taken, what looks like down by the Lulu. And while they do end up getting one kill in return, a 1-for-1 definitely does favor ISU, the team that otherwise would have been at a disadvantage. Squilliam, maybe in trouble. Tower's gone down. Faisal's pretty darn strong. He's got Navori Quick Blades already completed on the gangplank.
Yeah, that is insane. And you do give it a good point. It is good to go 1-for-1. The problem is that shutdown, that huge shutdown that Barry had, went to tempos, went to the support. That is a feels bad if I ever saw one, and much needed gold that could have gone elsewhere. Speaking of gold, Sketch just needed that one.
Horror.
Yeah. You think you dodged that Nautilus hook and you're like, oh my god, I'm out. And then you weren't.
Isn't it crazy that Daption can kill you with a skill shot that he misses?
Yes.
I think that's an insane part of this game right now, and just in general about Nautilus and the ability to zone, but specifically here, Daption literally was like, you just can't walk here, because if you do, you die, and if you don't, well, you also die. Drew Dozer, I will say, did go down with Flash Up, so they've got a little bit more mobility when it comes to the upcoming team fights, and I think it was preserved intentionally, because going down there, well, it does suck. Well, it does feel bad. Doesn't impact the game state. Team fights are the most important thing, and I want to see all summoners. I like to see all summoners saved for that.
Right, there's no dragon to play for it just yet. Drew Dozer will be right on time for anything else with how... I mean, we're only at 22 minutes, so respawn timers are relatively low. Oh my god, Perry.
Looks like a replay. It isn't.
Yeah.
Perry's just in your jungle again.
That's what he does. It's who he is. It's not your jungle, it's our jungle, brother.
Communist Perry is just... he's like, listen, if we all shared the jungle, then we'd all be better off, wouldn't we?
Yes. He's saying by we, I mean me.
Exactly. That's the kind of Perry that we've come to know and love. He's even taken his own jungle now and is resetting just in time to move down into this dragon. 45 seconds until that. EGP already have a bunch of visions set up, and I'm sure Daption's ready to throw out a hook or two to punish anybody who would question that. So Drake should go over to EG Prodigies, and they should get access to that Cloud Soul they've been eyeing up for the past 22 minutes.
This one is something you can... You don't want to let it go. I think with Redbird, if you end up getting ace now, it costs you just that much more with things like Baron and having your base broken open. So they might consider it. Actually, they're going to pump the Shrelias. They want to see if they can catch somebody. However, Yen, that was a lot of damage. It's like 60% of his health with one piercing arrow, and this is the poke you have to deal with here. Walking in, trying to face check the members of EGP.
Daption starts off the fight, and while the shockwave does answer back, Sketch is so safe. It is GFP that ends up going down, and his Flash's ultimates are burned to keep Drew Dozer alive. Daption burns his own and sends him to the grave, picking up the kill on the Orianna. This Nautilus never disappoints, and Yen, on the other side of this, is able to pick up his own kill onto Faisal, getting some crucial gold on the Aphelios. Will the Scat of the Week kill him? Will the hook kill him? Daption continues to succeed.
And EGP, they're going to use that to get the soul, get the base, and they can just walk down and do the Baron. There's nothing that can stop them. William. That's an illegal move, buddy.
Daption did not participate in that kill. That's how quickly Sketch and Leo were able to do this. That's how deadly EGP are at this point. If you don't get the kill, Daption will get it for you. But if you're in the area, he probably doesn't need to touch you because that's his job, is pulling you into range of his carries just like that.
Yeah, it's just brutal. Being hit like that, you think you're out of range, and well, you're not. If Nautilus is on your screen, you're in hook range. It's something I think everyone just needs to understand. Maybe we need to make a PSA, Dia.
And if he's not on your screen, you're probably going to get hit by a piercing arrow because that one goes two
like
screens.
6 screens.
So it's kind of weird that EGP get to play this game from 1 million range and yet are doing it with their faces. As we see right now, Daption walking in, literally just sets up his team to delete Drew Dozer, and Leo on the other side gets a whole lot of help taking down GFP, who has been a thorn in his side all game. ISU pushed back into the mid lane, do not have access to what is presumably a Baron take.
Yeah, that's a Baron take. It's going to be so easy to go ahead and do it, especially you can leave Faisal on his own to keep this mid wave cleared, hold on to this mid tier 1 turret while the rest of the team continues pushing waves, and of course taking the Baron Nasher. And with no GFP, with all the damage you do to this objective, it's just going to go down here. I don't know if you get a fight.
Well, the Infernal doesn't get the whole full value because Daption Hex flashes over the wall. Yen gets half health by a single piercing arrow, and a double kill goes the way of Sketch, as ultimately somebody had to kill the Lulu, and I suppose in this case it was going to be Faisal. Perry gets the reset and gets a little bit of extra speed to move himself into the base. We'll see if they try and end the game now, because EGP might just be able to.
They're still looking at almost 30 seconds on 3 key members of Redbird Esports. EGP, they're still strong. 16,000 gold ahead. Daption, he's just throwing out dredge lines for the sake of it. With that mid inhib down with 1 super in the base, they're going to go ahead and walk away to threaten this bot inhibitor instead.
Say one more time. Psychological horror. Daption. Literally, he's just playing with them at this point, going, yeah, I could have hit that hook. But I didn't.
But I chose not to.
Yeah, exactly. He's giving himself a god complex.
After this game, I'd have one too. My God.
Yeah, honors. This guy is played out of his mind, and this was a little bit inhumane, I will say. I'm surprised that we're showing it on stream, not once, but twice. However, it's well-deserved from EGP, as, remember, we talked about ISU and how well they were doing in multiple different roles. As a team, yes, they're suffering, but individually, ISU have actually done really well, and it speaks to the prowess of EGP that they are able to win into a team that we're looking at and going, you know, you're doing really well, you're doing really well, you're doing really well, and yet EGP are winning this. That's just the level that EGP are at.
And say what you will about Redbird, they're not afraid to try and make plays, not afraid to try and get them back, try and get themselves back into the game. Problem is, though, your margin for error just gets thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner. And, yeah, one more thinner.
I was trying to think of something that it would soon be the size of, but there's really nothing small in this game. Everything has been absolutely massive. The gold lead, the dragons,
nice.
the pace of the game, the kill score. It just there's really nothing that we can compare it to. This game feels like Texas, and everything is bigger in Texas. ISU do manage to at least get a chunk of their own jungle, and holy moly, macro hard ass to gold lead is telling a massive, massive story.
Yeah, the gold lead, 18,000 and change for Evil Genius Prodigies, who are just smoking Redbird in this game 3. It's been back and forth all night long, but here's where EGP draws the line in the sand. Here's where they say, this is why most of the talent chose us. This is where EGP closed the game.
And a game like this really does send home why the first 2 games were so impressive. That ISU, against a team that can do this, that can orchestrate this level of dominance in a game off of an inch, we're able to keep things so close. We're able to go 1-for-1. These guys have played like absolute heroes the entire night, and to see this third game go this way, the way that I think a lot of people would have said it should have gone or would have gone, is amazing, because ISU have managed to keep it at bay for so long. EGP, however, now are coming for them because they want that playoff spot. They want to make it PGCQ number 2 all the way to the finals this time. Dapshin, most of all, as he finds another hook onto Drew Dozer. He will end up going down. A shutdown again does go the way of Yen, but EGP didn't look like they were done just yet. It's because this inhibitor has respawned, and they are not leaving you with any semblance of a base.
Nope, and it's just going to be them using their range to fish for picks, fish for kills.
Elder
as
Dragon.
EGP are, the Elder Dragon is coming up very soon, so even though you lost Dapshin, you just blew summoners on key members of Redbird, and you've broken 3 inhibitors. Look at this!
I mean, who's walking into the jungle? Drew Dozer's giving it his best shot. Perry does find a Lulu right in front of him and is lucky to get out alive, but Faisal manages to sign somebody else's death warrant in the meanwhile, and now the piercing arrows are really starting to do the work. Finding Squilliam with a little bit of help from Perry. Faisal's still alive. GFP attempts to jump onto Sketch, gets deleted before he can get there, while Squilliam tries to finish off Perry, and he gets shot down himself. Sketch picking up multiple kills in that end game with the Baron secured, with everything going EGP's way, with no question in our minds. They will send themselves forward into a matchup against Ginger Turmeric.
Damn. The evil genius Prodigies in that game 3, they came to play. They were not kidding around anymore, and you saw it. After game 1, they just had the download at this point. First, it was they brought out the Tryndamere to deal with Squilliam in the side lane. Now, they put Faisal on the gangplank, and you just see how good Perry has been able to affect these lanes. And even in game 1, where things did not go their way, you end up chalking a lot of that to how good of a team fight composition ISU drafted for themselves. Game 2 and 3, there was no slowing EGP's role, as you got to give a lot of credit to Perry. And again, I talked about how I didn't see a lot from him in terms of early game activity, especially in this meta where you play Viego, Lee, Zin, Jarvan, stuff like that. And I was thinking, okay, I want to see more from him. And this series says, all right, he can play early game. I'm sorry. Like, I won't say it anymore. I'm sorry.
I mean, you're right. It is a new face of Perry, and I think that you are completely justified in sort of going into this tournament and going, well, maybe we won't see that. But if anything, the story of PGCQ2 has been growth in identity for teams. I was talking about it earlier today for Winthrop, and now we're getting to see it again with EGP. Yes, it is costing you games at times, but these adaptations are only making teams more versatile and more terrifying, much like Dapshin's hooks, I will say. Now, Beatdown. We will have interviews very soon, and I'm excited to hear what the teams have to say. Before that, we're going to take a very short break before we come down and hear what the players had to say about that series.
All right, everyone, welcome back. I am joined by Daption of EGP. Daption, congratulations on the series. How are you?
Thank you so much. Well, I am feeling very good because it's been a while since we've won, and it's nice to see the team in good spirits. It's definitely a big change for us because we were feeling a little bit down last week after that loss versus Digital Turmeric. And we decided to switch some things up, and I guess that worked, because today we won, right?
Absolutely. How good does it feel to have a deathless ADC as a support?
I mean, Brady was really out there smurfing, and usually he really does have a lot of good like KDAs, good like stats, like damage dealing. He's just like a really good ADC all around, and I hope that academy teams can see that and pick him up for maybe next split, maybe the split after that. Yeah.
Absolutely. I was crossing my fingers. I was like, "Don't let him die. This is so cool." And I was grimacing every time he just like absolutely chunked somebody down. It was such a pleasure to watch the game. Such a pleasure to see the team do really well, especially after last week's series. Now, game 1 didn't quite go your way, but you guys were able to pull through in game 2 and 3. So, kind of describe how you guys were able to take the series back from ISU.
Well, we got this like little secret formula from our coach Ido that said basically they're gonna move from whatever lane they usually are playing to an objective. So, for example, if they want to play for Dragon, they're gonna throw their top laner, throw them right into mid lane, and then the top lane is literally open for the taking. And so, literally following that logic, there were so many plays where they just grouped up and lost CS on one side, and then we were doing nothing. We wouldn't give them the fight, and we just ended up winning, right? Because they're just making bad plays, and all we have to do is have the discipline to not take those fights. And oftentimes, what would happen is us taking outnumbered fights, and we would literally just like die and be like, "Oh, that happened," right? And then yeah, it's just like we were doing a lot of like stupid fights with like lower numbers, and our coach was like, "Guys, stop being stupid." And literally from game 1 to game 2 and 3, we were like, "Holy shit, we actually played so well."
Yeah, shout out to Ido for the secret sauce. Don't be stupid. Gotta remember that one.
Yeah.
Now, next week you guys are back facing off against Ginger Turmeric for a shot at playoffs. How are you feeling going into that matchup? Do you think you guys have learned and you ready to go and get that victory?
I'm definitely ready for it, and I honestly think more than ever our team is ready for it, because there'd be a lot of times where we would get like nervous and like things wouldn't go right, but I finally like gained the courage to like say like, no, we're not going to do stupid plays. And it's not only me, it's like Brady, Perry, Leo, everyone's like together and calling each other's bad plays off and just like holding each other accountable, right? And I really think that that's going to show next week versus Ginger Turmeric, and it'll show our progress as a team. Yeah,
absolutely. We love the anime training arc coming out of EGP right now. Before I let you go, is there anyone you'd like to shout out to after this series win today?
Well, actually, shout outs to Squilliam, because I used to play it with him on a team on CLT Phoenix, and it was really fun, getting to play against him. And I don't know if you guys saw some of his flash ultis on Graves where, picture perfect.
Really good, yeah.
Yeah, and it's just a pleasure to play against them, and thank you to all my friends and family that are supporting me. You guys know who you are. That's pretty much it.
Well, we love the sportsmanship here out in the interview desk for Unified EGCQ2. Thank you for joining me today, Daption. We're going to send it back to the desk for a wrap-up of day 3 of groups, I think, and then we'll wrap everything up for the day. So, yeah, thanks again for joining me, Daption.
Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is day 3, and yes, it is the desk. DN Beatdown joining you once again. Beatdown, it has been one heck of a day, and, one heck of an interview at the very end there. I liked hearing from Daption and all the shenanigans that was going down in the comms and behind the scenes for EGP.
It is. I'm gonna print a poster that says "Don't be stupid" and have it right above my screen whenever I tilt and solo queue, and it's just gonna help me win games. Jokes aside, though, EGP I think had a really great series, and it is, again, you hit it. We've been hitting it all night. These tournaments are definitely ones of growth, improvement, things like that, and I think there are a few teams we can say we've seen it as much in as teams like EGP and ISU. And even though ISU did end up falling, they did end up looking really good. They will still have another chance at EGP, looking to secure the playoff spot like you were talking about tomorrow.
Yeah, we hit it a bunch. These guys, ISU, when I'm saying that, did look really good this series, and the third game exemplified that to a crazy level. However, just to take that and run with it, we've got to give congratulations to EGP, and we got to give congratulations to everyone from today. I want to take a look at the results from all across the matchups in PGC Q2, because there were 4 of them, in case you missed it, and they were all pretty massive. If you were here, you saw Immortals AoE, Ginger Turmeric, EG Prodigies, and Redbird. Did the 100 Thieves and Winthrop matchups go like you expected to beat down?
Yes. Okay. The 100 Thieves one was expected. Big shocker, I know. The Winthrop one I kind of expected, but also I voted for York because it was definitely a gut feeling, a spidey sense. I definitely need to get that checked out clearly as Winthrop 2-0'd. But we can't always be right.
I gotta say, you should watch that series. If you guys missed it over here, you should watch that series. It was a really good one, and well.
Oh, okay, nice.
And, yeah. I'm definitely gonna pump it up, especially if you're a Sir Kenji fan. There's a lot, of course, that you can go back and watch, but it's important that we remember that there is plenty to continue watching in the days to come. Let's take a look, of course, at the matchups that are going to be on stream tomorrow on both Academy and Unified Live, because we will be rounding out our group stage here and starting to dial down on those teams that are setting themselves to playoffs. Multiple teams have already done it, but we got to see who joins them tomorrow.
Yeah, we do. We definitely have a lot of good matchups still ahead of us as we're trying to secure these last couple of playoff spots, Dia. And it's definitely, even though tonight's games were super exciting on either stream, we still have plenty of exciting games left to play out here in the second qualifier.
Yeah, I want to take a look back at the predictions because I don't remember how many and who did what. So let's see who's catching up. Can anybody catch up to Rebel right now? No, he was perfect. Rebel's still in the lead. And
yeah,
that hurts.
I think I can't win anymore. I'm not gonna lie. So I'm just gonna start. I'm still gonna try. I can't do that. I still have to try. I know. I thought about it and I was like, no, it's not right.
Let's say you could follow your heart a bit more. You're not constrained.
Maybe.
You're not constrained by our societal requirements. It's more of just like
of logic.
Exactly. It's like what you feel in your heart, right? I will say, Trav was really close to being right with the Redbird pick. There were a few people that did get really close. I was sweating coming out of game 2, even though EGP won it, but really big props to them, of course, and a big thank you to everybody who tuned in today. A thank you, of course, to you, Beatdown, who was alongside me for this very last game, for Jolly, who came before me. I hope she's doing okay now, and and for all the production behind the scenes. It has been a wonderful day here on Unified Live and for PGC Q2 as a whole. A big thank you to all of our sponsors, of course, and as I said, to you guys in the audience. Any last words for us, Beatdown?
Damn, I usually have something. I actually have nothing.
I did try and take everything away from
Dia,
you.
I think you have nice hair.
Oh, thank you. That's a good note to end on. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.